Hello and welcome to Too Fast, Too Forever. There's all kinds of family. We chose this one. This is episode 362, Furious 7, Lap 14. I'm Joey Lewandowski.
I'm Joe, too. And this episode's brought to you by the French rock band Nobody's Cult. Check out their new album, Mood Disorders, out now. Nobody's Cult.
Well, shout out to Nobody's Cult and welcome to Too Fast, Too Forever. With us once again, that's a very good sponsor. With us once again, all lap long, are two precision drivers, the owners of the train, Kim Bhasin and Hickey. Hello, gentlemen.
Hi, how's it going?
Hey.
Welcome back.
We are thrilled to be here. This is very, very fun. This is a really exciting episode for us because obviously this movie's.
You have a good train fact?
Do we have a train? Kim, did you want to do the train fact this time?
I thought it was exciting because the train fact. That's what I was asking.
We could do a train fact. Okay,
I think we just tell him. I think we just tell him like the other drop of this.
Mm-hmm.
The other drop of this.
Yeah.
Which is?
I like when even you're confused about the train facts. It's very exciting.
You go for it. Come on, give him the train fact. Whatever you're thinking of right now, just hit him with it.
There's a murder mystery inside the train.
Inside the train?
That's a second question. I'm not going to answer that.
No, I'm not. It's not a question as much as a rehash of the thing. Okay.
So murder mystery dinner theater inside a train car.
I don't remember saying dinner.
It's implied. You guys are classy gentlemen. You're not going to have a party without a dinner.
Who are the actors? Are they the actors?
Okay, no, we cannot find out.
I know. I'm not asking a question. I'm just punting.
Also, Joe and I are recording in the same room for the first time in years. This is going to be maybe weird. Good weird, but weird. It should be noted. Anyway, welcome back to Race Wars, guys.
Race Wars.
Oh no!
Is that why you say it's a big one? Because okay, 6 movies, 12 years or 14 years later. Oh, still calling it Race Wars. Okay, got it. Cool.
Yeah.
No, it would have been so easy to not call it Race Wars anymore. So easy, the easiest.
They're like, look, Hector's running it now. Iggy Azalea is there. It's new faces, still called Race Wars.
Yeah. No, at no point was a brand consultant briefly brought in to be like, hey, how do you think we get this on ESPN?
No.
Or maybe they did, and it's just a horrible, McKinsey comes in. They're like, yeah, it's good.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, well, so I just read your newsletter this morning about the Cornhole League, and they're trying to figure out how to make that profitable. How would you do Race Wars if you want to get it on ESPN? You want to merchandise it? Is it step one and only step change the name?
No. You actually leave the name. You sign a Drive to Survive style situation, and then make it a Netflix documentary series about the people within Race Wars, and then that's the first step.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you focus on their races?
Absolutely.
You lean into it.
Every episode is a different. No.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. I'm serious.
I think that they do have something going with the live event.
They do.
Part of it though, because there's so much stuff to do, it seems, aside from just watching drag races or whatever. There's music and there's partying and there's it's like a Formula One race. Or I went to Sail GP this weekend here in New York off of Governor's Island.
For what? For fun or work?
For work. And
Insane.
the sailing atmosphere, it's all these people just hanging out on Governor's Island, and occasionally there's boats going by,
Did you figure out who was going to be first, Kim?
Yeah, I mean, all I know is that if you ain't first, you are last.
No, I mean first against the wall when the revolution comes. Which one of the people at the sailing event on Governor's Island is first against the wall when the revolution comes?
So you guys said this is a big movie, a big episode. What about this one? Have you been waiting for Fury 7? What about this strikes your fancy so much?
For me, it is this is another moment in the franchise where they really fundamentally changed the premise of it. And we'll talk over the next coming episodes about how much that worked. But I think that this is an episode that, much like 5, really begins to assert that this can be something bigger, different. The motivations can be grander. The people involved can be more competent. It's definitely the biggest, we'll talk to this when we get to my element, reshuffle of the party. and the skill sets endemic within it. And so I just think that this episode's really interesting as both a piece of franchise maneuverability, as well as obviously just like it's got a couple beginnings and a couple ends in it. And I think that makes it invariably interesting.
I think that kind of goes in line with like the way that we look at this is like, from here on out, like nothing should work as well as it does, and it's still kind of a mess. But the fact that they're able to figure out a way to like persevere in the face of like their star dying in real life, it's like I don't know how you did it, but like it feels kind of like a magic trick.
It really does. I mean, so that's my answer. Is like I really think that this is a fascinating film for like metatextual, like Doyleist and Watsonian reasons. I guess is the way to put that sometimes, and like. I think it's a lot of fun and really, really compelling. I don't know, Kim, do you have any particular thoughts on
this one's just important to me personally, and I'm not really sure why. I don't think it's Paul Walker. I think so. Like at my wedding, the best man at my wedding delivered the line during his speech, "Double alpha man candy." Know what I'm saying? So for whatever reason, like this is really stuck in my life. 7.
It's as good as reason as any, I think.
Yeah. You don't have friends, you have family. You don't have the best man, you have the best family. Let's kick things off. So I was saying to Joe before we started recording, I found more 80s moments in here, or things that could be seen as 80s moments, than I've had the last handful of movies. But do either of you want to start most 80s moment in Furious 7? Which also, on surface, like feels like it's really trying to be as modern as possible, but to me it's just like, oh, there's a bunch of 80s stuff in here.
I have my one is the introduction of a shadowy government agency. Like once you start like, you know, we're no longer an organization represented by 3 letters, like we're just the government now. That feels very like 80s, very ET, very like, oh, you know, just a bunch of spooks who come in from God knows where in Northern Virginia and start calling shots. And that feels like very War Games, very 80s, very like, you know, it's not, you don't want to pick a 3-letter agency to be the bad guy, so you just make them like feds, you know?
Yeah.
Just like that's the Top Gun Maverick bad country is unnamed because we need to sell it everywhere.
Yes, we need it takes place in Pseudo Arabia because you don't want to actually piss off a country.
Yep.
But like, no, it's definitely like the introduction of a shadowy government agency. Like, you know, originally Brian worked for the FBI. That is a known quantity. They have laws, rules. Even the Diplomatic Security Service, that thing exists, right? But like once you start getting into like Mr. Nobody's particular,
there's
like,
a war going on between shadows, and it's like, what? Okay.
Yeah. So that is definitely very 80s to me because I think that they abstract government baddies, and that feels very of that decade.
Kim?
Such baddies. Well, the most 90s moment is certainly Ludacris singing "Can't Touch This." But
I had that note this time. I absolutely had that note this time. I was like, do you think that he feels honored that he got to sing it, or does it feel like do you think he ad-libbed that, or they wrote it in the script for him?
It seems like one of the things where you ad-lib, 100 lines in that one spot, and it probably was him. Good for you, Luda. As always, killing it out there.
I do have to say, while on the topic of Ludacris, my boss just got back from Cannes Lion, and they had Ludacris on Tuesday at their beach. I was just like, I can't get into explaining like what this means. I'm just like, cool, man. But the most 80s thing for me was, so in the 80s, there was like a resurgence of slapstick comedy in film, and there was a bunch like Airplane and movies like that. Yeah. And there was a lot more like stupid physical comedy in this than in previous ones. Like the best example I have is Tej with Roman's parachute in the plane. Like that is just pure slapstick.
Yeah.
Brian revving his minivan at the start.
Yeah.
And then it reveals him just being at school, and then running over the terracotta soldiers as they're going from building to building to building. Just slapstick physical stuff.
One of my things on my list was a word you just said, just minivan. The fact that there's a minivan in this is just like, oh, that's pretty 80s. Just like the rise of the minivan and the
rise of the Dodge Caravan. Yep. If it only had that wooden belt, on
wooden
the side,
paneling,
that would have really hit it.
Jody, your most 80s moment?
Yeah, so I had a couple this time, kind of on the note of what Walt was saying, the idea that God's Eye is just technology that just works, and there's no bugs in it at all. It just constantly works, and like the feardom of a technology that just works. Like If you have ever tried to like connect anything,
No Xbox 360 Red Ring of Death. It's like I remember my friend
it controls every like the driver that you would need to install alone would just be wild, right?
My friend left his NES on for weeks because like the game he was playing didn't save. He's just like, no, it's gonna be fine. I'm like, what? Okay, and then Xbox 360 just like. Some of them just don't work out of the box. It's like, how is this a product?
That was my first one. I have two more. Sean Boswell is just 80s because he was born in the 80s.
Sure.
80s. 82 looked it up. I think he's on the most 80s. But my most 80s moment of this film is The Rock using an analog stamper to stamp the paper.
Oh, that's very
excellent.
good.
Not
that
PDF.
sound effect isn't even used in libraries anymore. Yeah.
Even though he's using a self-inking one, which I don't think would have been there. He doesn't have an ink pad next to it, but just the chunk like that. Yeah, that's the most 80s moment for me.
So I have Minivan. Speaking of The Rock, I have his Incredible Hulk TV show, which is on from 77 to 82. So it was a couple of years in the 80s. Just hacking in general feels very 80s. But my most 80s pick, just Kurt Russell, Man of the Decade.
Hey, heck yeah. That's real good. I like that a lot.
Especially because like on Friday night, I rewatched The Thing, and I was just like, oh yeah, 80s Kurt Russell was like the man. And then to show up here, just like, yeah, most 80s, just Kurt being Kurt.
Do you think that he enjoyed his one day of shooting?
Enough that he comes back.
Do you think he enjoyed his one day of shooting across 4 movies? Like, he's barely in any of these movies, and he's the most important character in the franchise. Yeah, I'm sure he had a blast drinking beers with Vin Diesel in a warehouse somewhere and then talking about beers in the back of an SUV, probably in another location within that same warehouse.
I bet he got paid handsomely, too.
Oh, I'm sure he did.
That's sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, great day. He loves it.
Talking to Fury 7, is this a movie that overall, I don't know how to ask this question. Do you love this movie and think it has issues? Do you love this movie and think it's great? Like, because I think there's two different things. Like, I think this is the hardest one in the franchise to sort of separate because there's so much emotion tied to the See You Again, the Paul Walker. Where do you guys fall in terms of like how much you enjoy this one and how much you think it's actually a good movie in this franchise?
I mean, I really enjoyed this one on this watch again, but I think like the first thing I noticed just off jump, right? At the start, it's The Rock and Statham fighting, and there was I was like, oh my god, like the production on this fight, the choreography, all of that has taken a gigantic step from 6, and certainly everything else before it. It's not even close. And I was like, oh, look, I'm watching like this is an action movie again. I was really taken aback by it. I don't think I realized that it would be such a gap. And then that had me looking at all the other fight scenes thinking, oh yeah, this is great. And the people that got to do the fight scenes were excellent as well. Against, we have Ong Bak Thai Warrior on the bus, and we have Ronda Rousey in the 3-time WWE Women's World Champion.
She was 3-time world champion.
Yep.
I just remember her bungling that WrestleMania so hard. That's the only wrestling moment that I remember of Ronda Rousey's.
For Ronda, no, she's not the moment. We'll get into that later. But yeah, that's what that's what I really took away from it immediately, and it really like improved my like view of this film.
So you love it and you think it's great?
Oh yeah,
cool. Well,
I think it's a little bit miraculous. Like I think because this is James Wan's first movie in this franchise, and previously he was just doing. Not like just doing, but like very much horror movies, but it's a fragment of this. Like this is very much a big step. And I think that like, that kinetic element of it really is, a director with a big first feature with the like very, very big budget behind this kind of feature. So it does feel a little bit more audacious. I'm of two minds on it. One of which is that like, I think the action set pieces at times do feel a little bit like we've been here before. Like, oh, you've hidden a microchip in a car. Like we've had that before. Like the chase sequence, I think was definitely riffing on like the tank sequence a bit. And it did feel like, they did up the game a bit with obviously dropping out of a plane and obviously going tower to tower and that kind of thing. And it was like really interesting visually on that front. I don't think it totally like it works as like a kind of a sequence of action set pieces, but like, and I'll talk about this potentially a little bit later with another element of this, but it does feel like a lot of this script was decided by the tax code of who was going to give them production benefits. Like, why are they going from, like, it's not like when James Bond goes to 3 countries in a row, it kind of makes sense as to why James Bond goes to each of those countries. Even in Furious 6, right? If Fast and Furious 6, like, they start in London and then they go to Spain. And, like, it's a very clear reason of why they have to go between these locations. Right. This is, I think, like, the first movie that actually does this many locations, because, like, even like the previous ones, like, you know, you had Tokyo, but that's one location, right? Like, you know, the Arizona stuff is basically a little prelude. Yep. You have Brazil, right? And Brazil is just such a signature location that fundamentally defines that film. It really takes it to the next level of, like, okay, we're going to go to, you know, here, and then we're going to go to Azerbaijan, and then we're going to go to like, you know, the UAE, and then we're going to go to Los Angeles. And it's just like, it's a little bit too set piece driven rather than a lot of character driven or that kind of element of it, which does feel like it's growing into what it's about to become, which is basically just like, you know, James Bond if James Bond was from South LA. But I don't you do see it like the stretch marks on this movie, I would say, is the way that I would put it.
Well, I think that's something that, like, we have noticed where they're actively, I think this is like maybe the pivot point, and maybe it's because of Paul, maybe it's, I think your point about the geography is obviously done well in advance of him dying, but, like, they're like, okay, what actor, what rapper, what song can we put in this movie that's going to, like, activate an entire country to go see this movie? Yeah. And this is the first one, like, this one made like 1.3 billion. So, like, the globalization worked. Like, it hit, but it's also, it's kind of all over the place.
I'm sure every single person in Wisconsin went to go see this movie because of T-Pain. He has that mansion in Wisconsin. So, I mean, I get it.
Playing the role of T-Pain.
Playing T-Pain, yeah.
I love that there's a world that T-Pain exists that doesn't know Ludacris, but Ludacris exists.
And knows T-Pain.
And knows T-Pain.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There is, I'm sure you are both somewhat aware of this because this is a thing that has just permeated the podcast throughout, but there's a character reference in this movie that has captured our hearts and our imaginations, and we don't know much about her. We know one thing about her.
We have some theories.
We know her name, and we know one thing about her. But they're in the warehouse, and Roman takes it upon himself to basically be, like, in charge of the mission. And he's like, last time, you know, I did all this work. I took the plane up the sky, ba-bow, and Brian says, the only thing I've seen you take down is No Niece Denise at prom. And they don't reference it. They don't elaborate. Roman just goes, really, Brian? And they move on. But the name No Niece Denise,
what does that invoke?
Has stuck with us.
What does that
and we are
invoke in
obsessed with it.
Because what does it mean?
We've heard we ask everyone we can. We have so many thoughts, so many options.
Different options.
The more answers we get, the less clear it becomes. If you hear someone described as No Niece Denise, what does that mean to you? And did you even notice that in this movie, or that just, like, float by you?
Like, as a person who went to all boys Roman Catholic high school and knows the cruelties of young men, I can surmise perhaps what it is saying about her virtue when they imply that is not prone to kneeling. That being said,
she's prudy. You're saying
perhaps yes.
Okay, so we've heard both sides of that too.
So then, why would Roman be upset when Brian says, "I saw you take her down"?
Because it's rude. Because he's in front of strange people.
Roman
who he hasn't
has a character of great moral standing.
Yes,
with his plane that says "It's Roman bitches," where he's had 4 women at the same time. Okay,
wait.
Same character, right? We're talking about the same guy, same Roman.
Yeah,
same guy.
Heard. Okay, I walk it back. I mean. Perhaps No Niece Denise is the supervillain of the whole franchise. How about that?
We tried that. We pitched that.
Etion?
Yeah, she's the head of Etion for sure.
Kim, you have any thoughts on No Niece Denise?
My brain went in a different direction. You know how if you run a marathon and then, like, the last part, like, your legs run out and then you wobble and you wobble and you wobble and then someone either helps you or they don't? Yeah. Perhaps Tyrese was racing. Roman was racing her in a marathon, and she wobbled and went down, and he passed her, and didn't help her at all. Oh. And Brian's just giving him crap for it.
That is literally one theory we've never heard.
Mm-hmm.
He tripped her. He took her down.
He took her all the way down, and for the rest of her life, she was no knees because of what he did.
This poor woman.
I mean, like, Tion is Greek for knees, and E is, also Greek for absence thereof. And I'm just saying, it makes a lot of sense.
Wow. Can you imagine if that was actually true?
Vin Diesel should go to jail.
Because no one would know other than us. Like, no one knows No Knees to Knees. It's not like any casual fan of the franchise.
We've Googled it. There's no mentions
Pays that line on
the internet at all.
The only thing that I got when I searched it is the Book of Revelations, where it's the name of an angel that does not possess knees. So,
look, maybe. Is it weird, speaking of Revelation, that they invoke, not speaking of Revelation, they invoke Bin Laden in this movie?
Yeah, did we kill Bin Laden at the point that this was? Yeah, we did. It was like this was 2014.
I remember I was at Best Buy, so I was working at Best Buy, so it was either like late 2010 or early 2011, and this is 2015.
Got it. Yeah, so very well done. I feel like that's the kind of joke that you can only get away with after that fact.
Because they're like, if we had this, we would have caught him in an afternoon, and just like, you're equating like mythical hacker Ramsey here to like the man who like orchestrated a plan to kill thousands of Americans, like.
Also, we did find him within like an afternoon. He just like ran away faster than we can get to it. Like that's the whole thing. Like I don't know.
They don't call him No Knees Osama.
God damn it!
I'm sorry, Walt.
Fuck. All right, Kim, what's your wrestling moment from the movie?
Go. Excellent segue. All right, so let's see. My wrestling moment of this movie. Not Ronda Rousey. It is Brian fighting on the bus with Tony Jaa, aka Ong Bak Tai Warrior. The choreography there, all of it. There have been a few totally absurd like wrestling matches on moving things over the years. So like last year, one of the Japanese wrestling promotions had a match on a bullet train going like 180 miles an hour.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
But my favorite example, and I think has the most parallels to this one, is truly one of the worst wrestling matches of all time. And it was in 1995. It was Dustin Rhodes versus Blacktop Bully in a King of the Road match.
What does that mean?
What is a King of the Road? Basically, they fought on the back of a moving 18-wheeler that was like hauling bales of hay somewhere in Mississippi. And it was absolutely terrible because they couldn't like fully stand up, so they're constantly falling down. So even like that makes me very impressed with Tony and Paul Walker for their abilities to fight on a moving thing. I believe Blacktop Bully did win that match, and Dustin Rhodes' brother is the current WWE champion right now.
Cool. Walt, what is your most D&D pick? Most D&D moment of Furious 7?
Yeah. This movie's getting real deep into D&D, by the way, because we are firmly in the period where, like, Vin Diesel has returned to the franchise, is at this point, like, firmly, in my view, the auteur. Like, is calling sufficiently enough the shots. His production company's behind it. He has the biggest say on the most important decisions. Like, is at this point sufficiently instrumental enough on this project that it is absolutely within his design point of view, and what he wants will by and large make it to the screen. So at this point, like, while in some of the early films, I had to kind of point out some of the more incidental similarities. At this point, like, I do think that we are getting to the part where a lot of this stuff is deliberate, and a lot of this stuff is informed by Diesel's history as, like, a guy who grew up playing D&D and is therefore kind of informed by this. So, like, number one, this is a very clear level up for everyone involved, right? They've hit the point where they've gone from being, criminals to fugitives, and then from fugitives to, big heist kind of coordinators, right? From heist folks to, at this point, international presences and doing favors for, not just, police, but now doing favors for like international diplomatic, like, clandestine organizations. Like, this is a very big major step up, which we've kind of been tracking over the course of this, but I think is so central to how advancement works in this franchise and how plot works in this franchise, because it is absolutely Gygaxian and not what you would ordinarily see in a hero's journey kind of style thing. So, like, I'm gonna go to like similar, close to my top D&D moments again. So one of them is this is a classic situation at the conclusion of this film, obviously, the crew, they're fighting the bad guys. The bad guys have a helicopter. The bad guys they're outgunned, right? And then it looks like they're going to lose. And then what happens? But the DM's player character, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, Mr. Hobbs, comes out and then notices like, oh, these guys are going to get TPK'd. I'm going to help get them through, and I'm going to tank the helicopter while they can go do their other stuff. And so a situation in which the DM realizes he may have miscalibrated the difficulty and then has to send in his personal character to hold off one of the threats that he himself has inserted. That is very obvious D&D situation that people might find themselves in.
I'm wondering... Like, I watch these movies on Amazon Prime because I have all the digital copies redeemed on my account there. And Amazing. So I was like just mousing around or whatever. And like while that scene was on, there's like the X-ray thing that comes up and it just says, originally he couldn't be in this movie because he was supposed to shoot Hercules and Hercules got delayed or whatever. So he could do a little bit of shooting on here. But I wonder how you change that action sequence if Hobbs can't be in, like, is not a character in your movie. Like if you can't have someone Deus Ex Machina like save the day.
Oh, I know. You'll notice that there's a drone and a helicopter, and one of them kills a drone and one of them kills a helicopter. Originally, I guarantee it was just one CGI effect, and then they split it up so that like Vin in the crowd gets the drone, and then Dwayne gets the or other way around rather.
Real quick, do you know the premise of that Hercules movie? It's incredible.
It's actually very good.
It's actually
it's a good. Kim, would you like to explain the premise of the Hercules?
It's very good. So Hercules is just a soldier, and he has like a bard with him who talks up all his feats, which then become legend, right? So he's actually he's not like a demigod. He's just a very strong, strapping lad.
He's got a good street team.
So that was one thing, and that's actually going to come up later of chafing between the party PCs and the DM's player character. That becomes a more significant thread within this franchise. The second one that I had was, listen, this one is the first time that these movies really feel like railroading. And railroading is a phenomenon in D&D, where D&D is an open world game. You can the party can make any decision that they want to. Oftentimes, the DM will lay out some options, and those options will be variously better or for worse. Usually, the DM will have a couple things prepared, regardless of what they end up choosing. But in some situations, you only have one really thing that you've prepared, and everything else is just not really everything else. And so, if you presented your party only one option on what to do next, you've kind of sucked out a key component of what Dungeons and Dragons is, which is supposed to be an open world, player-driven game where the D&D is just God / a referee, and turned it into the D&D. The DM is telling you what you're going to do next. And this movie feels like railroading a lot because it kind of hits a situation where Mr. Nobody shows up and says, like, you guys are going to do this job in Azerbaijan with me. And then, they're then told, like, oh, well, we need to go to Dubai or UAE. I forget which one exactly they go to. And then they're like, Abu Dhabi, yes. And then they're like, oh, well, now we need to go to Los Angeles. And it's never like the party deciding we need to do this, right? It's always them being told what to do and somewhat instructed, which kind of, undercuts some of the heroic choices that need to be made at the same time that, like, clearly you have a series of set pieces that you have to hit. And so it was the first time that railroading kind of became obvious in this. But all that being said, those were just two prevailing elements of D&D that I saw. There is a very big one that we talked a little bit about earlier on this. And it is, this is a pretty significant party refresh, right? This film, they have the funeral for Han. They have the funeral for Giselle, or at least the explicit acknowledgement that they've lost these people. This is the film in which they, Brian exits the party, right? It's the film in which they bring Letty back full on and full forward. It's the film in which they add Ramsey, Nathalie Emmanuel, and it's just a really big reset between what the party has been and the skills that they had and moving forward. And there comes a moment in a lot of D&D campaigns where you're like, all right, well, listen, folks, we've made our way through the first couple, dungeons. It's very clear that we have 2 rogues, a bard, and no healers and no magic users, except some very basic ones. And given the threats that we're about to start facing, we need to start, maybe one of you guys needs to become a cleric and move forward. And so, having to deal with character deaths and allowing the attrition to kind of happen as it is, and just kind of moving on to, like, beef up your builds with, as we've kind of discussed before, the way that they handle technology in this is essentially the way that one handles technology in D&D, rather magic in D&D. And so, like, they need to add a wizard in the form of Nathalie Emmanuel's Ramsey, just because at a certain point it does kind of defy imagination that Tej can kind of do all the stuff that he's doing. And so I think that this is like the party transition period where you upgrade and change the composition to better meet the needs that you have. I think it's a classic moment in many D&D journeys.
I also think that like I have not played D&D. I just sort of know roughly how like that kind of thing would go, where the game starts small and like as the games you go on, like we can't just like take out this like band of rogues or whatever. Like we need to like keep like taking out bigger and bigger creatures. And now it's like, okay, now each movie you have to save the world from a bigger disaster. And now we need a wizard who has unlimited magic or whatever, right? So
yeah, or even just like significant tonal shifts. Like, you know, Kim and I are in a game that started out, for, you know, people who play D&D, started out doing the Fandelver, right? And then did a couple one shots in between en route, and now we're doing Strahd. And that basically takes you from a very fantasy element to, you know, other fantasy elements, and then it becomes kind of gothic horror, and specifically one that involves lots of vampires, and one that involves, you know, the difficult abilities to heal, right? And potentially requires more magic rather than less magic. And so like a party that isn't built to endure in that kind of world will, you know, whether they choose to or not, oftentimes, you know, through attrition be shaped to be better fit to kind of confront some of that. And so just kind of watching, you know, oftentimes with D&D you play a module, and how well you built yourself for the previous module, whether it was like a coastal style story or a, you know, dungeon delver kind of story or a city based story where you need a lot of charisma and face stuff, can oftentimes kind of give you a lot of baggage when you move on to the next one. And you do have to change up things occasionally.
Yeah.
So
I love that Tyrese outlined, like, here's where I got all my XP from for the past several times we played. He's like, Bria made me take out a tank. I took down a plane by myself. Yeah, it was
it's literally how you would argue to the DM that you deserve to level up. Like,
he is kind of like pitching his boss that he should get a raise too, right? Just like, hey, like I'm kind of important here. I do like the joke though, where like Kurt Russell or Mr. Nobody's just like, you know, I was impressed by what you did, but now that I see your team, like now I'm really impressed. Like you did it with these guys, like you did it with Roman. Like, come on. One family member I do want to talk about, like my favorite, who just keeps getting, you know, shafted and like undersold every movie. They don't know what to do with Mia. Nope. And like I know that like every movie they have this thing, but this time around I was like, oh, I like it, like it's so explicit where she's like worrying with Dom. She's like, I'm worried about Brian, whatever. Oh, also, by the way, I'm pregnant again. It's just like, oh, so you're like a worry and a baby factory, like in the same sentence. It just, there's nothing else you have to do. And just like, it just makes me sad.
She's a sexy lamp in the movie. And that's, I mean, it's annoying, but like that is, it's a trope for a reason, because that is 100% what they've done. And like part of it is like, she very much started in the film series because Michelle Rodriguez was out of it, and they needed someone who was potentially closer to the original design of what Letty was meant to be on paper, right? Is that not the case that you guys had kind of described?
Makes sense to me.
It would make sense.
Yeah.
Like you lose Letty, so you like kind of let Mia do things, anything.
Yeah. I don't know. Again, like a part of it's just like, it's hard to... A team of more than 7 is very hard to keep track of.
Right.
And so like, and they did kind of hit a point where like, if they do want to add people to the crew, like you do kind of have to give people a retirement card and a gold watch and send them on their way to the grave in Tokyo. Like,
well, this is also the pivot point where like when Paul dies and Brian is no longer in the movies, they're like, oh, well, Brian's not here, so we can't do anything with Mia. Like there's no way. And so like, I don't know if that's by design or laziness, or it's just like what you're saying, an opportunity to be like, well, we can get rid of 2 characters and sort of focus on, you know, as opposed to just like no longer having Brian, it's no longer having Brian or Mia.
yeah.
Well, it's laziness because she's still Dom's sister. Like you don't. She doesn't need the Brian marriage tie-in to be a part of the. She's literally the one who's in his family. Right.
Yeah.
I think that was a gracious way to put it, though. You were like, if we could get rid of 2 characters at once when Paul Walker dies, as opposed to just like we've shelved Mia the whole fucking time.
Yeah.
But then again, they also have a brother that we don't know about until F9. You know what I mean? So like they're not really the Dom, the Toretto siblinghood is not necessarily held very high regard.
For a movie that makes up so much about family, they really don't actually care about family.
No.
Like it's amazing how little we always talk about. Like we don't know anything about like their parents. Like we know now Abuelita, you know, Rita Moreno in Fast 10, but like we don't know anything about like we hear the one story that he tells about his fada, but like we don't really know much about like the Torettos or the O'Connors at all. It's just like it's like found family. So
yeah. I mean, like the line of like, I don't have friends, I have family is also exactly how the most toxic workplace in the world would describe what they're building. Like, it's a very, like, I don't know. I feel bad for how they handle some characters, and also, like, there's clearly people who want to be here and don't want to be here, and it just seems like at times they just kind of mismanage where some of this goes. And also they just start adding action figures where they might not need to, you know?
Yeah. Joe, what'd you notice this time?
Oh, I had a question. Dom's sitting there. We're near the end. He like played chicken on the roof with Shaw. Okay. And they're talking about like street fights. He's like, we're in a street fight. And he's like, the thing about the streets is that the street always wins. What does that mean?
What do you want it to
Well, if you, I mean, the street collapsed.
Yeah, no, because that's the other
argue.
point of this, Kim. Exactly. The street literally falls out from... He's literally
Perhaps
talking...
every other time Don has fought in the streets, the ground has given out.
Underneath him, like Moses. He just parts the
and
street.
then eliminated his enemy. Yeah,
But to me, that doesn't...
That's what he's saying.
So you think the street wins by nature of his opponent losing? Because it feels like if a street collapses, I would not say the street wins. I would say the street loses in that one.
The street is extremely lost. I mean, at least it took someone with it, I suppose. Perhaps in the longest term, the street ends up winning because everyone dies and then the street survives.
I don't know, man. As a guy who's really followed the congestion pricing clusterfuck in New York City, the street's not winning this one. It's not going good.
What is congestion pricing? They charge you more now?
No,
now
like,
that they're hoping
driving downtown. And there was like a whole thing that was going to like generate from Numlock News, numlock.com. Shout out to the daily newsletter. They were going to make like $1 billion, and then just like we're not going to do it.
They were going to make $15 billion, and it would basically fund the entire capital program for the subway for the next decade. And
it's basically if you drive a car in Lower Manhattan, you would pay like
toll.
up to $20. Like it was like peak hours. Like any time you drove there'd be like a toll, but like during peak hours, it'd be like a hefty toll.
Yeah, like London did it, Amsterdam did it, like a lot of cities
do it. Did it work there, or do they back them up?
It works amazing there. It makes it like they basically put a tax on congestion so that like there's less of it, so there's fewer cars on the street, and the cars that are there are funding, public transit growth. It's a very, very good tried and tested system that they basically ripped out the cord 3 weeks before it was actually set to launch. So it is very depressing, but the streets don't always win, baby. That's what I'm saying.
When I went to Amsterdam for the first time, I've only been there once, but when I went there, I was like, oh, infrastructure can be modern. Like I'm so used to like our broken ass roads here that I'm like, oh,
the
like
streets in the Netherlands won. That's crazy.
Yeah.
The streets in the Netherlands. Yeah, so what the fuck does the streets win? Because like the streets don't always win.
A key theme of the Fast and Furious franchise is that often the streets lose.
That's what I mean.
The wear and tear
alone. Considering himself the streets? Because he's like an international spy now. Are you still the streets when you're like working with government agencies? Are you still the streets?
He likes to style himself as this. Like, so like when I go to Brazil in like the later movies, he's like everyone knows him and he's Dom. And even in Havana, he's Dom. He's always he's always that in the whatever the local culture is. He does represent. He counts himself as a representative of the streets, regardless of whether he really is.
I mean, he did invent race wars, so that's got to count for something.
I have another question for you that it's I think easier, but I also want to get your honest opinion about it. So there's the scene where Deckard is having dinner alone in a warehouse with a grenade, under his napkin.
Yep.
And he says, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and I've got a lot of friends. Meaning he's got a lot of enemies, but also people who hate his enemies. But I'm wondering, do you guys think Deckard has a lot of friends? Because like he's really good with babies, we know that. Like he's charming. But do you think Deckard also like he hits in Hobbs and Shaw he's a brand new character, but like you think Deckard Shaw has a lot of friends, like genuine friends?
I think that it's one of those situations where like he's in a bowling league and no one knows what his day job is, and he doesn't tell anyone what it is. They just know him as like Mr. 290, like he never gets all the way, but he always throws a pretty good, or like he's in a darts league and everybody thinks that he's actually really dope because he's got amazing aim. Never talks about the office, doesn't want to talk about work, just wants to hang down with the boys at the pub. They have a different drinking culture than we do in the UK.
I like it. That makes a lot of sense. I think he has the capacity to have friends, but he doesn't. And I like Walt's take on it that like he still socializes, but those friends have zero clue what he's actually doing. And like sometimes he's just like, yep, was away for work for a couple weeks. Sorry guys, missed the last round. How'd everybody do? And they're like, oh, it's pretty good.
What have you been up to? Oh, just this and that. A little
It's
bit
like
of that.
London Steve, you know?
And like, how's the mum? And it's like Ellen Mirren's doing great. Like,
Yep. It's also weird. Like, there's a point where somebody says something about Deckard's mom, like something like rude. I'm just like, you can't talk about Helen Mirren like that. But like, we don't know it's Helen Mirren yet until the next movie. But I'm just like, you can't just like put these bad vibes out in the world and cast someone that we adore.
yeah,
Feels rude.
it's incredibly rude. I don't know. I do think that my favorite thing that Vin Diesel does is like just roll like best actress winners into this franchise like the Pokemon, and like it's amazing. Like,
Well, Joe has a theory that he just loves older women.
I mean, I buy it.
I think older women also love Vin Diesel. I think he has like a nice like younger guy charm to like that age demographic.
Is there anyone else you would like to see cast in feature films here?
So
He's
like
pretty
Fast
much added
X had
fucking everyone.
what, 4 best actress winners in it, right? Because it had Brie
Yeah.
Larson, it had Helen Mirren, it had Rita Moreno, and
Well, Gal Gadot won for Wonder Woman 84, right?
oh god.
I mean, if you like Walter, the
Charlize
extremely,
Theron. I'm sorry, Charlize Theron.
Of course.
Charlize, yeah. Well, the extremely important movie 80 for Brady has some prime candidates, I think, to join the Fast and Furious universe. Now, like, Rita's already here, right?
Yeah.
She's on board.
Who's the rest
what's
of the
Jane
cast?
Fonda up to?
Jane Fonda, yeah, that's right.
Like
I
Mary
think
Steenburgen.
Michelle Yeoh.
Ooh.
It works. It works. You know it. I feel like Olivia Colman would succeed in these films. You know?
I want Julia Roberts now that we're talking about it. She's a little younger, but I think that I think she could fit.
She is fun. She is fun in like franchise pictures. She was great in like the Ocean's movies. Like
That's
you know,
what I mean.
like,
And I want them to do the Italian Job Oceans crossover where it's like, is this Julia Roberts? And like, no, she just looks like her. And then like you just run that same bit into the Fast and the Furious.
Walter, who is Michael covered for his podcast? It was Meryl. Meryl's not been in these movies yet.
Oh, it was Meryl, it was Julia Roberts, and then it was Katharine Hepburn, who, by the way, would be amazing in the Fast and Furious franchise.
Yeah. You know who I want?
Who?
Who?
Again, too young for the conversation we're having, but also great leader of a heist team. Get Kate Blanchett in here.
Oh, hey, yeah, absolutely. Kate Blanchett, amazing in this.
Just like incorporate all of Ocean's 8 into this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah,
You know?
I mean, she would be
Rihanna's
great.
in that movie. Good.
I was just thinking that too. And we always have Rita Ora, Iggy Azalea. But I think if you bring Rihanna in, she has to be like the like start the race girl, right?
Seeing Iggy Azalea, by the way, really transported me in time.
Did it?
That was a
She
pop
had a
culture
moment. Now A$AP Rocky's married to Rihanna, right?
Right.
That was like the whole thing.
The fun little note that I like little detail that I noticed this time is when Hobbs is in the hospital and he's watching the football game. It's the University of Miami where he went, but he did not play for it because he got injured. But they said number 94 sacks him, and he wore number 94 in college. So like whatever.
Really?
Yeah, he did stroke his own ego in that
So
one.
a
I
little
knew
bit.
that. Yeah.
You know.
Shocking. That's fun.
And then
That's
there's
a good
one
touch.
other note that I had that was, I still think it's so funny that when Dom goes to Tokyo, which is how Tokyo Drift ends, says he knew Han, said Han's family, we cut to the next scene and Sean goes, I had no idea American muscle could drift that fast. Like, it's so funny to me that like Dom has probably never drifted before and then just dethrones this guy who has spent months learning how to drift in his first race.
Didn't he drift American Muscle down the mountain
Yeah.
with a Nissan engine? I believe.
His dad's
Yeah.
car, yeah. But no, Dom's like, no, I cannot lose a race, even a race we don't see.
That takes 10 years to do.
Like, you could write that dialogue like, oh, I didn't think the race was going to be like that close or whatever, like where it's ambiguous as to who won, but just like, no, like Dom not only won, but like won big. It's just like, come on, guy.
It is funny because, like, you know, it's very clear, like, in the time since the franchise last saw his appearance, like, clearly he's not the protagonist of this film franchise, and so he like, you know, in a wrestling move, that is where you can beat up on the old guy. 'Cause that's
Should you other notes, other thoughts about Furious 7?
Yes, it's well documented in this franchise that I know everything about my father is one of my favorite parts.
Yep. Oh, yeah, I know where you're going with this.
This movie has my second favorite one, and I've definitely talked about it before, but I'm going to have to talk about it again. The end of this, where Brian's just yelling, "Come on, Dom, just breathe, Dom, breathe." We say that in our house so fucking often for no reason. Because I think it's like one of the worst moments of Paul Walker's acting career on film.
It's not great. It's also like it was like briefly one of my notes for D&D thing, because I was like, it's very like, when you really are just sucking at throwing death saves and you're just like, nobody in the party is actually a healer, so you're like, what's a medicine check? Oh god damn it, we should have had the cleric all this time. And it's just like, and then they basically talk him into waking up again. I don't know. I think that the ending is very good in general.
It is good.
I don't think that is a good part of the ending. I think that if there was a reshoot, I would have shot that, reshot that.
Well, there is also now the secret wedding that we get revealed, where now you guys have seen Los Bandoleros, which is when they get married.
Yeah.
So
where she gets that scar.
So actually, a question that you guys absolutely know. I have seen, obviously, up to the most recent film. And at that point, in that film, he has a child. And this child is a secret for a while. Does the child exist at this point, do you think?
No. Okay, so here I was going to say this for the next movie, because there has been a theory that when a guest years ago posited this theory, kind of broke our brain. But when you watch Fate of the Furious, there is the plot line where Charlize as Cypher abducts Elena and their baby, who Elena has not named, because that's the father's responsibility. So she's been carrying around this baby for weeks or months or whatever without a name.
Sure.
The whole thing is Dom turns against the family to get his family back, whatever. We had a guest who said, I think that was meant for Mia, that if Paul had not died, they would have abducted Mia, and Mia's in this movie, I'm pregnant. They're like setting it up. And so then you have Dom and Brian, who could maybe together turn against the rest of the family to get their, shared son/nephew back.
And they were like, we like that idea. We'll just make it that chick that we forgot about.
Right. So watch Fate of the Furious with that in mind, that like this could have been Mia had tragedy not befallen the franchise. But your question, does this son exist? The question is, if you use fast math, it does. Where they don't care about years or timelines.
Because there's a scene like when Dom goes in to meet Hobbs in the hospital, like they interact briefly and they don't really talk.
And she's clearly not pregnant, at least visibly in this.
Because there's also the scene where pregnant. She falls out the window in the opening action montage.
Also true, yeah.
That Hobbs goes to the hospital because he like catches her body. So like that is probably not good for a fetus in your uterus. But there's been
then
a lot
that also brings you to the other logic that like Letty exists, is back, and then he gets Elena pregnant.
Yeah, it's like how long was this pregnancy? When did they conceivably last sleep together?
It's like the question, like when do Han and Leia start fucking? Like, is it before, during, or after?
I think that Han. I was like,
Empire?
Hold on, who's Leia?
No. Oh God, no.
Same reaction. I had the exact
the
same
other
reaction.
perfect franchise. But the question is like, when are they actually hooking up? And like the question is like, I don't know. It's it just like the means, motive, and opportunity are a bit enigmatic when it comes to that, because that is just kind of dropped on our laps, and I would imagine that they were going to indicate something about this. But anyway.
Because if like Elena had like a 3-year-old, but it's like a baby, you know what I mean? Like there's ways that they could have done, and then you cut to 9, and all of a sudden this kid's like 5 years old. It's just like, was there time? Like it just, none of it really adds up. But your question is a good one. There's just no real good answer.
Yes,
but it's a good way to watch the next movie. I agree with Joey. Like, now watch it and be like, what if this was Mia instead of Elena?
Okay. I like that. I will do that, because it was actually just a question that just like, because that is coming up, and like, these movies do like, there's no like huge time jumps in this, right? Like there's a couple like little tiny ones, but like it almost does seem like they largely take place not in real time, but like if it's been 3 years since the previous movie, a lot of times it seems like it does, like, from here moving forward, at least the time does kind of move ordinarily.
Yeah, there's two things about time that, like, there's the Tokyo Drift gets time shifted, and then to make things accurate, I think the first couple of movies both move up 3 years. So, like, instead of 2001, it's like 2004, instead of 2004 or 2003 or whatever, 2006. Like, there's like a little bit there, but yes, by this point, if there's been 2 or 3 years since the last movie,
it's 2 or 3 years.
It's about 2 or 3 years in the franchise.
Got it.
but Dom is still 40.
So, like, what year does this film take place?
2015-ish?
Okay. That makes sense.
But then in 2017, when Fate of the Furious comes out, Elena has like a 3-week-old or something.
Right. The Ish is doing a lot of work there. Yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing that time actually is like very funny to think about is like, can you imagine what it's like to live at 1325 and 1329?
Oh, we have, Walt.
You
because
have?
my dream is to not live in 1327, but to live in the house across the street so I can look at 1327 every
1326.
morning when I wake up. My bedroom will be the front-facing room, so I wake up and I see 1327. I open my blinds. I'm like, oh, what a beautiful day. And then I walk outside.
I don't know, because so like, first of all, it's just like, oh yeah, the neighbors. Well, yeah, so that place got shot up a lot like 10 years ago.
None of them are ever
Bombs.
invited to,
And
like,
then
the
I
cookout?
swear to God, there was a bunch of parties, and then they just fucking abandoned it. Like, I don't, and like, there's no back taxes apparently, because like, it's just like, and then when they finally moved back in, then it exploded. And then it was exploded for like 5 years, and they didn't, like, I don't know if it was like
They
a whole
weren't
like,
around
And there were a lot
either.
of government agents there who maybe ran the joint. I don't know.
it's also like, I don't know if it's a contractor dispute or something, but like that thing was under construction for no shit like 5 years before they even put another. It must have been like a Great Recession thing. I don't know. And it just seems like if you lived in the neighborhood around them, they'd be annoying for a couple of reasons, but it's mostly just like the house being in various states of shot to shit exploded.
Yeah, I think the backyard barbecue is the least of the
No,
worries
it would be the
there.
tuner engines revving at all hours of the night every single night. Like,
that.
oh, he's home now. Okay.
Well, okay, I live in Queens, so that's actually fairly normal for me right
I
now.
guess so.
I have a question for the three of you. How do you grip a bottle of beer?
Oh, you mean like, do I do it like this? Like the whole
Yes.
like...
No,
What's
it's
this?
the you put your thumb on one side of the.
This is amazing
and
audio,
you
by the
wrap
way.
all 4 fingers around it's the top part of the bottle. There you go. There you go.
I do
Yeah.
this. Yeah, I hold the top. Yeah, you hold the
Yeah,
top.
you gotta hold the top.
So you
this
don't
film,
heat the
I think,
beer with
really
your hand.
solidified it for me. There's a scene where he does it perfectly. Like he's been doing this the whole series.
Who
right?
does?
But Vin grabs the beer, the Corona from Kurt Russell, and just places his hand on it so slowly and curves around. He's like, "This is how I hold a beer," and now it's how I hold a beer as well.
Do you not hold the neck? You normally hold the whole bottle?
No, neck. Of course,
Always neck, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
always neck.
You don't want to heat the beer. Like, you're just making your hand cold and the beer warm. This is
I thought you were asking it because somebody
What's
did it
going to happen?
weird.
Is Corona going to taste bad if it's more like?
My friend has a theory that all Corona is skunked because it comes in clear bottles. Every
think your
Corona
friend's
that
right.
you ever drank is skunked.
There is one thing that this movie is, because again, like, knowing the backstory of what happened and like how it was made, it does make it like interesting of like how did they pull some of this stuff off, and like some of it is. Are you guys familiar with the Kuleshov effect?
No.
It sounds familiar, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I would recommend, like, if folks find this interesting, like, look it up, because it's a visual effect, and it's basically the idea that like you can have a shot of a person making a face, and then a cut to something, and then them making an emotive face as a result, and depending on what you put in that interstitial,
Oh, yeah. Yes.
adjusts what your monkey brain sees their emotion register as. So even if though it's the same exact shot of the person making a face, it is nevertheless because the previous shot was an explosion, or because the previous shot was a person weeping, or because the previous shot was, I don't know, Dominic Toretto driving a car through 2 buildings. The neutral expression of the reaction shot is the viewer wants to make it think that it makes sense within it. And like when it comes to this movie, where they, by admission, reused a lot of footage, involved his siblings and doing body double shots and that kind of stuff, reusing footage from earlier films and that kind of stuff. Like, it's really, the Kuleshov effect is really on display in it, especially when you kind of compare it to, like, potentially what, like, because the final shot of him is from an earlier film, if I recall correctly. It's a shot from Fast 5.
Yes.
And like, it's just like, obviously, like, you do have these kind of like emotions in this shot, but like, it is really interesting how like it's a kind of a testament to what editing can accomplish.
Yeah.
Of how they're able to reuse these shots and kind of work with what they had to imbue new meaning. Like, there's even like the phone conversation between him and Mia, that I was wondering how much of that was scripted, how much of that was kind of cobbled together, how much of that was like...
That feels really bad, though. That one, sometimes it makes sense, and then sometimes it feels very disjointed, like they're having two completely different conversations.
It's almost like the original conversation was scripted, like, you need to get out of this because or something like that. But, like, I don't, like, it would not shock me if they added the pregnancy spot after the fact to basically, and then add in, like, it just felt very interesting of, like, what you can kind of accomplish with editing, what the boundaries of that are, and even in like something as like pop cinema as this, which is like a lot of times like these are like film school style like ideas of like this effect and that, but like it is kind of just a really compelling way to kind of understand what this medium can and can't do. I don't know. I think it's very fascinating in that regard.
So with that in mind, we still have several more movies to go in this lap before we catch up with this. But do you want Brian the character to come back?
I don't think I don't think that would make sense. I think that would not. I don't think that could make sense.
They hint at it at 9. At the end of 9, his car pulls up. 10, they say he's there, but he's babysitting.
Yeah, I think that's the best that we're gonna get, and I don't hate that. I think unless there's something real good on the cutting room floor from an earlier film, I don't know how they do that. I mean, like even
they wanted, the family has already come out and said they wanted his brother to stand it. Like the family is aggressively pushing that they want Paul Walker back in the franchise. Disregard that there was a documentary that came out that said Paul Walker was supporting his entire family.
Yeah.
Maybe he was babysitting Idris Elba,
Like part of it's like, not to keep comparing this to Star Wars. I think that they're just actually interesting, like counterfactual sometimes of like, one is very, very Joseph Campbell. One is very, very Gary Gygax. That's my fundamental belief about this franchise. But like, Star Wars had two situations like this kind of, one of which was obviously the premature death of Carrie Fisher and how they handle that. And like, I think the big thing that surprised me with those films was how little they had left in the can in terms of how to sculpt a plot for her in the third film. I had kind of expected that they would have more just in extra footage, but I think the way that movies are made right now, you don't have all those extra takes like you used to have back in the day. There's not a bevy of cut scenes, in part because audiences are accustomed to 2 hour, 37-minute films, in part because streamers don't give a shit about how long these things are, in part because so much of them are previs that you actually kind of know what you have in the can before you actually shoot it. But like, that's an element of that where I was like very surprised and somewhat distressed at how little they actually had for Fisher when it came to kind of finishing out that arc. On the other hand, like, they were able to make a modestly accomplished fake Tarkin. It wasn't for Rogue One.
Rogue One, right? Was that Rogue One? Yeah.
Did they pull it off perfectly? I don't really know. I think some people thought it was more rubbery than I did. I bought it, and part of that is just because I tend to be, I'm down to kind of go for the ride that they want to take me on. And like, I think, one thing that they were saying is like, listen, like, for better or for worse, like this guy, Peter Cushing, was an actor for decades. We have had so much film of him because he was in television, he was in film, he was on the stage. We just have a lot of what this man's face looked like. So we're able to get a little bit better out of it. I don't know, like, and obviously Fisher didn't have that because, there was a fairly substantial break in her acting, and you can't just use the 70s footage of Leia to simulate, the 60-year-old Carrie Fisher.
Yeah.
And so, there's back and forth on that, but like, I do wonder if they have enough for it to be good, because it's very cusp right now. I know they worked with Weta very closely, and I do know that they have obviously had a lot of advances in the digital realm on this kind of stuff. But like, I genuinely don't think that they can pull it off enough for him to genuinely be a character.
Are they waiting for a point where they can like deep fake it?
I mean, they already can. It's just a matter of whether people are going to buy into it.
Yeah. It's also going to be so scrutinized.
Where I think we've landed is that like, it has to make sense story-wise. It has to make sense emotionally, but don't have him be like the star of the movie. Like if he shows up in a car to save the day and like he's like, kind of like at the end here where like you can do a face over or whatever with his brother as the base or whatever, like yes, but don't have him be like the star of the movie.
Yeah, I think there's a couple ways that I could see it working. Like for instance, let's say that the franchise ends with Dom doing some sort of sacrifice play or something. Like you can do a voice thing, right? Fairly convincingly right now. You absolutely have enough data with all the recording and all the time that that we have of Brian, that you could do a fairly convincing voice facsimile of him through existing tech. And if there was like some way to kind of radio or call in, that could be somewhat convincing. But I don't think that like there's any kind of way to justify a physical presence of him, just because I think that they really pushed the boundaries of what they could accomplish in this film. And even there, you can kind of start seeing the side, like the scuff marks.
Yeah.
Kim, do you want Paul back? Not Paul back, Brian back. We all want Paul back, but do you want Brian back?
They've developed so many characters. I don't think it's needed. Again, it'd be cool if they do it right and in a very short way and a very triumphant kind of happy thing. But that's about it.
I think that's all we're leading to right here, right? He's just going to be the ultimate hero, right? He needs to come in at the end and be like, oh shit, Brian's here. You got the piece that we were missing. Shit. And then it's like, they win. Hey. And everybody's happy. Barbecue. The movie ends.
Yeah.
That's what we want. And that's the end of like the whole series.
That's what I mean. Like the end of the end, like, yes, that's what we get is like they're waiting, their backs against the wall, and then he has the last push.
If they did his, like, you know, his car pulls up, one of his brothers gets out of it and walks forward with the, you know, the shaved cop haircut and moves forward, and it's like clearly not Paul, but it is Brian walking. Like, that's fine. I think that that's more than fine to do, because I think that does acknowledge the character's existence. But I also just think that at a certain point, like, it's tough to. I almost think that, you know, the man was an actor in life. I don't think necessarily the idea that a computer can replicate what he did in death is dignifying in the work that he did, you know?
Agreed.
So either way. Yeah. Obviously all this stuff has complications and you know, particularly with franchise level filmmaking and even just like, you know, corporate filmmaking in which you do sign your image away to these folks to kind of do with what they will. You know, I think he knew what he was getting into on that front, but nevertheless it is, I don't know, it's kind of dicey. And I don't think that unless they have a really coherent way to do it and a really, really like, reined in way to do it, I think that could be an issue.
This is really funny because now you're bringing up the other side of this, is that I think that we hear just us talking that you can sour the fandom on this really quick. Like there's a razor thin line of like what we want, and then like if they went too far, you'd be like, nope, they ruined it. This was terrible. And like everybody talks about like, can you believe what they tried to do to Paul Walker?
Yeah, and again, like just so much of it comes back to like the Fisher and the Peter Cushing of it all. Whereas like Peter Cushing, I do think that they had a plan just because they wanted the effect of him. And I think that that honestly succeeded for a bit. I think that Carrie Fisher at the end of Rogue One in the young Princess Leia role, I think that actually worked. But I just think that like, you know, seeing how this goes wrong, just kind of cobbling together basic dialogue lines from B-roll, it's not always great. And I don't think that it'd be, you know, I think that they really kind of got enough juice from the squeeze for this one that if they don't have to touch it again, I think I'm fine with that.
I am curious to see if they do it, because I feel like Vin at the creative helm is so strong, like feels so strongly about so many different things in so many different ways on this. Like I would be curious like where he would personally end up if he wants who he calls Pablo back. You know what I mean? If he does this, or if he's just like, I want to respect the memory. I want to like, I think he cares enough about the franchise and the relationships to like make sure they do it right. But also he might just want to cater to fans' wins. And like, I think they widely want him back. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, you can also look at like the Chadwick Boseman situation in the MCU, where like the general understanding is that like whether or not they directly do a recast, they are kind of prime. Like, you know, they introduced a son, they introduced all this kind of stuff. They're going to do some Marvel fuckery that eventually, like Black Panther will remain within the Marvel universe. I like don't know if it was the right way to do Black Panther 2. Like, I think that might not have been the way to kind of handle that. You know, right. I think that they like that might not have worked as they kind of hoped, and I don't know if it was necessarily what they were looking for with that. So I don't know. It's always a complicated situation. But you know, I do kind of have faith in Vin's kind of stewardship of the franchise long term and his ability to do right by this, you know, longtime creative collaborator.
I would, purely from the creative like character standpoint. I am curious about how Brian's doing in his life at home. Same. Because they set it up in the minivan. The third time we brought up the minivan, but there's that line the teacher gives him, which is, "Don't worry, you'll get used to this in no time." And that scene is it's like from a war. Have you seen the Hurt Locker with like Jeremy Renner in it? He goes home to the grocery store and it's like, I can't live this life. Well, I have PTSD. Like this is a problem. And then he goes back to war. And it's like, okay, Brian, you're being dramatic. I think you're gonna be okay.
Yeah.
With your white picket fence.
I mean, I think in retrospect, Jeremy Renner was just like, I can't live at home with this anti-vaxxer in my house. I got to go back to war.
I gotta go.
She retired from acting. It's fine. Even though Lost is still one of my favorite shows of all time, and I will always still kind of sort of love Kate, even though she's kind of the worst.
It's kind of complicated, man. I don't know. I feel like celebrities are a mistake. Actors are fine. Like genuinely, like the less I know about what Woody Harrelson thinks about politics, the happier I tend to be.
Yes,
like,
just actually every actor. You're right. Like the less I know about what they actually think.
I like that a dude can have that career with that face and like just genuinely kind of get by on acting chops. So like the less I know about how he feels about an election is the better.
I think it's amazing that like we're like 15 or 20 years from like the Dixie Chicks like shut up and sing and just shut up and like in a certain way just like everyone's just like just shut up and act, like just please both sides of things, like stop ruining movies for me, just like do your thing. I don't know. Walt, do you have any other notes, any other thoughts about Fury 7?
I thought it was really good. I think I think it's got I kind of think that they were forced to really assess what they were trying to accomplish with this film, and given the necessary gravity of the situation off camera, I think that they kind of really pushed themselves to a level that they hadn't in previous films when it comes to the conclusion. And I think that like genuinely the See You Again of it all is, I think, phenomenal. I think that's a great song. I think it's a standard at this point, just to be blunt. Like, I think it's like not going anywhere. I think that we're going to be hearing that one at weddings and things for indefinitely. It really does stick the landing in the way that I think a lot of other ones are somewhat color by numbers. Even like, 5, which I think has one of my favorite endings of the whole thing. Like, there isn't that kind of emotional pop as much with this one, where like, this genuinely kind of felt like that they could, with a straight face, call this a saga after this movie came out, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Kim, final thoughts?
To bring it forward a bit, I think this is the movie where you really get this there's something about the hue and saturation of like Hobbs's office that reminds me of all the more recent films. Like it's everything's like stainless steel and bluish. It's like corporate dystopian cyberpunk, right? And like in all the in the following movies, all the Cypher stuff, it has that and the Mr. Nobody hideouts and everything. It's all this sleek kind of dystopian evil thing, whether it's the good guy or the bad guy in that space.
Yeah,
I like that.
My only notion as we as we're wrapping up with how do you get Brian O'Connor back in this, got 3 words for you: Brian O'Connor anime.
Yeah,
they have like a Family Man anime version,
exactly.
Spin-off.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I like that. That would be a lot
in his minivan. Yeah,
in his minivan. Imagine the hijinks. Imagine the capers.
Someone beats up his kid at school. He's got to go do something about it.
Yeah, you get a lesson of the week, all that kind of stuff.
I would really love that. Imagine like kids would have no idea that it's related to the Fast and the Furious. You
And
just picture it as like Family Dad.
And we've got an animation studio who can pump out 5 seasons of a show in about 18 months.
Oh my God, yeah. They didn't even watch Spy Racers.
Spy Racers.
This show, we'd close our eyes and they'd be like, new season out tomorrow. We'd be like, wow.
There was a stretch where they put out a season in October and then December and then I think like April. Like they did 3 full seasons of a show in about 6 months. Wow.
That's incredible.
I don't know. Do you have any other thoughts?
No, I got all mine in. We're good.
All right, we're going to go to This Ain't No 10-Second Race, a.k.a. Boy Do We Have a Podcast
be hard live,
for you.
Because I usually have a computer.
Boy, do we have a podcast for you. Come and check out our show. Yeah, yeah.
So as we go on x.com, the everything app, and we find posts by people about the franchise, about the actors, about whatever, and we respond to them as Too Fast, Too Forever. I found Austin at Fucktin. Still a name that we love. Does Sean Boswell ever get to see the blonde from the beginning of the movie? If bro did all that, got sent to Tokyo, and never got to hit, I feel bad for Big Dog, but also Neil is a huge upgrade. Baby girl right there for real. And we said, for real, boy, we have a podcast for you. And Fucktin liked the post.
Bing, point.
1
Point on
point.
the board.
Congratulations, Joey.
Very exciting. Joe very excitedly sent a screenshot that I think, if I remember right, this next one, Joe's also gets a point. You found, gee, that's sus at KS Matrix Slides. I
What the
like the
fuck is
Fast
that?
and Furious Tokyo Drift, and it's just a picture of this wizard guy. Sure, why not?
Oh, yeah.
And we just said same. And I got one like from Gee, That's Sus Joe. You also get a point.
Thank you.
Walt, you found, let's see what this one was. Marcus Rothenberg. Oh, right. This is you
Yeah.
were trying something new.
I tried
Marcus
something new.
Rothenberg said, just watched a guy Tokyo drift around the corner, demolish a light pole, say he was fine, and drive off. He didn't get far because his car was leaking a ton of fluid. We said, hey, man,
Did it
hope
work?
everything's cool. Also, we like that movie as well. We'll do a podcast for you. Not even our listeners like that one. Sorry,
God
Walt,
damn it.
swing and a miss there.
All right, I'll never try a new thing again.
You got dog.
And then, Kim, you found BL Star that just said Tokyo Drift was just peak, and it was a video supercut of things of cars drifting, and we said it is. So are you. Boy, to a podcast for you. No likes, unfortunately. Even the compliment could not do it. Now, Walt, I know you sent me one, Kim, you sent me one. Walt, please hit us with your tweet, please, and thank you.
Yes, it is from @Rebrickable, which is a custom Lego set service, and it's Dom's Dodge Charger from Furious 7 by I Bricked It Up #Lego, and then a link to them, and I was gonna say, like, this build is sick. Have we got a podcast for you?
Okay.
The only reason why there was quiet. You want to tell him?
Oh no.
Oh, I thought Walt stole your tweet. I thought that's what
Oh,
you were
no,
showing
no,
me.
no, no, no,
I was
no,
like,
no,
did
no,
we
no,
do
no,
it
no,
again?
No, I have a
Again?
different one.
That's why I was excited.
Oh no, I can't do it again. I would feel
I'm also
so bad.
thinking, ever since I saw the Chromatica Bowl on HBO, on Max, sorry, not HBO, on Max, I've had Gaga stuck in my head. So I'm just thinking, let's have some fun. This build is sick. I want to take a ride on your Dom's Dodge Charger from Fury 7 by I Bricked It Up.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the only other angle that I had with that was that technically any Lego can be a Dom Toretto Lego.
If you try
Kinda
hard
wish-
enough and believe in yourself.
You don't even have to try that hard.
Kim, oh, this is a good one. Please read your one from BW Carlin @Bailey Carlin.
Bailey Carlin says, my fiance just called the scene in Fast and Furious 7 when they're jumping a supercar through multiple buildings in Abu Dhabi silly. Wedding is off.
Perfect.
So I would like to respond to that with, let's go with, sorry you had to cancel your wedding, but it was the right thing to do.
But it was the right thing to do.
God.
I like the encouragement.
I was just thinking about, that's how I responded, but I was thinking about, like, you don't have friends. You also don't have family. Like, just,
Oh no!
I was going to say, clearly we're not sitting on the bride's side of the wedding. But yes, all in the same vein.
All right, Joe, I saw this tweet. This is not the one that I found, but I saw this tweet when I was looking for mine, so please hit us with yours.
Mine is from SES Narcolepsy @It's Narcolepsy. The ending of Furious 7 will never not get me. That shit still hurts watching.
Mm-hmm.
Every single time it hits for us too. Mm-hmm. Boy, do we have a podcast for you.
Yeah.
Okay. This is almost easier to respond to these from phone as opposed to
Really?
computer. It's weird. I don't know
Okay.
why. All right. I found Fred Smith @FredSmith914. Got to the end of Furious 7. My dog couldn't watch the Paul Walker tribute because it was too sad. And it's a picture of this guy holding his dog's paw.
It's amazing.
Oh,
It's amazing.
puppy.
I want a pun here. I think I had something before, like something about like you don't have friends, you have family, and
Or
dogs
that's
or
so
something.
rough.
God damn it.
Come on, low hanging fruit
Okay,
here,
the
bud.
ending is truly so rough.
Delicious
R-U-F-F?
low hanging fruit.
RUFF. Gotta be RUFF.
Of course. Boy, do a podcast for you and your dog. Okay. Sweet. Solid.
Okay,
I mean,
that's
come
good.
on, it should elicit a response. The whole point is for him to be like, that was the corniest joke ever. But like, he made a corny dog joke about Furious 7. Come on, this is
Yep.
our people's.
Yep. Thank you both once again for joining us to talk about Furious 7.
Thank
Kim,
you.
Thank
Kim,
you.
what you got going on? What do you want to plug? What can people find out about you on the internet?
I have a story out about the Jordan brand, Nike's Jordan brand in China, and all the things that they're doing out there to grow in that market.
How
Jordan
do they feel about
was
the
first.
fakes? Like, 'cause that's where all the fakes come from. So like, they're trying to grow the brand in the land of the fakes.
There is a brand that Michael Jordan sued in China called Qiaodan, Jiaodan.
Okay.
And
Sounds very much like Jordan. Mm-hmm.
It has a little dunking man on it.
Oh.
And I mean, he won the lawsuit, but they're still allowed to do business and everything there. Jordan has done quite well in China over the past few years, and it represents like an outsized part of of Nike's market share there. So it's a look at how they opened a store, a gigantic World of Flight store in
That's
Beijing, cool. And they're selling $1,000 Air Jordan premium Air Jordans there.
Very cool.
What's the secondary on those? Are they only available at that flight store, I'm assuming?
They're only available in the Chinese market, so that flight store and some other places in the region.
Need to go check eBay and see what the prices are just for curiosity.
They will
what
be
the
high.
flipper is, right? It's going to be nasty high, right?
Probably.
What you got going on? What do you want to plug?
It is summer. Everybody's going on vacation, and box office is looking good. If you were looking for a beach read, you should pick up "You Are What You Watch: How Movies and TV Affect Everything" by Walter Hickey. It is great for beach. It is a beach book.
Your job is beach, and your prop is book.
Absolutely. When I was thinking about it, was writing, I was like, man, this is gonna be the beach read. This is a big beach read, so everybody should buy it for the beach. Also, I think that this is coming out the day after Canada Day and 2 days before July 4th. There's got to be some sort of sale at a bookstore. Just check a local bookstore. They've got a sale. Buy the book there. It's great. I would just say that's that. Yeah, You Are What You Watch. It's a book. Check it out.
Very, very cool. Well, next time you'll be on here is in 3 weeks to talk about Fate of the Furious. I don't know what our next episode is because we are moving things around. So just come back next week
for an episode.
It's a pit stop. Actually, I can tell you, I'm going to decide right now what we're going to do next. Because we have to do things because our guest can't record. We are going to do next week Christmas in July. We are going to do Scrooged.
That's fun. I like that.
Wow.
Scrooged, 80s cult classic. Scrooge next week. Doing that.
Christmas in July. I like
Christmas in July.
Yeah. Delightful.
Mm-hmm.
And then you guys will be back in 3 weeks for Fate of the Furious. But for all things Too Fast, Too Forever, go to cageclub.me, facebook.com/Too Fast, Too Forever, or at Too Fast, Too Forever, and all the socials. Email us. We got some emails since last time, which is very exciting. Family@cageclub.me. Check out our Patreon page at toofast2forever.com. New episode out, Spaceballs.
Yeah.
Now. And next week is Sudden Death. If you want to hear us talk about Stanley Cup Finals, Game 7. Oh, what if there's a What if Jean-Claude Van Damme plays goalie for the Panthers tonight?
But nobody knows.
But nobody knows. Email us, family at cageclub.me, Patreon page, toofast2forever.com, store, cageclub.me/shop. Come back next week for Scrooged. I'm Joey Lewandowski.
I'm Joe, too.
And those are the owners and proprietors of A Dinner Party on a Train, Walt Hickey and Kim Bhasin, and we will tell you all about it
when we see you again.
Hello and welcome to Too Fast, Too Forever. There's all kinds of family. We chose this one. This is episode 366, The Fate of the Furious, lap 14. I'm Joey Lewandowski.
I'm Joe, too, and this episode is brought to you by Ice Cold. Ice Cold is an eye-catching brain teaser for up to 4 tacticians. 4 transparent cubes made of acrylic plastic with icons on them are the heart of the game. Shout out to Ice Cold.
Well, shout out to Ice Cold, and welcome to Too Fast, Too Forever. With us tonight, once again, for the 8th time of 11 for now, we have Kim Bhasin and Walt Hickey. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello. It feels like we are getting into it, boys.
I realize I feel like we should have come up with a nickname for the two of you, like some kind of like the dynamic duo, but like not that like something creative, but like I feel like I wanted to introduce you as like a unit, a duo, and then there's we haven't done that yet.
It's too late for it. It's too late. We've
nothing but time, Joe.
No,
nothing
hey,
but time.
actually, we are actually at the perfect point in the journey to unlock that, because next time we are discussing Hobbs and Shaw, if I'm not mistaken, which is the dynamic duo movie. So we'll have some ideas potentially for next time.
As you can watch in this movie, and they're like, as you see them on screen, like, would this work as its own movie? Maybe. Kim, how are you?
I am delightful today. Great stuff.
I am surprised how many notes I took for this movie. I was saying this to Joe yesterday, and I think it's mostly just because like the movie's long and there was a lot to take notes on. But I was, for the 14th time that we've talked about it here, and also considering we talked about it on the Charlize podcast and probably elsewhere too, who knows, maybe on Nate's podcast. I've seen this movie too many times to have this many new thoughts about it, but also maybe they're not new thoughts. Maybe I just forgot that I already had them, but
That's usually how it works. Yeah.
How many total thoughts have you had about this movie in your lifetime?
Well, I have
way too many, Kim.
18 pages single-spaced of notes for this movie alone. So before we get there, though, before that nonsense, we've been waiting now 4 weeks for a train.
It's been way
fact.
too fucking
We need
long.
a train. I mean, the upside is we get another one in 2 weeks, but we need a train fact.
That's a good one. Kim, you can take this one.
I don't even remember the last one. What do we say?
Murder dinner party or something?
Yeah.
There's a murder about the train, not a murder mystery dinner theater. That's what was my take, but.
All right. Well, why don't we go with sleeping? You can sleep in this train.
You can sleep in a lot of places, though.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good one. I think that, like...
We don't know to know if it's a good one or not.
Like, you augment that?
Kim could have said
I can
anything.
augment that. I'm sorry, Kim stopped in the middle of a sentence, and it's definitely not sleep no more, but it's on a train.
I do feel like the murder mystery dinner that we pitched now segues directly into Sleep No More. It feels like this is a very dramatic theatrical train, but maybe not.
What if it's absolutely not?
I mean, look who we're talking to.
I don't know.
Guys, what do you think of The Fate of the Furious? This is a movie that, like, I feel like was the first one where people are like, wait, are these not good? Like, there was a real sense of the reviews of this one were just like, Furious 7 people loved, and they're just like, ooh, Dom against the family doesn't work. Like, there seemed to be, like, a sentiment against this movie for the first time in a while. What do you two think of The Fate of the Furious?
There's just there's one very basic dynamic that's missing from it, and that's Dom barely interacts with the family, right? There's like very few lines of dialogue in between him and everyone else. It's all, there's action verbs for sure between them, but like that's about it.
Yeah, it feels like this, we've talked in some previous episodes about how sometimes it seems like these movies are scripted by tax credits, where essentially they will land like events within, set pieces in areas that just give them the most money for filming and tax credits. And like, I can't say in good conscience that that's why they went to Cuba, because I think that country has a different economic system. But it does kind of feel like this movie does suffer a little bit from that. This was also the movie, in my view, and the dominance of this was that this was when stuff started coming out. People don't enjoy making these as much as we might have thought. And more specifically, the two of the big gravitational centers of this universe actively detest each other. And so watching this film was also, you never want to make your movie into like a puzzle box for what's going on off screen of like, oh yeah, it's clear that these two are sleeping with each other, or oh, they clearly hate each other. But like it could not be more obvious if you know that Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and Vincent Robinette Diesel don't care for one another that much, that they have shot and blocked this entire movie to accommodate that off-screen genre. And I think that kind of took, at least when I first saw it, that absolutely was my focus, because part of it is I enjoyed the craft of movie making. But I think that like it does actually kind of take away some of the energy behind it, because if the whole, again, like Kim was kind of saying, like if the whole power of these films is this family and this crew, then the minute that you start kind of stripping elements of that away, and even kind of start throwing up new people who maybe they get better on off screen, but maybe don't have that on screen chemistry yet, this is the movie that kind of starts doing that, right? Like, we'll see more in future films, but like this movie, I forget his name, but like the bargain bin white guy who looks kind of a little bit Paul Walker-esque.
Oh, Scott Eastwood.
Yes, of course. Hey,
Nepo baby.
Little nobody or
Little nobody or
Little
rules.
nobody.
Rules.
Yeah.
There's always rules.
but like they're clearly trying him out to be the new Brian of the group, and I think that like you'll see that again later when John Cena's introduced because they need a new Dwayne Johnson of the group, and like I just think that they are kind of viewing it a little bit too much like a car where you can just kind of swap parts in and out, and I think that that is actually kind of losing some of the heart of what's going on here. But
Theseus?
that is kind of the crew, the family of Theseus. Like,
Kim, do you have more to? What do you think? First time watching it, this time watching it, thoughts on Fate of the Furious, other than Dom not spending a lot of time with the family?
Every time I looked up, there was an explosion. That was a little different. There's more explosions in this movie than all the others before it, and there are 2 total explosions in the first 3. This one has 34.
holy hell, that's an amazing stat.
Okay.
And
That's
that
an amazing
is
stat.
very, very Michael Bay. I also thought the opening scene in Havana to me felt like almost a flashback. Like it just transported me to an
Yes.
older time during these movies, and I loved it. Like I don't think I fully appreciated it when I watched it in theaters. I was just so hype or whatever several years ago. But like it's a really fun sequence, and it has all the stereotypical Fast and Furious stuff. And at the end, he doesn't give the like it is so good.
I'm sure I've mentioned it on here before, but I remember, like, I try not to read reviews, but I remember going into the movie having seen, like, general negative feelings toward this movie, like I was saying before, and watching that first scene and being like, wait, what are they talking about? Like, this is so good. Am I not supposed to like this? And then, like, when Dom turns heel, it's like, oh, this. But, like, the whole first, I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop, and I'm like, this is all, like, really good. And I still think it's really good.
I think the
I
set
think so,
pieces
too.
really stand up. I think that that's actually the part of the movie that like doesn't succeed as well. I think is a lot of the connective tissue. The parts of the movie that really succeed, I mean, like going through the set pieces off the top of my head, you have the race in Cuba, which is like kind of the most wacky racers that this kind of stuff gets, right?
Yep.
You have at least the ones that kind of come to mind. You know, you have the New York sequence, which you know we can get to it later about my qualms about the structure of this set piece as a New Yorker, but like has actually a really cool and novel element that is somehow both relevant to real world, but also obviously kind of speaks to how some of this stuff works. You have the baby sequence in the plane, which is like, hey, that's just good cinema, baby. That's a good like, you know, that's some like Buster Keaton ass like good stuff, right? And then you've got like the submarine stuff, which I do kind of think holds up quite well, and like is kind of a good, you know, way to end it. And like all those do feel like genuinely bona fide novel things in a franchise that I think over the past couple films has kind of gotten a little bit bogged down in some of their set pieces. Whereas I think, you know, the thing that had kind of carted this franchise through a lot of stuff, which is the interpersonal fun relationship stuff between the people in between the races, is actually at its lowest in this one, you know?
Can we talk about the baby scene just real quick? The baby
Please,
the baby
go
fight.
ahead.
Like, okay, I had like looked away from my screen for a second, and I looked back, and then the Statham
Watching it this time.
baby fight. Yeah, this time, and the baby fight starts, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, what a movie! Oh yeah, Fast and Furious. This could have been any Jason Statham movie, just by himself. Doing his thing, and that's why it's so good. It just fits. It's like it was written for him, for Statham to do his Stathaming.
I think there's something to be said about these movies, and I think a lot of movies, like Marvel movies, do this too, where it's like they get big enough that they can cast specific people. They're just like, we have the budget for you, we want you to join so we can write a role for you, as opposed to someone making a role memorable because they just put their own spin on it. It's like, no, we know what a Jason Statham role is, and we're going to write one for you. So like, there's the downside of like not having some kind of exciting element, but the upside of like, no, we know exactly what we're getting, and what we're getting is something that we like.
Yeah, it's a really good sequence, and it's just like I kept on trying to like find where F. Gary Gray was in this movie, and I did kind of struggle a little bit because he's usually very good, like whether it's The Italian Job or Friday, like he's good at like dialogue, he's good at like shooting that kind of scene, and it just kind of felt like so much of it in here, like the only like kind of bit of like hangout that really resonated throughout the film was the like, oh, you're number 11 on the most wanted list, which is actually a very funny bit, but like none of the like kind of friendship stuff or family kind of stuff really resonated beyond that. It's a really interesting movie in a way that I think it at times works but doesn't super work.
Now, one thing that you mentioned before, Walt, that I really want to get your opinions on, because you two both live in New York. What do you think of the New York City in this movie? How realistic and cool is it?
Where there's always nobody there, but then a bunch of people there when they need
We're
them.
going to have different opinions on this. So,
really?
I think so. I think so. Anytime a movie goes to New York, I get excited about it. So, like, this is one where they've been, we've been waiting for it for more than a decade, and finally they make it there. So that opening scene where he's going over, what bridge is that, the Manhattan Bridge? It's
Yes.
like it's just hey, we're here. I don't know how they're gonna drive cars around here where you can go a maximum of maybe 12 miles an hour anywhere in Manhattan. But they tried it.
They tried it. What an endorsement. Walt, what do you think of the New York cinema?
It's fucked up and I hate it. So here's what happens.
figured.
The opening shot is Dom going over the Manhattan Bridge into Manhattan, clearly being led out into Chinatown, which he can presumably then take Broadway up to intercept the northbound caravan of the Russian ambassador, where they begin to intersect in another Times Square. Now, why in a high security situation would you ever take a high quality individual through Times Square of all places, right? Along presumably, I don't know, 7th
Sounds
or 8th
dumb.
Avenue.
Yeah.
It's a dumb situation, and that's exactly where they intersect. They
Take
then
them down
they're-
57. Like they
Shut the
cross.
fuck up. We're getting it. They
Like,
then
it's
go
not-
forward, and then where are they? Not one shot later, but directly outside of the Flatiron Building, having seemingly turned around and teleported 20 blocks south down, a single lane thoroughfare of Broadway. And then another thing, when the opening shot comes in, the helicopter shot over the Manhattan Bridge showing Dom going in, and then it shows the guys going up the FDR Drive northbound on Manhattan. Hey, why the fuck is the place that they are going to in southern Brooklyn in a warehouse? Right? They are in the wrong borough, going the wrong direction, en route to the wrong place. Even if they flew in from Newark, which I contend is probably not what happened. They flew that fucker into JFK, which is already in southern Queens and directly en route to where one would go in Brooklyn. Even if they flew into Newark, under no circumstances would you be taking the FDR Drive up from the Manhattan Bridge toward Uptown. By that point, you would have taken either the Brooklyn Bridge or the Manhattan Bridge or the fucking Battery Tunnel, right? And I don't even know if they allow trucks on that highway, which is, I think, another problem that I have with this thing. And then the major thing is that I don't really understand where the Russian ambassador is going. There's no way that you would, even if you were going to the UN, go through Times Square, because why the hell are you all the way on the west side when you clearly can just go to the east side, and clearly the Russian embassy is already on the east side, so why the fuck are you in Times Square? And where the defense minister, first of all, wouldn't even be here for the UN plenary, because that's only diplomatic. Anyway, that's my problem.
They tried it.
I expected something like that, and that exceeded all of my expectations. So thank you for that.
All of them, every single one I had.
But here's the most important part of all, is that the minute that you see thousands of cars cascading out of a parking garage, that's exactly what Kathy fucking Hochul wants by getting rid of congestion pricing. This specific scenario is a policy failure of the New York State government in Albany that could have had sensible policies that cleared the streets, removed additional cars, and also benefited transit for a generation. And instead you got cars cascading down like it's floodwaters. It's madness, it's chaos, and I, for one, blame Albany.
I wish you would have been at the hearing that she would have been doing this. And you'd been like, I have a clip to play. And you just click on the cars jumping out of the thing. You're like, this is what it looks like in New York right now. This is what you want.
Yeah.
You ever had someone from Havana talk about this? Is that part accurate when they're going around the streets of Havana?
Backwards on fire.
We've never had that. I do think it's funny that we're always let's bring back Jesse. If Jesse, pretend Jesse's alive. Let's bring back somebody from the first movie. This movie so barely trusts its audience that they have to flash back to the beginning of the movie, an hour 40 earlier, to be remember that guy? Here's who this guy is. It's forget about 7 or 10 movies ago, bringing back Suki. No one's going to know. They don't even trust them people to remember the opening scene to its own movie.
Yeah, and it's a good scene. It's it doesn't matter what's under the hood. It only matters who's behind the wheel. Even him explaining why he did it to Cypher, that's a really good character moment. It shows why they're different. It shows what the principles are.
I love the lack of explanation about what makes things Cuban. So it's the Cuban mile, what? Okay, still a mile.
So is a Cuban mile a mile, or is it longer than a mile?
I don't know. And then what's Cuban Nos? It's just Nos from Cuba?
No, it's They use laughing gas because they don't have NOS, so they repurpose.
So anything
dental
that's
equipment
repurposed is
Cuban.
henceforth Cuban. Okay.
Yes, yeah. Apparently, I guess that's how it works, Kim. Now that you connected all the dots, yeah, that's kind of what they're saying there.
I have an unrelated but like sort of serious, not serious question. That's the wrong phrasing at all. In this movie, at the beginning, when we're introduced to Hobbs, he's coaching his daughter's soccer team, right? That daughter gets replaced for Hobbs and Shaw, different actors.
I have a question for you about this too. Go ahead.
So, DSS agent or somebody shows up to like recruit Hobbs to join the team, right? He's like, I need a team, blah, 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 whatever. He notes Hobbs's cheering section, which is just a bunch of soccer moms who are all like lusting after Hobbs. Is this the only time in any of the movies that any outsider finds anyone of our core cast sexy? Like, I know that this franchise is like largely sexless, and the first movie's a little horny, like Dom and Letty are horny. Like, there's attraction within the family. People find Ramsey attractive, but like, is there ever time, and aside from like Ramsey's like, you know, the guy that like she has spurned before, like I tried to call dibs, didn't work, whatever. This is like a bunch of women find Hobbs sexy. I can't remember another time that anyone in this cast filled with beautiful people is ever even like remotely hit on by anyone in the outside world in any of these movies. Am I right or am I wrong?
That sounds very like notoriously the most horny person in the Fast and Furious family is the camera, right? Like this film opens
yes.
with an ass like straff, right? That just goes on. It's one of the most gratuitous ones I think in the entire film series. But like it just kind of goes through just dozens of Cuban butts. And you know, that is the sexiest that this movie gets in any of these films. And like I think that you're right, because I don't really see, like, I'm trying to think of a situation where an outside character hits on somebody from within it and then doesn't immediately become a permanent member of the gang. Like,
I have the numbers. I have the numbers from the first 8 movies on
oh my God.
What
sex
is it?
appeal. All right. This movie has the most exposed male bicep time of all of the films.
Makes sense.
And only 28 seconds worth of gratuitous female rear end time.
But does anybody like,
That
look
feels
at those
low.
muscles? Because like we see in other movies, we see Roman with women. Like he shows up at the end of Fast 5 with a date. He's got the plane with its Roman bitches, right? Like, but like those could be escorts. We don't know or they're just like attracted to money,
they
right?
Could be.
There's never like a woman like, oh, I need to get with this guy, and like they're all beautiful. Like the men and women are all beautiful, and there's never, other than this one scene where they're all like, oh, I want to climb that mountain, right? Like.
I think the closest we get to it, Joey, is in the first movie when what's his name is like he's beautiful to Brian when he first walks in, but he's also part of the family.
Yeah.
What about like Twinkie in the third one?
Does anybody find Twinkie attractive?
I don't know. He says I guess
he
he
has
just
Snickers.
brags about it, and he's dancing with people. He puts his arms around. I don't know. Han.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. They give him his number.
Han's our best character. Good call, Kim. I think that's our best shot.
But are they attracted to him or his driving?
It can be both.
It's the driving he is his driving.
Okay.
If anything, these characters are just like essentially, decided, like again, everything to them is that race. And so as a result, like, your driving is in fact your charisma mod, like.
Because like
that's true.
In Hobbs and Shaw, there is, Madam M, Magdalena, the Isa Gonzalez character does make out with Deckard, but like they have an established history, we just don't know about it, right? So she's not really an outside. Like there's people who find our people sexy, but it's like it's a joke, but it's like this isn't like the joke this franchise usually makes. It's weird. I don't know. It's strange.
Yeah. It's I mean, like the thing that I kind of found pretty dubious about that scene is that I kind of like, again, I don't want to, get back into this, but it just kind of felt like going with a 4-3-3 formation really kind of opened them up to a lack of discipline in the midfield. And when that happens, you can kind of get the whole situation dragged out of shape. And like, you need to have forwards that are really, really fit in the 4-3-3. Now, if obviously I were going up against the Dragons, I would have gone with a 4-1-2-1-2 formation, because in that situation, you have a very well bounced, really can utilize the whole field. You have 2 strikers on the field at all times. And like I can kind of understand why, Hobbs was so like kind of concerned and distracted by this guy, because I think that he just made the wrong play call.
But you have to think about when the Haka chases at least one girl away from the other team, and you're playing one girl down.
It's like a red card. It's like a red card.
You're going to have the advantage. So it doesn't matter what formation you're running.
Do you think that he's like well equipped to be a soccer coach?
Yes.
I think he's probably a pretty good soccer coach.
He's a military tactician, right? Like
that's what I mean. Yeah, that. Like if you can run a squadron, you can run a girls' soccer team. They're not going to execute, but like he's good at it.
Those girls are all going to grow up to be like governors. Like they're all going to become like very high-ranking, powerful young women because
they
were scared straight by Lucas Rebecca Hobbs.
I have a question for Joey about this.
Yeah.
Okay, this movie comes out in 2017. We're now in the year 2024.
We are.
As someone who has gone to multiple shows of the Eras tour.
I've only gone to one. I'm going to a second one.
Okay. You're going to go to a second Eras
Correct.
tour concert.
Yeah.
Do you think that at this moment the Taylor Swift reference hits because he's ostensibly buying 20 tickets?
Oh, it's out. It's a relic of a bygone era where you could just like
go to a Taylor Swift concert,
I guess
right?
realistically you could. You can, like, if you owe it to your daughter, you could find 20 tickets and drop $20,000 or you know what I mean? Like whatever. Like
exactly.
You can just go. But yeah, it's a bygone era.
Would have had to wait for May 2018 for the Reputation Stadium tour.
Or maybe he meant the Eras movie. 20 tickets to the Eras film. That would have been fine, right?
Does he say Tay-Tay concert? I think he says Tay-Tay concert.
He says concert.
He said Tay-Tay concert. Yeah, absolutely. Because basically on the ridiculous proposition that the Red Dragons beat the Pink Butterflies, which are clearly an outmatched team. I can go to the stats if you need. But like on the ridiculous
next
proposition.
Gen stats, the Amazon
next gen stats
webs.
for the Red Dragons. Like listen, the Pink Butterflies are actually a really well optimized team. They're kind of running a 4-3-3 in a way that you really don't see at that kind of level. Anyway, but I think that it's a very good film. I mean, it's a lot of time at ice cream shops and a lot of time at take concerts.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah.
It's discipline.
Discipline.
Kim, what's the most wrestling moment of the movie?
Oh man, let's go to prison. It's the it's the prison break.
Yeah.
Couple things here. Let's dissect it properly. All right. So this is a battle royal, not a Royal Rumble. So in a Royal Rumble, that's when you enter one at a time. This is a battle royal where everyone's there at the same time. Everyone starts in the ring, and then when the bell rings, you're supposed to throw everyone else over the rope. In this case, you're actually trying to escape and be the first ones out of the ring, let's say, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so there's all sorts of wrestling moves in here. I just want to really call out Deckard's absolutely textbook beautiful missile drop kick, right? That's just such a good missile drop. There's some top rope stuff. This is also, by the way, the parkour moment of the film, because we see a whole lot of parkour there. Just like there's a wrestler named John Morrison who used to call himself the Prince of Parkour. I'm not entirely sure how much that helped him fight people, but he did do some parkour. And then there's also a bunch of foreign objects, and I know Walter here loves a good foreign object. They play so prominently in wrestling that like there's that big ass wrench in particular. That's a good one. You don't see that in regular matches. It's usually like in a hardcore match or something like that. And Walter, like you love like folding chairs, for example. Do you remember the history of the folding chair?
TLC matches.
I love folding chairs because I don't want to steal the spotlight from Kim, but basically we went to when I was doing my book, there's a little bit in the book about wrestling because wrestling is interesting for a lot of reasons, and it basically the way that it interacts with its own labor force and the creatives who work within it, I think are very, very interesting, even if you don't necessarily care for wrestling. To that effect, Kim and I went together to a show outside of Philly that was just an independent wrestling show. And like when I was in the small, grungy, garagey kind of arena, I actually kind of fundamentally understood a thing that I actually didn't really get. Why are folding chairs used all the time in wrestling? And like it's one of those situations where like the thing of like the save icon in like Microsoft Word being a floppy disk, even though we don't use floppy disks anymore. Whereas like if you were wrestling back in the day, just a thing that you had on hand that you could hit a guy with was a folding chair. And now that you've seen this blow up into like a multi-billion-dollar enterprise annually, right? Like it's ridiculous to have a folding chair laying around because you're in arenas with custom seats and cushions and that kind of stuff. And so like it's grown so big that you actually kind of forget why you have some of the shit just kind of laying around, because the stuff used to take place in garages. So there would be chains laying around, and it would take place in kind of impromptu shows. So there would just be folding chairs laying around. You would hit guys with tables because there was a merch table over there, not 10 feet away from the thing. And that was a very cool thing to learn about with my friend Kim.
In this case, just one big wrench, right?
Yeah.
And by the way, who won the match? It's kind of unclear. They slide out at like the same time. So this might have been one of those very controversial moments, like when John Cena and Batista went over the ropes at the same time and hit the floor. Oops.
Oh. Or it's like every fight in this franchise where it's like nobody can lose. Nobody is contractually allowed to lose. One thing I thought was kind of funny in this movie is that like Dom is making the appeal to Queenie. He's just like, look, you're a mother. You know what it's like. I've been a father for 25 minutes, and it's changed my world. Like, he is so quickly going to the card of, like, appealing as a parent. It's just like, you didn't know the baby existed yesterday. Like, you can't immediately be like, but he does, and it works. I think it's special.
So special.
What's the most D&D moment?
Yeah, we're getting to the point in the franchise, which I've been looking forward to, where now that we can kind of give Diesel pretty high autonomy and creative control, I would argue, at this point. He's a producer. Warner Bros. Films is behind this. We are firmly at the point of the franchise where I think that the argument that he is not the auteur of a lot of this franchise it's kind of hard to stand up. There were points early on where clearly we were kind of making it up on the fly because, you know, there was obviously this unique history of this development. And then you have like the middle films in which he's kind of gradually taking control of them. But now I would argue like he is like really his sensibilities are running the show. And so I had kind of like a smorgasbord to pick out. So I'm going to call out like just some things that I noticed before I get to the one that I think is actually the most interesting and the most D&D-ish. The first one being that, like, you know, Elena being killed by a fairly random new guy, right? As a way of essentially standing up the difficulty that they're about to face. Like, number one, incredibly obvious that nobody's going to be more killed than that man. Number two, it's like a very classic trope of like, okay, if you have a discarded character or an NPC that's kind of run their course, like killing them off in a way that makes you hate the new guy is a fairly standard, like, you know, tool in the tool chest of any dungeon master worth their salt.
Sure.
This also kind of leads to the next one, which is that, like, Cypher as a villain, which I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more within the universe, is very, very interesting to me because Cypher feels like a reaction to all the other villains that have kind of come up so far. Because, and this happens in D&D a lot, where, like, you will have a campaign that everybody spends the bulk of their development maybe in, like, dungeoneering, right? Like, you spend a lot of your time underground fighting monsters and growing as a result of that. Or you will spend your time in, like, a Barovia-style campaign where you're fighting the undead and you're built to kind of fight undead and your party is calibrated to fight undead. And, like, a good DM will kind of realize what the party is optimized for, and then when they pick a next kind of villain arc, they will make the villain the thing that is really good at the thing that they kind of suck at. Where the previous adversaries that we've kind of seen, whether it was Shaw and his brother, whether it was, you know, just these drug lords that they've kind of been ripping off since, whether it was kind of these petty criminals, they learned to beat them through their intelligence and through essentially being craftier and faster than them. And finally, with you know, Cypher, they run into an adversary that is genuinely smarter than them, genuinely 5 steps ahead. All of the institutional support that they thought that they had gets kind of stripped away, and it forces them to adapt in new and interesting ways. And I think that was kind of interesting because, you know, a really good way to, you know, actually give a challenge to a D&D party is if they're entirely built on strength and religion kind of you know, style builds, you throw an evil wizard at them, right? Because maybe they're not as protected against magic, or if they're very protected against magic, you can throw like a big brutal guy against them. And so it's really interesting to see how this franchise realized that they couldn't just do another super criminal drug lord, right? Or else they would not really, they're too optimized to fight that, right? In the beginning, the wacky razors kind of thing in Cuba, where his car explodes and catches on fire and he still wins by driving backwards. That is very classic D&D high-level party shit. That is very classic of like, oh, you've given me a challenge that is so easy that I will win it in a stupid way just to fight back, Dungeon Master. And just kind of using everything in front of you to do that. The last note I have before getting to the actual D&D one, because again, this movie's really lousy with it if you know where to look. We've talked a little bit about how, like, hackers are the analogous to wizards and magic in this world, right? The introduction of hacking as a skill set over the course of this, specifically over the past 3 movies, is the introduction of magical powers into this world where you can do things with code that basically gives you fundamentally magic powers. And Cypher is interesting because Cypher is basically a necromancer. She activates zombie cars, basically takes idle things and puts them to her uses. If like other elements of these, like all the God's Eye stuff was basically just standard wizard things, this is them figuring out like, oh, we have a necromancer essentially now that we are trying to fight, which thematically gets very, very compelling. And over the course of the next couple films, based on my recollection of them, we are going to see some more specialization in that kind of regard. We're going to see more interesting forms of hacking that kind of come up. It's not just, oh, I can see everything and know everything, divination style stuff. It kind of becomes like, oh, I can actually activate elements of this world to specifically throw them at you. But the last thing, and again, the actual thing that I want to talk about this episode, is this entry does a very classic D&D thing of having a very powerful character fail a wisdom saving throw. In the character of essentially Dom becoming a pawn of the other guys. There are several spells within D&D. Well, again, when you're at a high level and you're facing a high level enemy, you know, you can really just kind of grind them out because the action economy means that you're 5 versus 1 and they only get 1 turn and you get 5 turns. And inherently that's going to build towards you. Sometimes they'll give that enemy other advantages, like, you know, they'll surround them with minions so that you have to fight the minions before you fight the big guy. Sometimes they'll give them like legendary actions so that they get other actions that they can do in the course of a round. But the biggest asset for a lot of those high-level players is their capacity to flip and turn one of your allies to be on their side. You either through like a charm person, a like, you know, mind control kind of spell. We can argue about the semantics of whether or not kidnapping a child and coercing someone into doing shit for you is a like spell, but like at the end of the day, he spends the entire film essentially rolling wisdom saving throws to try to break out of it and failing time again, whether it was like that scene with the gun, whether it was the scene trying to break, you know, trying to contact Deckard Shaw's mom, whether it's that kind of stuff. And he's, you know, throwing the dice and failing each time, and he only succeeds at the very, very end when he pulls it off with Shaw in the plane. But, you know, the idea of like having one of your very powerful party members and a fairly crucial party member flipped against you by the big guy is actually like a super D&D thing. It's a phenomenon that happens constantly. Like anybody who plays at any kind of like, you know, sufficiently powerful magic user adversarially, it's definitely a tool in the enemy tool chest that, like, you know, you can build a character really, really powerful, but like if you fail one wisdom throw, you've built a character for the other team. And so it can be very, very interesting.
That's really cool. I would have never ever thought of that.
I want to talk about Cypher because it feels like they had such grand ambitions for her, and then, as you know, we'll talk about them in the next, you know, not next movie because it's Hobbs and Shaw, but the 2 after, like, she doesn't have a ton to do in 9 or 10, and it feels like there was something here. And it also feels like, and Joe, I don't know if we talked about this before, but one thing I realized is that when they burst into that place where they talk about that, like earlier, they're talking about, like, you know, FBI's 10 most wanted, right? There's that whole scene, then Dom and Cypher come in and, like, they take whatever they want and leave or whatever. Cypher says to him something about, like, you're gone for a day and they're already replacing you, Dom. Like, what do you think of that? Like, it feels like to me that means that she has some kind of, like, long-term plans for him, even though it feels like everyone in her world is sort of disposable. And I don't know, like, it's weird to me where she's like, or maybe she's just trying to...
I thought that was mind stuff. She's playing mental games with him because there's no way that, like, they would have even tossed that in there for the fact that, like, there's no way this movie can end and Dom is not back on the family side.
Right, but I'm just wondering, like, so Cypher only wants him for this one job, which is to get back God's Eye.
Yes. That's what it seems like to me. And she did say this throwaway line, but that's just, like, to fuck with his head a little bit now. Because I don't think she has grand plans for him. Because she can't. She has to know that eventually he's going to beat the wisdom roll, come out of this, and be okay. And back on their side.
So now in terms of God's Eye, well, you might have mentioned in the D&D thing, I don't think you did, but in an ongoing game, does a dungeon master ever give a tool, or it doesn't, like, the analogy is not one-to-one, that's like, you don't really need this yet, but you're going to in the next game, where it's like, you don't need Ramsey yet. This is only complicating this narrative, but in the next game, you're going to need Ramsey. Because, like, if they don't have Ramsey here, they are real toast. But, like, it's like the Dungeon Master is just like, here's something you don't need yet, but just, like, keep it around. Like, don't use it yet. Just hold on to it.
It's yes and no, because number one, as a simple fact of these games, they just shit so much random loot on you that if you want to make the magical amulet into a piece of important lore, you can kind of do that by the seat of your pants. There are absolutely, like, one of the, like, not to get into broader game design, right? But, like, I think sometimes fetch quests are some of the more annoying things within video games. Those are games in which, there are side missions where you're sent to go get an object and obviously shoot your way through whatever and then get the object and then come back. And, like, those are oftentimes shorthand for, unnecessary or probably aggravating padding within a video game. There are absolutely causes for that, but I think the best folks do it almost ex post facto, where you can say, like, oh, I have this signet ring as part of my collection, and then the DM can kind of go through the different things and be like, oh, you need a signet ring to do, and, like, there are different ways to kind of make it work in retrospect. But I think in this kind of situation, a lot of times, like, this is what I think is happening here, where they're kind of shaping the missions based on the crew that they have. They are making more hacking forward ones because they've built a crew that has now hackers on it, and that's a part of the world that they can now explore.
It also feels like other movies are doing computer things. We need to do computer things too. Yeah.
It's just also, it allows you, like, in the book I wrote a little bit about how you can actually follow the history of action movies and the history of, like America and what we're worried about based on what we're fighting over in these action movies. And so, like, if you look at the 80s, a lot of times you're looking at, either large amounts of money, criminal enterprises. You were looking at potentially within some of the more thrilling elements of it in the 80s and 90s, you start getting into technology being, like, if you think of a movie like GoldenEye, if you think of a movie, any of the kind of Bond stuff, it's usually keeping missiles out of the hands of other countries.
Sure.
And sometimes that's the result of basically either, worries about the Cold War and our technology getting to our enemy in the Cold War, or when you get to the 90s, anxiety about other countries and the conceit of the rogue state and non-aligned countries essentially getting technology that you can argue within the films, they're making the argument that they don't deserve it, right? That was an era where you were seeing countries that didn't have nuclear weaponry begin to develop it internally, and that can cause no shortage of geopolitical anxiety. In the 2000s, you kind of start to see, number one, as the international box office gets bigger, you see them start to say, like, okay, they just want this glowing magic rock, because if the Guardians of the Galaxy don't get this glowing magic rock, the world's over. And so that's a way that they can kind of have a thing within the movie for stakes, but at the same level, it's, like, kind of boring. But, like, increasingly, we are just kind of seeing technology be this thing, in no small part because it's a source of anxiety for workers, so whether it's automation or AI or that kind of stuff. But number two is just, like, technology genuinely is powerful. It's been a way that lots of, the North Koreans, Iran, have both been able to punch above their geopolitical weight, in no small part because of their investment in technology and in hacking and in cybersecurity kind of countermeasures. And so, it is it's a situation in which a little guy can get a lot of power over a big guy. And since movies are made by the country that is the big guy for people of the hemispheric allegiance that is currently the big guy, that can be anxiety provoking. So I think a lot of that is tends to be what this comes down to.
Well, speaking of tropes through the years, Joe, what's your most 80s pick in the Feet of the Fury?
This one was really hard for me.
You think so?
Because I think so, because it's just, like, so technological and stuff like that. I really couldn't see through that. So, I mean, a few of the cars, but Rachel actually gave me my most 80s pick of this movie, and that's just fighting Russians with nukes.
Yep, Russians. Yep.
Hell yeah.
Just the enemy being the Russians and them having nukes, like, that's as 80s as you get.
Yep. That was on my list. Kim, what about you? Most 80s moment?
So in the opening Havana scene, there are all these cars, right? And most of them are 50s cars because, sanctions.
Yes.
But at one point, they go into one of the car, and there's a woman in the car, and up dangling from the rear view mirror is a pair of fuzzy dice. So fuzzy dice came in.
Yes. Nice one.
After
Very
World
nice
War
one,
II,
brother.
and they had them around the 50s, 60s, 70s. But in the 80s, I mean, that was fuzzy dice central right there. And now they're virtually extinct. R.I.P. to Fuzzy Dice.
We need to buy some fuzzy dice now that you brought that up. That's a good call.
Walt, what's your pick for most 80s moment?
I don't have a ton in this movie, but I think that the biggest one is just the vibe of Hobbs and Shaw. I think that the idea of like two very strong men with very different backgrounds who have recently fought each other coming together is inherently 80s. That feels like it feels very Rocky to me.
Like
it
a
feels
Tango and Cash.
Predator. Exactly. It feels very like, two guys who have a lot of differences, putting aside their differences to do muscly things together. Feels like a very fundamentally 80s, very Arnold, very, all that kind of stuff. It just kind of feels inherently, we don't have to have a lot in common besides the size of our arms, and we can, do good things that way too. So that felt very 80s to me.
That's 80s wrestling too.
That is 80s wrestling too. I have 4 different things of varying quality. The big one was Russia, so Joe has that. I also think like Cypher turning New York into like kind of like a lawless city kind of feels like 80s before it gets cleaned up. It's just like, you don't want to go to New York. There's too much crime there. There's just zombie cars all over the streets. Prison workouts kind of feels 80s in a way. Maybe.
Prison always feels kind of 80s, but
my other real one, a very specific, very small detail, is Cypher wearing a Metallica t-shirt. It's like, that feels 80s.
Oh, yeah.
Still relevant, though. Metallica t-shirts still bang true.
What do you guys think? Could you spend time in Elena's prison nook? Because it looks both cozy and like a cargo bay. Like, there's like a little kitchenette in there, but it's also like there's just like boxes behind like a mesh tarp. Like, what do you guys think of the living situation on Cypher's $1,000,000,000,000? Kim, you're also luxury. How expensive is that plane?
Do we still get murdered at the end of it, or are we free to just live there and come in and out of this $1,000,000,000,000 plane?
I think you're free to live there.
I think it's just like you're in an unsure situation.
Give you $2,000 a month to rent this little pod in the sky. Yeah, could be worse. I think the biggest problem would be being able to enter and exit the plane. I don't think we have those like wingsuits to jump out the bay.
Yeah, there's one parachute.
Yeah. Oh yeah, right. There was one parachute on that whole. I'm gonna say let's go with 1.2 billion.
Literally, of all the people I know on the planet, you would have an answer if anybody has an answer. What's the most expensive plane that exists? Is it just like I guess like a military, but like the most expensive non-military, or I guess either. Any answer to the question.
There's some Sultan that has like a refurbished Airbus that he just flies around in. I'm sure, right? Like that has to be it.
I mean, Air Force One is expensive.
Oh, good point. Yeah,
but hey, what are the first 2 words of that?
Military. Okay, how
it's
about
a military plane?
I mean, an Airbus A380.
Yeah, that's a big one. I think like some guy in the UAE has one or something.
Yeah,
but...
I would. So like, I think if you asked me in 2019 would I like to stay in that place, I'd be like, no, that doesn't sound fun. But like after the pandemic and after the what ensued, I would stay aboard Spyware Force One. It's a great plane. I like it a lot. It's a good one. Like there's a lot going on in it. It seems like it's a fun.
Cypher has a really big closet in there. She seems like she has a lot of space and fun
I don't
things.
know.
There's guns. I don't know. Whatever you're into.
Kim, if Bloomberg was like, look, the world's most dangerous hacker, for some reason wants us to do a profile of her, and we're going to send you to the plane. You have to take a plane up there and do a plane-to-plane transfer in midair because that plane does not land. It's always flying outside of the radar, whatever. They will send us coordinates that we're not like with the. I don't know how that's going to work. You need to do a plane-to-plane transfer, and then you need to parachute out, but you have unfettered access while you're up there, and it's going to be the front page of Bloomberg, print and web edition.
Anything for the story, bro.
Okay,
we got this. Yeah. Point Break out that thing. It's like
cool. Joe, anything else you noticed in this episode or this movie that we haven't talked about, or maybe we've never talked about?
Just because we just took the minute quiz for Too Fast, in this one they refer to it as an EMP, not an ESD.
Is that an electroshock device? Do we know?
I don't think they ever explained why they call it an ESD, but they do.
Yeah.
Even though they mean EMP, but it was just too early for them to figure that out.
he picked it up in this one. Is Dom putting points into strength? Because he picked up the Lycan Motorsport, right? In 7, like physically picked it off the ground. He just picks up the the EMP device and just hauls it away casually.
Yeah, he's been dumping a lot into Khan, is mostly what we talked about. I think that's mostly the thing, because I did want to point out, like, you know, when he does a jump over which was, again, by the way, pretty sick, when he does the whole heat-seeking missile thing and does a jump over the thing, and then the missile hits the sub and then it explodes, he does get, like, doused in flame. And then earlier in the film, he gets doused in flame. And so one of two things is happening here, and I try to take these things as scientifically as possible. Either he took a feat that gets him +2 for fire protection, or he's part tiefling. And if he's a tiefling, tieflings inherently get resistance to fire. And so I know that Dom's heritage is deliberately left ambiguous, and
he's part tiefling.
I think that his mom is a tiefling. We don't meet his mom yet, right? Or do
Correct.
we? So
we never even reference his mom in these movies.
So he's half human, half tiefling?
I think that's what we're seeing here.
That's why.
Or, and I'm throwing this out here as well, perhaps his mom is a demon, and so a human demon hybrid is oftentimes a tiefling. And so I don't know, and like that would actually answer a lot of questions, because I think that a big thing that kind of tieflings kind of get is that they do get the ability to be very charismatic, kind of inherently. They are inherently disliked by society and mistrusted, which, if we all recall the first film, as we all do, that is kind of the starting situation that he is with Brian, but through his charisma and his kind of love of family, he's able to bring it together. And so it actually, like, a tiefling or infernal heritage actually really brings this up. Also, tieflings have this cantrip called Hellish Rebuke, which allows them to be kind of very quick and deal damage with their voice alone. And if there's one thing that we've seen with Dom, it's his capacity to kind of really give a very cutting remark to someone as it goes. So I was kind of asking a lot of questions here when it came to how exactly is he surviving an explosion in his face. And while it's never really acknowledged in the text, I think it would be ridiculous for it to not be the tiefling genome.
I like that we entered this lap with you guys talking about how much you basically loved the Riddick movies, and now you're essentially making The Last Witch Hunter canon somehow. Just like, no. Like, that's also in here too. Like, don't...
Hey, it's all in the gumbo, baby. It's like
gumbo.
they're just different D&D missions.
The stew of Vin Diesel's mind. Kim, is there anything else you want to talk about? There's a couple other things I might want to throw out there, but anything else that you notice, anything else you want to mention, specific things you don't like, things that you like, characters that we've not covered yet?
There's a scene that I absolutely hate in this movie. It's the first Dom Cypher talk in the plane, where she gives him the whole, why live your life a quarter mile at a time when you can always be like that? And there's something really awkward and unnatural about her talking about, like, racing.
Yeah.
And the 10 seconds between start and finish, and she's like lecturing Dom on street racing thoughts, and it's like, that's not what is this? And I think just overall, like, the tone between the two of them throughout the movie it shouldn't have been about racing at all. Like, talk about everything else. And they have these long scenes of slow dialogue between them that I think, Walt mentioned this earlier. The set pieces here are great, but, like, that connective tissue, it sometimes just doesn't. The set pieces don't make sense either. But, like, this is, it gets frustrating in these long sets of dialogue to hear a character like that just go on and on about. Well, maybe she was a street racer when she was a kid.
I mean, it's funny because, like, in 9, we'll see her, like, in this drone that we think she gets blown up in, and she's like, no, she's just playing a video game. Like, yeah, she's never been behind the wheel of a car. She's posing.
Yeah.
She's flaunting, fronting, whatever. That was a weird scene,
Fronting.
though. Yeah.
I think it's good. It does really, like, kind of introduce her as a supervillain who hates family, and, like, that is kind of fun. Like, it is a little bit of that meme of just being like, I don't like cars and I hate family, and it's just like, yeah, of course, you're designing a counterpoint to Dom. Like,
Letty too is, like, complaining about people, complaining to everyone else about, why aren't you giving Dom the benefit of the doubt, and then she doesn't either. At one point, turn your back on family. It's like, no, obviously not. There's obviously something going on here. You should trust him, Letty. Come on.
You should trust him, Letty. That's not Dom. Well, no, it's Dom.
Still Dom.
It is.
Well,
yeah.
Other things, other notes, other thoughts?
I think, again, we remarked a little bit about the off-screen drama behind this, and I don't want to spend too much time on it because I like judging these things as films and kind of what they are. The like party in Brooklyn is kind of fun at the end. It does feel a little Frankenstein. It is hard to like watch that scene without knowing what was going on outside of it, and how there's literally not a single shot of them in the same shot together.
Do we know who owns that roof? Is that like DSS roof? Like I've written down twice in lap 12 in this lap. Whose roof is that? I don't know.
I have a theory. I have a theory. I think it is Mr. Eastwood's roof. The new,
little nobodies.
Because here's the thing. He would not be invited to the party if it was not his roof. There is no situation in which he is invited to the after mission party unless he is the host of aforementioned party. It is very clearly that he got a good deal on a loft at a college and really, just stuck with it, because I cannot think of a single situation in which they're compiling the guest list for this thing and they leave Brian off of it and he is on it,
That's a really good point.
Yeah, I what's my last name is brilliant.
But they're also paying him too much money. Then if he can afford that roof and he's that bad at his job, I mean, I know the white men fail upwards, but like, come on.
Yeah, it is great. The only other thing is like, baby escort mission. We've talked about it a bunch. I think that is just like, this franchise has never attempted that kind of thing before. I think it just pays out incredibly well. I think it's the exact kind of kinetic action sequence that Statham's very good at. It's a good reminder of what they brought him into the franchise to begin with, and I would kind of argue he's kind of underused in the franchise until that moment. Also, introducing his mom as Academy Award-winning actress Helen Mirren.
Yep.
10 out of 10, brilliant choice. I just think that like what they've kind of accomplished with the Shaws is interesting to me in like the classic, enemies become friends, that kind of stuff. But I do think that like there was no reason for them to have to do that, but I do think that has actually kind of come together very well for this franchise.
They get lucky sometimes. They just figure out a way to make things work, right? So my only other note, and then I have one more question, we can play the game, is I think it's funny when they're like driving away from the submarine. They're like, we have an escape route, but it's 10 miles away. And it's just open ice. Like, there's no cover, and they have to drive 10 miles. It's like, that seems like a bad idea. My only other question is the movie opens with Dom and Letty in bed right before he leaves to get breakfast, and then he gets, he goes with a Cypher. But she mentions, having a kid, and she's like, no, not yet. Like, is Letty ever going to be pregnant? Because it feels like, for as much as Dom loves Baby B, and, like, he is his son, like, biologically and, like, by all methods, it feels like the thing he would want the most as a daughter, or as a kid with Letty. Like, do you think we'll ever see Letty as, like, will the franchise end with her being pregnant, having a kid? Or are we just too low on time for that to actually happen?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think that that's a great way to end the series, Joey. We always talk about that it has to end with Dom dying. The like pregnancy of Letty announcement is also a great way to end the franchise. I think both are equally as hitting.
Or Dom dies and she just gives birth to Dom Jr.
But both, they're not mutually exclusive. But
they got to do the like Lion King 2 shit where the kids are rivals their whole lives. Like they got to really commit to that.
That's what we need. Like we always talk that there should be like a reboot from the beginning, but it's Baby B and
yeah.
I don't think I think time is not going to be a limiting factor in any way. You can do,
okay.
They can make anything happen within 12 minutes in one of the movies.
I forget exactly where he goes forward, which is actually kind of fine by me. Obviously, like Hobbs and Shaw is the next one, but like I do think it's funny that like Hobbs just quits his job after 16 years, and it's just like, I don't know, man. Like I can't quit my job. I've worked for a long time, and like I can't just quit my job on the spot without having anything lined up afterwards. Like,
if you're an international spy, I guess you just always got a backup, right?
Yeah. So. I also don't think that you can have a gun in New York. Anyway, like, I don't think you can just
retainer somewhere.
Look, if he's got Taylor Swift money,
yeah,
Taylor Swift
he can take 20 young girls to
tickets.
take 20 tickets to Taylor Swift.
All right, let's play this Ain't No 10-second race, a.k.a. Boy, Do We Have a Podcast for You.
Boy, do we have a podcast for you. Come and check out our show. Yeah, yeah.
So we're on a little bit of a time crunch. I will just say, unfortunately, last episode, none of us got points.
Damn it.
Oh.
Unsurprising. Kim, please hit us with your tweet, please, and thank you.
All right, my tweet is from Adore Lai. Fuck all of that other shit you about to watch this whole Fast and Furious saga with me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, is that the end of the tweet?
That's it.
What do you want to say back to?
I love it.
How? What are you going to say?
Screen name cunty cancer.
Yes, cunty cancer.
One has to hope that it's the zodiac sign. No.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
So let's say, fuck yeah, we will. Boy,
Perfect.
do we have a podcast for
Have a
you?
podcast for you.
Now, Walt, you sent 2 from the same account, so
we're only going to do
hit-
one.
Okay,
I think context is important.
Okay.
Is why.
You're playing one for charity, or
I mean, hey,
It's the same dude. I don't
just
think we
one.
can double tap this
Same
guy.
person.
Yeah.
But I want to put this out there. So the first,
maybe double taps the way, Joey. You're just gonna try to not even try this. Jeez.
I think we would take a run at this whichever way we want to. It's from @Tres off 22. The first tweet, 11:13 a.m. on July 8th, 2024, which was in fact a Monday. Fate of the Furious started off hot, but if Dom lets a white woman with dread seduce him and fuck up the family, I'm going to be super disappointed. And first of all, really good analysis.
Oh,
Great way to start this tweet. Yeah.
Amazing. And then I want to go a little bit earlier than that, approximately, 20 minutes before, at best. And it says, no way Fate of the Furious hit Prime so soon after we mentioned it. Thank you, Glob, for this power that I will continue to use only for stupid or trivial gain. And that's the tweet I want to respond to. Because clearly what happened is this person at 11 a.m. on a Monday saw that Fate of the Furious had hit Prime Video and immediately watched it and had some really incisive and important thoughts.
They've
about
been
this
waiting
film.
7 years for the hit Prime Video, and he's like, okay.
Arguably better thoughts than we have promulgated here. I think that this is very interesting. But so I would respond to that first tweet, 10:56 a.m., July 8th, 2024, and I would reply saying, we urge you to use this power responsibly by asking for Fast 11 to happen anytime ever.
Excellent.
Great. Joe, hit us with yours.
Mine comes from at mini me with 2 M's. It's from a while ago. They say, not sure anyone puts any thought into this aside from me, but I gotta get off my chest that I don't understand how the Fate of the Furious is generally higher rated than F9 by critics and fans. Fate was exhausting and carelessly messed up the lore by making Statham good, I tell ya. That just seems like a person that would want to talk to us. Yeah, so I want to be like, we were big fans of F9 and highly critical of Fate for the longest time, and we've talked about this plenty. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. It's not just you, right? What is it? I got to get this out of chest. Don't understand how anybody, aside from me, no, us too, essentially.
that person cares about this.
Cares to the point where I think that they would enjoy us.
I want to show you. I'm not going to respond to this one. I just love this art. I'm going to retweet it, but I'm not going to play it for the game. This one is from Ellie Sunakawa. I cannot stop thinking about this incredible bootleg Fate of the Furious DVD cover, and it's just a shot from the Oscars, and it's
it has The Rock, Helen Mirren just by accident.
It's not
next to each other.
A shot from the Oscars. It's the shot from the Moonlight Wins Best Pictures Oscars. It is
also
the
not
moment
Helen Mirren.
that
That's
they
Meryl Streep, my
announced
dear.
that Moonlight. Hey, no,
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry. La La Land is not the Best Picture winner. Moonlight is Best Picture, and they go to a shot of the audience, and it's an amazing, incredulous face of Dwayne The Rock Johnson, like a row behind Meryl Streep. This is not just any shot of the Oscars. It is one of the most load-bearing images in cinema.
I mean, this tweet is from 7 years ago, but man, is it so good. It is so good.
That's incredible. That's a fine.
That's the only picture you could get of The Rock. That was the picture they want. It's amazing.
That's so funny. Oh my god. His agent must be thrilled.
I am going to go with Abby Rose at Jen and the Ginger. I'm watching the Fate. This is actually an insult to the movies, but it's still going to be fine. I'm watching. Oh no! Well, I can quote tweet it. I'm watching the Fate of the Furious, and somehow I'm having a better time than everyone watching the debate. And Abby Rose turned off replies to anybody who doesn't follow them or that they're following. So I'm going to quote tweet and just say, watching these movies instead of anything else is always a good idea. Boy, do a podcast for you.
Amen.
But Kim, Walt, thank you both so much for once again joining us. Kim, what do you got going on? What do you want to plug? What can you, anything, have you been on Cypher's Plane since we last spoke to you?
Not quite yet. It is a goal of mine. Hopefully by the end of the year, we'll get to visit that beautiful plane. It's so sleek. I think. What do we got going on? Oh, I have a story out recently for Bloomberg Business Week magazine about the zombie mall king and how he no longer wants to be a bottom feeder. So
What?
he has purchased many of these dying or dead mall brands. Like
I know about this guy, and he always promises to fix them up.
Juicy Couture, Barney's, Izod, Lucky Jeans, Nautica, all this stuff, and he's built an empire out of the crumbling atria of shopping malls. But he also bought Sports Illustrated and he's getting into sports entertainment, things like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is a cool picture. He owns all of these brands. That's really, really interesting. Okay.
Head over to Bloomberg.com and check it out.
What's going on with you?
Thank you, brother.
What's going on with me? It is summer. Sherwood has been launched for 3 months. If people want a really fun new business news site, check out Sherwood News. I can continue to be found at the Numlock newsletter. That's been going well. It linked out just yesterday to Kim's excellent Bloomberg story about the zombie mall king.
Mm-hmm.
And
very cool.
Yeah. That guy read some good stuff. I link out to it when I can. It's pretty good. And yeah, the book is still out. I'm probably gonna be doing a push this fall, potentially pairing it up with some video stuff. I will plug that here when it happens, and then I don't want to plug it too early, but there might be another edition of it coming out in less paper and more MP3. But we will, I will have more information on that when it happens. But cool, fun things are happening. People like the book. It came out, and people want more of it. So I am very happy myself. So
Read the book. You are what you
buy the
book.
Buy the book.
Yeah.
Joe, our next episode is Life in the Fast Lane, Carter Verone and the Rat Guy, deleted scene that we're talking about there. And then after that, these gentlemen are back to talk about Hobbs and Shaw. In between them, though, we have the bonus Patreon episode of Miracle Mile. So go join the Patreon to listen to that. But thank you both for joining us once again. And for all things Too Fast, Too Forever, go to cageclub.me, facebook.com/TooFastTooForever, or at TooFastTooForever on all the socials. Email us, family@cageclub.me. Get it in for next week. We'll read it on air. Check out our Patreon page at TooFastTooForever.com and come back next week for Life in the Fast Lane. I'm Joey Lewandowski.
I'm Joe, too.
And that was Walt Hickey linking out to Kim Bhasin, and we will tell you all about it
when we see you again.
Welcome to Too Fast, Too Forever. There's all kinds of family. We chose this one. This is episode 370, Hobbs and Shaw, Lap 14. I'm Joey Lewandowski.
I'm Joe, too. And this episode is brought to you by David Shaw, LCSW. David Shaw has been provided professional counseling for former members of cultistic groups since 1994. However, he does not provide exit counseling. Shout out to David Shaw, LCSW.
Well, shout out to David Shaw, and welcome to Too Fast, Too Forever. With us tonight, these guys have kept us waiting for this goddamn train fact for so long, for too long. With us once again, we're winding down the lap, but still got this movie and 2 more to go. With us once again, Walt Hickey and Kim Bhasin. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
It is good to be back.
Winding down there's several film.
I know. Well, it's like, we're in the final, 14 episodes that we're recording for the lap. We're on the tail end, so it's winding down a little bit.
Did you guys see the train tweet that was like, my dad bought a train car and you'll never guess what he did with it? And it was doing numbers.
It did numbers in our group chat, yes, absolutely.
Plenty of numbers,
Yeah.
Because Joe was like, maybe that's what they're doing train-wise.
Yeah.
I mean, we would like to do numbers on the internet. Kim, do you want to do the train fact, or what do you
feel like you've been doing it, you have it ordered in your brain, so you just keep going.
I think I do, and I think I'm going to give a big one away.
Uh-oh.
This is very exciting.
A train car costs $48,000.
Okay.
That's cheaper than I would have thought.
Yup. It's, hey, not going to give you too much more information on it, but I would say that it being vastly cheaper than a fully loaded F-150 was huge news for me.
This is one of these things that you could tell me that like a train car was like $3,000
Yeah.
or like 175, and both answers would have made sense to me.
Yeah.
I don't know if either of you read Max by Max
Yeah.
Reed, the Substack, or if you just know about the Pine Bluff story. But do you know about this guy who bought like a bunch of property in Pine Bluff, Arkansas?
No.
I do not.
This guy was like looking for this big warehouse, right? He's just like, I need a lot of space. What's the cheapest? So whatever site he was using, he like sorted by like space and square footage or whatever.
Sure.
He found this massive warehouse in a place called Pine Bluff, Arkansas for $375,000. He's like, this has to be a typo. And he went down there, like it's like a normal warehouse, like it's TLC, whatever. And he bought it. He offered like $300,000, and they said yes.
Sure.
And it keeps getting broken into, and like he can't do anything with it. And then instead of like selling it, he just doubled down and bought 75 more properties in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. So he's like trying to buy his way through town.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm just thinking like, okay, a train car costs how much? $48,000? Well, what
Yeah.
would it cost to buy our entire train? What would it cost to like buy rights to like ride on a track and just like all of a sudden just keep like, oh, we run a railroad now.
Hey,
Whoops.
hey,
Oops.
that is the exact thought process that the previous owner of the train had, and it ruined him financially.
Oh.
So I would recommend do not pursue that angle, as far as we can tell. Like,
Makes sense. Okay.
Well, we still have at least 2 more train facts, if not 3. So maybe one of those will be that you actually do run your own railroad. Who knows?
who knows?
We got all
Who
sorts
knows?
of time. But here we got Hobbs and Shaw. Guys, my most important question right off the bat here, when you're ranking these movies, when you think of this franchise, do you consider this a canonical entry or not? Because the fan base is divided.
Is that this is very interesting to hear, because I think it's canonical. I think it's like interesting, and I think that it's kind of the toe in the water. Like, it is either the blueprint for what the Fast and Furious franchise looks like after the final film, or
Okay.
it is a total anomaly. And like, you know, I'm trying to figure out whether it is the thing that opens up the world and allows them to do the kind of spin-offs that they clearly want to do, whether it's like, you know, young Dom, things like that, or whether it's like clearly there was a lot of personal stuff going on set, and clearly Dwayne Johnson would like to make more movies, but also clearly he doesn't like everybody else involved in the production. And so nevertheless, like, it is interesting, and I think that whether or not it is considered canonical depends on what happens next. Like it could become Rogue One, it could become the Star Wars Holiday Special, depending on how the plan to kind of bloom the rest of the Fast and Furious universe ends up materializing.
It's canonical. Come on, like the spin-off nature of it. Yeah, it's a spin-off, but it's like the Rogue One thing, like a Star Wars story. That's kind of what they're going for here. And what excites me is that if you have room to explore the action, shoot 'em up, punching each other side of the Fast and Furious franchise, like in a specific way like this, could you plausibly do that on the racing side?
Ooh. What would that look like? What are you thinking?
It would look more Tokyo Drifty or
Okay.
or the first one, where it's like really focused back on the origins of this thing and street racing. Like that's it seems like, you know, by just acknowledging that this piece of the Fast and Furious universe is worthy of such treatment. Maybe like a smaller budget version of that would be more niche and interesting.
We talked a little bit about this, but like they're just starting production for the Lord of the Rings, The War of the Rohirrim, which is the anime that's coming out this fall. They're just starting promotion for it, and like I think that like if that movie does well, and I think it will do well because it combines the 2 biggest, most successful things at the box office right now, which is anime and reboots. Like I think that would be like, it would not shock me if that's a hit. Then fairly soon after, like Fast and Furious is like, oh yeah, we're gonna have a more racing themed, you know, anime kind of style production that is, you know, considered canonical, considered world class. Like clearly it's a lot easier to get these guys in a booth than it is to get them in the same room together. But like, it wouldn't necessarily surprise me if like the spin-offs do start kind of working in different media, and like having basically the franchise split to like the Furious part of the franchise being Hobbs and Shaw style movies and the Fast side of it being, you know, something else. That is clever.
In terms of like spin-offs and stuff, I'm not sure how much you guys know about this, but after this movie comes out, it does okay. Like it's not a huge hit, but it makes money. And they're like, we're greenlighting a sequel. They're like Two Hobbs, Two Shaw, or Hobbs and Shaw 2, whatever, coming. And then COVID. And then basically we have not heard anything either way about that.
It is, like, for what it's worth, I know that it underperformed. It is perhaps the worst title for a film that I have ever heard in my entire... It is the most generic... These are men with very generic
given
character
this is
names.
the franchise that we're in.
I do, like, again, I did not know that his name was Hobbs. You know, like, he's just The Rock. He plays... He's not a distinctive character. Like, and like, even like the show, like before this film came out, I did not really have a huge line in like, those are the character names, of course. And so, like, it is remarkable that a film named Hobbs and Shaw made any money. And, like, it's a miracle.
The Fast and the Furious presents.
The other thing that we have, in terms of spin-offs and stuff, and talking about other medium, we still cannot believe that Peacock has not tried to do a limited series.
Yeah.
Like, it just seems like they are sticking to movies, and that's it. There's the Fast and Furious Spy Racers anime, or kids show on Netflix that had, Joe, was it 45 seasons?
45 seasons, 6 months. 45 seasons in 6 months, yeah.
But yeah, they've not really dabbled in other mediums, and it feels like, I don't know if it was COVID or just burnout or whatever, but...
I think we told you guys that, though. Like, Spy Racers put out series, like, there was three seasons of it in 12 months. Which is to the point where we were like, how are these people even animating?
It was 3 seasons in, like, 7 months. It was, like, October, December... April or something like that. Like there were 5 seasons over like 3 years, but there were like 3 seasons over 7 months.
And we were like, are they just like recycle? Like, how can they even crank out animation this fast? Like it was unbelievable.
It was like a dime novel. You can crank those out. It takes 2 weeks to write one of those things.
Oh my god! I'm looking at the release pattern. Season 2019, 2 seasons in 2020, 3 seasons in 2021. How the fuck did they do that?
And also, nobody talks about it. Like, considering how popular the franchise is, and considering that it's on Netflix, which is a thing that people...
This is no cultural cachet at all.
Talk about things. Zero.
Wow.
The show's not good, but, like, there's, like, it a couple times, like, hints at maybe dropping lore, and then just like, nah. Like, Dom's in 1 or 2 episodes. They're like, oh...
Yeah, because it's his nephew. You're following his nephew and his crew. Yeah.
So it's like it's adjacent to lore, but it's not quite lore.
It has like 1 paragraph of production information on it, and it seems like it's just like from the these were the companies that made this, end of list. And it's like, how on earth was this created? That's incredible.
We need to let him listen to the what's the Yuka song? What was the song, Joey?
Yoka.
Yeah.
There's an energy drink in there.
They made 52 of these fucking things. Wow. Okay. Huh.
I mean, what you could do is you could do what that guy went viral on TikTok or Instagram or Twitter or whatever for, where he's like, I set up macros to watch anime at 12 times speed and like, blah, 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 blah. Like, you could watch all of these probably in like 1 lunch break.
Sure.
You could just like go through and be like, yep, I get it. So.
Well, are you mad or impressed that
I'm like, well, I just think that it's weird that like genuinely one of the largest franchises in the world, the signature franchise for Universal Studios, did this and it has no cultural, like, is it a kid thing?
Nothing. It is a kid thing for sure.
Yeah, but like, I mean, part of it's also like, you always wonder sometimes it's like, oh, did they come in with a concept for this and then they glommed it onto the Fast and Furious, almost like as an afterthought, like the way that they would like the Die Hard movies. Most of those were separate independent scripts that they made into Die Hard movies in order to get them made, right? Like that's interesting. I'm more fascinated that it doesn't exist. Which, by the way, we are so far afield from Hobbs and Shaw. Like,
well, okay. Well, I do want to go back to the title. You were saying a terrible name. Watching this, I had an idea for the sequel title, which is even more obscure.
Oh, God.
It would never be the title. But at the end, I'm just like, Brixton, recommissioned.
I love
It
it.
doesn't have any numbers or Fast and the Furious.
That's a 30 Rock movie. That's a movie in the back that Tracy Jordan did as a cash-in. That Brixton.
Yeah.
I watched The Beekeeper last night with Statham, and somebody on Letterboxd I follow said this sounds like the name or the plot of a movie that Adam Scott would make up on a podcast. It's just like, yeah, it's about like these military spies who also keep bees, and they're called beekeepers. It's like, well, okay, but like that's actually what the...
Nope, got it in one, actually. Like,
if the Fast and Furious presents Hobbs and Shaw, Brixton, the villain from that movie that nobody knows the name of and didn't know that this was a movie, whatever, recommissioned? I don't know, maybe.
Is that? I'm sorry. That's the name of Idris Elba's character.
Yeah, correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
For a movie that, again, I will say I watched last week, but like these names are not sticky. They like.
How many times have you guys seen this movie? You watched it for this, but theaters, have you watched it in between, like since theaters other than this time?
At most 3 times, probably 2.
Like several plane viewings, maybe like 5 of this thing. Yeah,
I will say it's not bad. I don't think it's a bad film. I think some of the action is like fairly top notch. I would say. I think that some of the stuff at the end in particular is like quite good. I think that the part of it that I don't like, that actually kind of takes me out of it a lot, is that it feels more like a brand activation in some parts of it, like the Kevin Hart stuff, like the Ryan Reynolds stuff. Like a lot of that feels like, oftentimes The Rock gets kind of I think a fair knock for just kind of playing himself on screen. But then when he brings his friends who also just do that, that I think actually really started to take me out of it a little bit in a way that, your mileage probably varies on that. But I did think that, like, the sequence in Russia when they get the thing, all the stuff on Samoa, like there are some really like top notch action set pieces in this thing in a way that I think that some of the action feels more vibrant than some of the stuff that we're going to see in Fast 10 at times. But it did just like
your film about Air Marshal Dinkley.
I don't think I would sign up for that. No, I don't think that Air Marshal Dinkley is the breakout of the film.
Joe and I have signed a contract that if they make an Air Marshal Dinkley, we have to watch that every lap. So like if they make a Kevin Hart spin-off movie that's just about Dinkley, it's like, all right, you guys want to be on lap 27 of Dinkley? Okay.
I'll go to Dinkley. If you're gonna do Dinkley, I'll be there.
I will say, we've said this a couple times on here. I don't like watch trailers, but we follow the news of the show obviously, and somehow like Kevin Hart being in this movie surprised both of us. Like we had no one reported that, no one, like he might have been on second, but like we're just like, oh, he's friends with The Rock or whatever. Like that just makes sense. But like,
and Ryan Reynolds wasn't pitched in the movie during
correct.
the promo. He like was around set as well, so we were like had a hint that he was probably going to be in the movie somewhere, but not to this extent.
I will also say, on the Ryan Reynolds thing, watching this with Deadpool and Wolverine in theaters, the fact that Ryan Reynolds is in here, that Rob Delaney's in here, that the TSA agent who talks about Mike Oxsmall, like that guy, is in the TVA in Deadpool and Wolverine. Like there's at least 3 guys in this movie, including 2 pretty major, like one, major supporting characters in Deadpool and Wolverine. So like, I think, Walt, you were saying like just bringing friends over or whatever, like it seems like these guys all just like hop from thing to thing maybe, or like maybe they brought in Ryan Reynolds. He's like, oh, I'm friends with Rob Delaney, and like they could bring him, whatever, who knows? I don't know. But it was crazy to me. I'm just like, another guy from that movie? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the director did Deadpool 2, right?
Yes, David Leitch.
And like I imagine that they know each other from that. Also, like Ryan Reynolds and The Rock are the 2 guys who are very much, Kim, I know that this is your entire profession, but like they're just like the most like brand activation of all Hollywood people. They're like, basically.
Do you guys have a preference between Terramana Tequila and Aviation Gin?
Not really.
In terms of brand activation, Kim?
Preference? I mean, Aviation sold already to Diageo for a whole ton of money. So,
really? I didn't know.
Yeah.
What about Terramana? Is Terramana still a rock joint?
It's still a rock joint. We'll see where that goes, because it was one of those brands that all these celebrity tequila brands are really chasing, or tequila and gin and all the liquors. They were chasing both Ryan Reynolds and Casamigos, which is George Clooney. So, but yeah, these 2 are so active in this, especially Dwayne Johnson. With all sorts of business ventures, right?
He has like a new energy drink out that I just saw.
Zoa.
I saw the commercial for it on like Peacock or something, and he was slanging that. I was like, God damn, this is why everybody's mad that you're not running the XFL right now.
And the Army is looking for
the Army's like, that's one of my favorite stories that I've had. Like,
I read your thing from your newsletter verbatim on the last episode. I'm just like, here's the news. We just got to read what Walt wrote because like it's more succinct. The Army is upset.
The Army is mad. They're not happy about the situation.
The Army. So we were talking about how like it cost them like 38 signups or whatever. Like he saved 38 lives, and Joe was like, I don't think that's how they think of it.
That's not the Army's math.
You should be paying me. I just saved 38 young men. Do you guys have a pick for the most 80s moment in this movie? Kim, most 80s moments?
I mean, this is just an 80s movie, right?
Okay, the whole thing?
It's Lethal Weapon, Riggs and Murtaugh, it's Dragnet, it's Beverly Hills Cop. Like
Mm-hmm.
that's what this. It's like the music. They're so quippy throughout this thing. There's like childhood flashbacks. This is just the whole thing is an '80s movie.
It's very Predator coded, I think, too. He's like Idris Elba is amazing in this movie. Like
he's so good.
Like he is an incredibly talented actor. He's a great bona fide movie star. He looks incredible in this film. I think that he looks phenomenal. He's actually, I think, the most interesting villain of any Fast and Furious villain by far. Like he's actually got something really kind of cool going on. He delivers the line "genocide schmenocide," and in any other actor's mouth that would probably not work. But I don't know. Idris nailed it.
He's full of great lines. Like, he just the first line that he comes in, and they're like, "Who are you?" He's like, "Bad guy." Next, like it's so incredible. Like you don't need to know. We're establishing that this is going to be a stupid action movie off the rip. I'm the bad guy. They're fighting me. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, I like my 80s thing is somewhat related to just a more general. Like I was hoping that we could talk a little bit just about Dwayne Johnson, movie star, because I feel like this is going to be our last opportunity to do that for at least this lap. Like I've always been very interested in The Rock. I've written a couple of stories about him over the course of my career. I think he's a super interesting dude in the same way that I think like one of my beliefs is just like, I think the single most interesting American, like, of the 20th century is Arnold Schwarzenegger. I think that he understood something about how like movies work, how like people see people. Like he was one of the first guys to kind of realize like if I get big, I'm interesting, and if I'm interesting, people want to look at me, even if I'm like, and like he really kind of locked in on through every phase of his career, you know, positive, negative, that kind of stuff, whether it was the politics, whether it was the films, whether it was the bodybuilding, he like remains like very insatiably interesting in a way that is specifically designed to hit the American middle in a way that stays really fun. And like even in his politics, again, which are center right, but like center right California politician, he is like, nobody's like really mad. Like he doesn't like have the same disdain for Republicans that I think a lot of other people on the left sometimes feel. He doesn't catch any of that because he's like stayed very he just like has definitely navigated an extremely complicated American obsession with image. And I think that Dwayne Johnson is kind of the close, like he very much wants to be Arnold in that way. Like he's flirted with politics in very similar manners. He's like talked, he was big and knew that he was big in an industry that you need to be big, and knew how to command American attention. Even the same way that they kind of enter into the film industry is very similar. And so I think that like in this movie, the Schwarzenegger like yearning that Johnson has is very evident. And like I do kind of like, I also don't necessarily think it totally worked for him. I don't think that he's actually like, Arnold is like a generational, interesting, fascinating American story, and like Johnson is a little bit too corporate version of that.
It felt like he was on that trajectory, but like we've been, you know, sort of like loosely covering, not really covering, but talking about for the last like year and a half or two. Like he seemed untouchable, and now it seems like he has not had a win in like 2 years. Like it's wild to see sort of like in real time the downfall of like maybe
Black
the most
Adam.
famous actor.
Yeah,
Black Adam started it. Yep.
and like I also think that the main difference is that like Schwarzenegger has always understood that like it's okay to kind of make yourself a joke of it, right? Like he did comedies, he would do things like Twins where he appears to be ridiculous. He did all the 90s, he did like funny stuff, but like in a way that like allowed his like, persona to be kind of like I was listening, you know, I just went on vacation with my husband, and my husband put on an episode that Schwarzenegger was on of the David Spade and the guy from Wayne's World, Dana Carvey, have like a podcast, and he was on it, and he was talking about like Hans and Franz, the sketch from the 80s. He was like, "Oh no, that was great. You like that put me on the map. People realized that they could poke fun at it. That it was an endearing thing to have an accent, not a humiliating thing." And like he was always down to kind of play with that persona. Whereas The Rock is so fucking self-serious and like really like has that kind of contemporary idea of like you can't really joke about his persona because he is very, very earnest about it in a way that I think makes him. Like his desire to be untouchable makes him less interesting as a performer, you know?
Do you remember if Arnold did those movies like early on? Like at what point did Jingle All the Way come out? And
that was 96.
Okay.
Yeah. So he like his 80s were a lot of the big action movies and that kind of stuff. He does but then you also got to remember, like, he worked with James Cameron when Cameron was a fairly new director, but then he'd continue to work with him on things like True Lies and, like, actual, like, films in which he has to act and all that kind of stuff. he would always dabble in the silly stuff, but this is why I'm obsessed with just his persona, which is that he very quickly clocked that the 80s were over, and that if you stayed in the 80s, then you would become like Stallone, like you would become an artifact. You would become just like one of, like, you know, Carl Weathers didn't have a ton of work after the 80s because that kind of big guy shoot 'em up wasn't popular anymore. So he quickly in the 90s pivoted towards doing those kind of comedies where he would kind of take some of the, like, again, make fun of his own persona about that kind of stuff. Like he was very quick to kind of realize, like, oh, the culture doesn't like guns as much as they used to. They don't like the brazen thing. The Reagan era is over. Time to pivot. And he did it very elegantly in a way that I don't think Dwayne Johnson has been particularly interested in. I think
Has anybody seen Tooth Fairy 2? Because Dwayne is not in it.
So is Statham?
They made a second one, and the Tooth Fairy 2 stars Larry the Cable Guy.
Right.
Well, the Tooth Fairy was a rejected Schwarzenegger script, and like that's
like
literally like a lot of some of like Dwayne's stuff was just like things that were collecting dust because Schwarzenegger said no at some point. Either way, but like I just think that this movie should have been like he has full control of the movie. They go to Samoa, which is clearly a thing that probably Dwayne Johnson pushed for a little bit. Like it was very much like he had a lot of creative control over this to become the action star that he wants to be, and like I don't actually think that he pulls it off in a way that remains compelling.
Kim, what do you think? Where does The Rock go from here? Is it more brand stuff? Is it acting? Is it simplifying? Is it diversifying?
From here right now, or from after Hobbs and Shaw? So
no, from here, because we know after Hobbs and Shaw, he takes loss after loss after loss. Like he goes to Black Adam from here, and that, oh boy. But I mean, like from here in 2024, if you're his brand manager, you're like, Dwayne,
you're sitting in an ocean of money, Scrooge McDucking, swimming around. You're Dwayne Johnson's brand manager. What do you say?
Right, there he is in his cave full of money. So I think we've already started to see it, and it happened earlier this year when The Rock returned to wrestling. I think bringing him back into that world and having him around everything, he was the hottest thing in wrestling this year. He was probably the hottest thing in wrestling over the past several years, along with his cousin Roman Reigns. But like this year, he headlined night 1 of WrestleMania. He appeared at night 2 of WrestleMania. He was on every single week for months ahead of it. Like bringing him back into the wrestling world gave him like, and he was a bad guy too. He wasn't taking himself too seriously for a second, because when he reverts to like The Rock, which is not Dwayne Johnson, when he reverts to that character, it feels like more he's looser with it, right? Where the rest of his image has to be so, I'm Dwayne Johnson, I'm like the nice guy, I'm friends with everybody, I remember everyone's names. If Jack Black makes fun of me, I'm gonna laugh, ha ha ha. Like you get that version of The Rock, but like when he's The Rock and he's being a dick to everyone around him, you're like, oh yeah, I like watching this. This is amazing.
So return to basics, maybe a scarcity in other things, just like focus on the wrestling, focus on him being a heel, and then people are going to want him back.
Do you guys know about the Smashing Machine? Not to jump in here.
Yeah, no, I'm very excited for that.
So it's a Benny Safdie of the Safdie brothers is directing an A24 movie called The Smashing Machine, which is about a guy, I think his name's Kerr, but basically he was like one of the first UFC guys. And it was like in the earliest days of UFC, and he was just like very, very good at UFC because he would knee people in the face and shit like that. Got very into drugs and mostly like opiates and that kind of thing, and then kicked the habit. But like it's a serious part. He looks like like they put a fake schnoz on him for at least the video that they or the still that they released, and it looks like the Safdie brothers are very good at taking people out of their comfort zone. Like obviously Adam Sandler was doing shit in Uncut Gems that he had never done on film before. They're very good with like new and kind of amateur actors, right? Like they do take people who are just kind of doing brand new stuff. So like I mean I think that could potentially like do wonders for him. Like I don't know if it's like it's being released at the time that you release Oscar Plays, and it would not surprise me if at least he's kind of put a little energy behind that. I would be surprised. I mean, it obviously depends on the film, but like I don't know if it's entirely just that. But like, I mean, if he is able to get positive reviews by pushing himself in a new direction and actually taking direction and not just hiring one of his best friends to direct a movie where he plays a version of himself, like I think that could really that could seriously reboot a lot of his actual film work.
Could be good. It's like the Tarantino effect, but for like the modern day.
Yeah.
It's like the Robert Pattinson off Twilight. What can you do?
Yeah.
Off The Rover, which is also great. Like, oh, you can do Good Time? Okay, cool.
Fuck yeah.
Or like Uncut Gems. And now Josh Safdie's like, I'm just going to direct a comedy special. While Benny Safdie's like making like generation-defining art with Nathan Fielder. He's like, I'm going to go do an Adam Sandler Netflix special and probably make a couple $1 million. Joe, what's your pick for the most 80s moment?
As I was watching it this time, I think that a very 80s thing is all the classic rock references. Like you have The Rock wearing a Motley Crue t-shirt, you have them doing all the special fun time pranks like the Keith Moon, stuff like that. But I ultimately think, I think the diner that they're in with Ryan Reynolds is pretty 80s, but I think the most 80s thing about this movie is the disguises that they wear to the airport. Like the goofy mustache, like that kind of shit is just like so apparently them and like so corny costumey that I think that was my most 80s moment of this movie.
Pretty good.
Oxmole.
Thank you, sir.
I went with, I think, sort of similar maybe to Kim's. I just went with the concept of cybernetics. Felt kind of 80s, just like computers. We don't really understand them, but they're bad. Or are they? We'll explore.
Yeah.
And the other thing is a very, very brief thing, but it opens with Hobbs in like what looks like a Gold's Gym style gym. Like that feels.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
80s.
Yeah. Now that we talked about Arnold, that just feels like Arnold shit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's super deliberate. I think that it is just interesting to see where Johnson's career is having a conversation with Schwarzenegger's career in a way that succeeds or fails. Like again, like he like they both did sword and sandal shit. They like Rock did Hercules, like Conan was like you can, if you look at just like what they've done, you can see a lot of these kind of peered films, right? Like even I don't know. It's super interesting because it's more interesting when it doesn't work than when it does work. But when it does work, it is actually very good. But yeah, this movie was interesting to me because it did feel like, man, the guy's at the height of his powers. He has full control of this movie for all intents and purposes, and like he's just not doing that much interesting here. You know,
He name drops Terminator in this movie too.
yeah. I mean,
Oh, my.
I imagine that, you know, trying to live up to the cultural cachet of literally one of the most interesting Americans ever is potentially weighing on him. And again, he was also like late career Schwarzenegger went hard into comedy because it wasn't as viable to maintain the form as it was when he was younger. And like, you know, I think Johnson is also kind of at the age where, like, you know, knees are kind of shot. Like, there's a lot, like, the
Probably,
body keeps the score. And, like, I don't know. Like, it is kind of fun. I will say we haven't talked very much about him, but Jason Statham is honestly just a breath of fresh air and a delight in these films, I've decided.
Yeah.
Like,
I think that he was on a similar sort of trajectory as a lot of these muscle guys, like Vin Diesel, like The Rock, whatever. And then he's like, well, what if I did like comedy, but not like kids comedy? Like, what if I was just like in Paul Feig's Spy or something? Like, you're just like, oh no, like you're actually. I think part of it is that like you don't expect comedy out of someone who looks like him, but also he's pretty good at it. And there's something about it where it's like, oh no, this is actually refreshing. I think the supporting cast in this, between, or not even supporting cast, but like around The Rock, because we talked a lot about The Rock, but like Statham, Vanessa Kirby as Hattie, like there's a lot of things in here. Madam, Isa Gonzalez as Madam M in her one scene, like there's a lot of here to really like. It's just there is The Rock.
I think Rob Delaney's very good in this. Like, Ryan Reynolds takes me out of it. Delaney nails exactly who he should be.
Yeah. Kim, what do you think of Statham? We haven't talked much about Statham.
Statham, I mean, he's playing what Jason Statham plays, right? It's just his
he is,
his job
100%.
is different in this one. He's not a beekeeper. He's not a transporter. He is. But yeah, no, that's what he is so incredibly good at. Like, he can do it on his own or with someone else, and like not all these action stars are capable of doing the buddy cop thing at the level that Statham does it. And like the action scenes too, the way he sounds, like you talked about Idris before, and how good he was in this. He like sounds proper nefarious in this one throughout the whole thing. Statham, no matter, he just feels dangerous, you know?
Sure.
At all times, even though he's with the largest human on the planet right next to him, he feels like a weapon, and he does such a good job getting that across.
I think there's also something about maybe just the actor or what we have built up, like mythologized around them, but like his one sort of romantic scene where he just makes out with Madam M feels organic, but then they try to force in the Hattie Hobbs thing, which doesn't quite work, but it's like, well, there needs to be some kind of romance, and it can't be brother and sister, so it's got to be the other guy and the girl.
Okay, Dwayne Johnson he's not good at movie romance. He doesn't have a lot of chemistry with his. I don't know why. I think that he's very interested. Like, he's very, very good at like being striking and interesting and kind of cutting a good figure and that kind of stuff. But like Jason Statham has chemistry with everyone. He genuinely seems like he's very charismatic in a way that is, I think, very understated. But like he just has a lot of chemistry, and like I think that Statham's putting in a little bit more work when it comes to making the Hobbs and Shaw dynamic work. Whereas I just think that, again, like Dwayne Johnson, like I was trying to, has he had like a very good on-screen romance? And the answer is like kind of no.
Is it like an authenticity thing?
I don't know. I think it's
in terms of like believing what you're seeing on screen.
He was a wrestler, dude.
The point of wrestling is that you have people suspend their disbelief because it's not real.
Fair.
It's real for you right then, And like what Dwayne is good at is that the Statham back and forth parts of this movie where it's not just Dwayne talking to the bad guy or whatever. It's Dwayne and his buddy, and they deliver what is a wrestling promo. This is not even my wrestling moment of the movie.
God damn it!
But back and forth, those scenes where they go back and forth insulting each other, that's pro wrestling. That's why his delivery is so good in those scenes.
If we were in a different universe where gay people ran wrestling, I could imagine wrestlers kissing sometimes. Whereas in this, I do not like see any like The Rock. It does not have any like that kind of chemistry with anyone in any film ever, and I don't know entirely why. In a way that like I don't think it's bad, and I think that most of the times they're able to kind of work around it. But like I don't think he's had a believable on-screen relationship. But I am curious, Kim, what your wrestling moment of the week is to carry forward the thing that I have interrupted.
Wrestling moment of the week is the concept of a foreign object. Would anyone like to give that a stab? What's the foreign object, guys?
Chairs, ladders, chairs.
Yes, a foreign object is something that you use from the environment to
from beyond the ring,
your enemy with, or poke. Could be piercing damage to the eye should you wish. But I made a list of foreign objects that are used in this film, and this is probably among the most foreign object-y movies ever created. It's just.
Really?
Aside from like kung fu movies, it's probably this. It's okay, here we go. Ready? Champagne bottle, metal sheet, tattoo gun, rope, motorcycle helmet, bag of trash, paint bucket, car battery, glass vase, glass bottle, toaster, shower head, folding chair, arm from a folding chair, metal chair, artillery shell, bolt cutters, helicopter missile pod, helicopter window, scrap metal club, small wrench, sledgehammer, and then the dozens of bludgeoning weapons from the closet in Samoa.
Wow.
And then there's also a stun gun, which is like a weapon. It's not really improvised, but it is kind of a legendary wrestling weapon as well, because that's how Bill Goldberg's streak was lost at Starrcade in 1998. Stun gunned, and finally lost his title and streak.
Doesn't seem fair.
I don't think the ref saw it. The ref didn't.
No, it was a no DQ match, so it didn't matter. The unfortunate thing is there are two weapons that are never used that you would love to see used. One is when The Rock enters that room with the giant man who comes out from under the vehicle with a huge wrench, and he never uses the huge wrench. And then his mom and the chancla that she's gonna throw.
Oh yeah, but the big wrench that's a Dom Toretto move. He can't use the big wrench. That's Dom Toretto's foreign object. Yeah,
signature weapon.
Yeah.
Walt, what is your most D&D moment of the movie?
It's interesting because again, like I feel like my conceit with the D&D moments is that it is Vin Diesel's perspective. It is the way, if you look at what he's liked in the past, what kind of stories he's drawn to. His vision as author, whatever you have, is like drawn towards D&D moments. And this film, I think that based on what I understand about its production and how it was made, was not really steered by Vin in the way that I would argue that a lot of the mainline Fast and Furious films were. So I do think that it is a little bit of a lighter touch in this one, and it's less like deliberately evoking the kind of elements of D&D. But I would say in this one, I think it's got to be like the incredibly convenient backstories. It's just like, oh yeah, we'll go to the best mechanic in the world, who's also my brother, who I've never mentioned until this point. But we need somebody to fix the thing. And yeah, DM, of course I have a brother. Of course he's the best mechanic in the world. He's also all my cousins are there, so they can help fight too. That's fine too, right? And then. And this, and like the sister thing too, was also an incredibly, invented contrivance, right? Like, oh yes, of course we need to save, the sister that I never mentioned, who my brother was also in these movies, and he never mentioned me. I know, so it's probably running in the family. But yeah, of course I have a sister who is also Helen Mirren's kid, yeah. So I don't know. I think this was the ass pull of like, oh yeah, no, of course. Listen, I know that we don't have a healer on our team, but my brother's in the next town over, and he's a healer, and so we can. Yeah,
I think that these are very well taken points. I will also say though that these are relatively new to us characters, as opposed to in the next movie where the beating heart of the franchise is like, oh yeah, my brother.
Yep.
Did I not mention a brother?
Yep. They pull the trick later, and for that film, I think there's another thing in there, but like the classic, like, oh yeah, no backstory that makes the actual because if he was not the brother of the best mechanic in the world, which is kind of rude that it's not Dom, I will say, but like if he's the brother of the best mechanic in the world, that information could have come up before now. And I will say, like, I go back and forth on the Samoa stuff a little bit, just because it does feel slightly contrived. It does feel like a producer note. The producer note in general came from probably Dwayne, but like there is his mom does have a very funny line being like, "Oh, look at you, all skin and bones," and I was like, that's a really funny thing to say about Dwayne the Rock Johnson. Yeah. So I don't know. It doesn't super work for me, but it also doesn't not work for me. But that is my D&D moment, as best I could, scrape together from a movie that actually is not made with that vision in mind. It definitely has a little bit more of a Campbellian kind of arc.
Is it a one shot?
I mean, listen, it certainly looks like it's a one shot. Yeah. The other thing is, like, yeah, sometimes D&D groups, like, you get a smaller subgroup of them who are like, I want to try a thing in Blades in the Dark, and so they'll have a separate sub game, and that's kind of what this is. But yeah, it's definitely the least D&D, or the lightest touch D&D, at least for quite some time.
How do we feel about the erasure of Owen Shaw in this movie?
Yeah, what happened? Is he dead? I think I missed that. He's not dead.
No,
because he was on the plane in Fate helping the baby.
He was on the plane in Fate. You're right. That was weird to me. I did not necessarily. I also
because they do all the flashbacks and don't they could have easily put another kid in these flashbacks and it would have been like, oh
yeah, that
was Owen. He's not here. They're not talking about him. But like we see a third kid in the flashbacks, they acknowledge him. But no, they don't even. They have Hattie and Jason Statham in the flashbacks, and no third brother. And
so
they're all
like
10.
When Joe and I saw this movie for the first 3 or 4 times, like over the course, like when it was still in theaters, we're like, I don't even think he's mentioned. And, like, one listener was like, actually, like, Queenie one time says Owen, like, your brother, and it's just like, but that's like, it's a throwaway a line, just like, we know that there's another one.
Yeah, it
very
is
strange,
very peculiar, and also. Again, my understanding of Dwayne Johnson's arc was like literally the last scene of the previous film is him rejecting a position back with DSS, or like he was basically given his badge and gun back, and then he looks at his daughter and he's like, "I'm retired now." And so I was wondering, I didn't think that he still had a job, and so like I was kind of curious as to like, yeah, DSS loaned you, and I was like, they can't do that. He's done. Like.
I want to go back just very briefly. Like, a thought that I had, or a question that I had, sort of ties into Walt your D&D thing. But I was wondering, like, not only do we go to Samoa in this, we also go to Deckard's like fully decked out garage where he's got like all these cars and this booze and all these computers and like all the the gear and whatever. And I was wondering how many more garages we might have left in us in this franchise. Like, same way you're saying, like, oh, my brother's a healer in the next town over. Just like, oh no, I know a place where we can get literally
70 cars. Yeah.
Not that there's an answer to that, but I'm just wondering, like, oh yeah, like there's just, of course, like I had a life before you knew me, basically, right? It's just like, oh, we got it.
I know that they're like thieves and spies, but like that's a lot of maintenance to do. Like that, like how many like garages full of 10 supercars can you possibly maintain on a criminal salary?
Don't know.
I mean, when we were doing that data project, we separated garage time and hideout time to see how often they were in like a place where one fixes cars versus a place where you plan crime or plan something, whatever it is, a military planning facility, like whatever it is. So garage versus hideout. And in the first movie, it's all garage time. In the second one, it's nearly all garage time. Third one, all garage time. Fourth one, all garage time. And then in 5, it's all hideout. And ever since then, we're getting more hideout time than garage time. We didn't do the numbers for Hobbs and Shaw, but like Fate had not a single regular car garage in it.
It's just like there is a hideout with garage stuff in it, right?
Yeah.
It's just like this is a hideout.
This is a hideout.
This one, but there's a car. There's cars and ostensibly wrenches somewhere.
An issue that this franchise has, which because it went from being we're going to do a crime in a city, we're going to race some cars in a city. Now that it has become an international experience, moving a car between different countries is one of the most annoying possible. Like the one logistical hurdle that they have now opted into by doing 10 different cities in every single film was like how did they rent a car in Russia? That's I mean, they didn't. They flew it. They jumped out of a plane, I guess. But like, it's just the logistical bounds of what car is good at is not well served by the internationalization of the Fast and the Furious franchise.
Well, this movie is just like, oh, we have Dinkley. Like he just did it.
Yeah.
Right.
The power of Dinkley, man.
I think the real answer is like, Walt, have you ever experienced what it's like for people that have one car in the hood? Like, that's everyone's car.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably what it is. It's more like they show up and it's like, yeah, let's call Steve. Steve was in Russia. Like, let's borrow his car. It just happens that they know everybody that has supercars. You know what I mean? But they're like, yeah, you could take the keys, bring it back next week, whatever. Don't worry about it.
None of these, as much as all of these actors are like, yeah, I'm 40. It's like, none of you are 40. Like, they've all been doing this for decades, right? And I think this movie does establish, like, oh, I know a woman, like, I know Madam M. I can just go to Magdalena, right? Like, there are people that they just have pockets of. Like, they just know enough people from a job at one point, so they can just be like, oh yeah, Steve's car.
So they're not shipping the cars back and forth, because I agree that's a logistical nightmare. Yeah.
I mean, early on, they would win the cars, right? If we need a second car,
yes,
gotta win it.
Yeah, we take the one that we borrowed, and then we go win a second one. Then that's ours, and then we wreck them all.
Right. And then there's no.
And that's how this works. Then there's no cars left.
It's amazing that people still race these guys. Just like, you're not gonna win. You're gonna lose your car. Stop racing them.
What's his name? Wait, fan favorite Diogo says, man, fan favorite Diogo says, like, a Toretto car in my collection.
Man, I miss Diogo. I'm so glad we're almost back to fan favorite Diogo.
We told you guys about this?
No, please expand.
Diogo is like if you're ranking like characters in Fast 5 by like order of memorability, he's probably about 40th. But he comes back in Fast 10. He's the guy who dies in Fast 10. Like, they're racing, and like Dom has the kind of like Dark Knight, like, do you save him or her?
Yeah.
And so he lets Diogo die. But like Diogo's like IMDb bio, just like
we Google,
we favorite Diogo returns the Fast, and we're just like, who?
Yeah.
So not to burn that guy, but like it's just like
It's a trope I get really like annoyed with in movies like this, where you challenge the person who you're obviously going to lose to. Like, watch The Witcher. People keep fucking with The Witcher, and it's like, he's gonna kill you. What are you doing? This is so stupid.
Well, I do think, on the other hand, in this movie, we have two guys who are 100% muscle, and yet they will lose to one guy who is 100% muscle, or 50% muscle, 50% machine, because they don't know how to work together. What do you guys think of the like moral of this movie being like, teamwork's important?
Is that the moral of this movie?
That's ultimately what it comes down to.
But it's the only lesson learned in this movie.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a couple morals in this movie. I think that like one of them is like, hey, don't get a Neuralink just so that you can know somebody who's obviously about to punch you is 94% chance of punching. Like,
brother, you may believe in machines, but we believe in people. It's like, well, yeah, but AI or something, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't like. Does the Fast and I mean, we are far enough in that I'm sure that if there is one, it is discernible. What is the moral of the Fast and Furious saga?
That family is what you make of it. I think that's what the moral is. Found family in general, that your friends can be family, and it's all about who you care about. I think that's the ultimate moral of Fast and the Furious.
Yeah, but then why are all the villains about AI now?
Because that's what every movie's about now.
I know, but like it's just like if that's then maybe it's like the best villains were the ones who were like, oh, I'm gonna try to break up the family, like Charlize.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
like that's the most effective.
Because that's the main moral.
Yeah. But now why is it like why does Mr. Nobody exist? Like,
does he exist? We don't know.
He's basically gone.
They give that one promo video that he cuts in the plane, and then he's gone, and then we don't talk about him in the next one, right?
There's a line that one of the guys delivers at ETN that's just, we hacked all the newspapers and whatever, all the media in the world.
sure.
How does that feel? How does that feel, Kim?
We hacked all the media in the world. Okay, that's okay. Great. Next line.
It's not hard. All the media is basically everyone has just like a subscription to every newspaper, and just there's just the list in the office in Microsoft like Excel that's just like here's all the passwords. Like it's not hard to hack the whole media. Like
I always like that. It reminds me of like when people are like, they have a cure for whatever disease, and I'm like, if you knew how science worked, you'd know that that's not true. Like it's just like like here like Kim hearing they hacked the media, all of it. You're just like, yeah, okay, sure,
why not?
Yeah.
But they could just kill Hattie and they'll just take care of the disease problem altogether, right? Just like
set her on fire. That's what they said.
Purely, I'm sure her body is not going to still like harbor those germs and somehow get out or spread the contagion or whatever. But just kill her. Did you guys stick around through the like 3 or 4 credit scenes?
Oh yeah,
I think I stuck around through like 2 of them. I guess I'd missed. Is there
There's one where Ryan Reynolds calls.
Yes, that's a good one.
Hobbs.
I thought that was fun.
After he somehow beats up an entire hallway of guys, he's like, I am the virus. Just kidding, I'm not the virus. There's also one where, at the very end, where Hobbs gets back at Shaw by calling it, like, basically by swatting him and having them call him Hugh Janus.
Okay, yeah.
At the
Did
bar.
not have an opportunity to take
Mr.
it in
Hugh
that
Janus. And then there's the final one with the brick, which is just
more Game of
an
Thrones.
extension of the first one.
Yeah.
I don't think that needed 3.
What do you guys think of all the Game of Thrones in here? Does that still feel timely?
Nope, not at all. It does not.
There's a lot of Game of Thrones in here.
There's more Game of Thrones than I think that, like, because it was 2019, and I felt like Game of Thrones wasn't even like particularly fresh then either. Like,
it was not. But didn't this movie get pushed back a year, Joey?
It might have, but still, even then, like,
it was like on the tail end of it, like as they're shooting it, and then it got like pushed back a year, I think, or something, and then it was like, oh, this just feels wildly.
I've
dated.
mentioned this before when we've talked about this, but there's still a joke that works in Logan Lucky that it shouldn't. Where
oh my god, it's so good.
Logan Lucky, where they're talking, there's like the prisoners demanding, compensation. And like the prison warden gets back to them just like, look, we can get you all this stuff, but we can't get you books 6 and 7 and Song Ice and Fire because he hasn't written them yet. They're like, we've been in here for years. Like he was on book 5. Like how has he not written books? Like it just like, but
that's a good joke. Yeah,
works. This just saying like nothing, Jon Snow.
It has been longer since that movie was released than the time between when the A Dance with Dragons and that movie was released. So it has been twice as long. Like when the joke was making like oh yeah, it's taken a long time. He's got delayed. It's like it has been longer than the time originally elapsed since that has occurred. I guess my main question is like with all the Game of Thrones jokes is who do they think plays Miss Andai in their version of Game of Thrones?
And Momoa's in them too, bud.
Fuck, Momoa is in them. Momoa
Yeah.
is the biggest pop of any Game of Thrones actor by far.
That's what I mean. And he's in. So they have Melisandre and him in the movies now. How did they reconcile it?
Missandei.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
I forget all their names. Sorry.
Also, Charlize's henchman in Fate of the Furious
It's the mountain.
is also
right?
no.
He's the red-haired.
The red-haired guy.
Yeah.
He's also in Game of Thrones.
Yeah, why are they being so mean to those? Anyway, if they're your colleagues, at least be kind to them about it. But
there's also the thing where in this, I know it's just like a throwaway joke, it's not really canon, but like Deckard references that he is Handsome Rob from the Italian Job. He's like, oh, that was from a job I did in Italy. Wink, wink.
Okay, that's kind of funny.
So we've now adopted Italian Job, Handsome Rob as canon for like the
because that movie also has Charlize Theron
in it, yeah,
but not as Cypher, as a woman who has no agency that Mark Wahlberg walks in on while she's changing and doesn't leave.
Well, it was the 2000s. I don't know what to tell you.
Do you have any other thoughts, any other notes about this movie?
Every time we go to start this movie, I don't know what it is about it, but I get so excited. I think that this movie is, I really do. I think that this movie is a ton of fun. And I think that Kim was talking about separating like the fast from the furious parts of this. And I think that because it is semi outside of the Fast and Furious world, it doesn't take itself as seriously or is as brooding as the later Fast and the Furious movies. And I think it benefits greatly from that fact that like it just is fun, it's silly, it's tongue-in-cheek. And also I am ready to propose to you guys that second only to Tokyo Drift, this movie might have the best soundtrack of any Fast and the Furious film. It should not go this hard.
There are so many needle drops in this movie that almost feels like it's too much.
But they're good. The songs are good. Like, I like the songs in this movie so much more than, like, any... Since 7? Since we had See You Again? Like, what was the last one that's, like, as memorable as this for me? And I don't watch this movie that often.
We talked about this a couple of episodes ago, but, like, there's no like music to these movies. Like if I say like hum the Fast and Furious theme, like it does not exist. Like they are very anonymous. They're entirely needle drop based on that kind of front. And like I do think that this one, like again, like I would argue that probably Vin has some pretty considerable say over what gets optioned for those kind of the mainline films. A little bit of a fresh year on these. It really did feel different. It felt like kind of again it really didn't feel very. Like of Fast and Furious, right? It felt really kind of.
It didn't feel as corporate to me. It's like they found songs that kind of like fit what they were going for, or like newer and stuff like that, and it wasn't like as manufactured. For the movie, although Idris did do 2 songs on the soundtrack.
Hell yeah, we love that for him. He's a multi-hyphenate, incredibly talented. More good things for Idris Elba. I'm mad that they killed him. I genuinely am unhappy about it.
But every time I watch this movie, I go back and listen to the soundtrack again because I think it doesn't even need to be as good as it is. So, and yeah, still watching it now, even after we watch it a bunch of times. When I watch this, like when I put this one on, I'm like, this is just a fun action movie, and it hits for me. So I haven't gotten disenchanted with this movie yet.
Kim, other thoughts, final thoughts, Hobbs and Shaw?
There are parts of this that felt kind of John Wicky to me, which is like when you meet characters in this universe just real briefly, and they're super interesting characters as part of
Madam M.
Yeah, as part of this world, like her. It's exactly what I'm talking about when they arrive at that mansion, and Kevin Hart on the plane, like those kinds of things that they pepper through this movie. I think it was really cool. It makes you feel like you're in whatever the society that they roll in, and that's what the older Fast and Furious movies had more of. I think the random street racers that you meet for a few minutes and then they disappear. This time they're just people who steal from Russian mobsters.
Walt, final thoughts?
It feels like a departure from the franchise in a good way. I think a lot of its legacy will be determined by what actually Fast and Furious does. Like if they continue to try to percolate these kind of things out, I think it'll be remembered as like a successful tonal experiment that kind of opened up a lot of doors. If none of that materializes, then I mean, like that's like sometimes that just doesn't kind of happen. Like that might not like this movie might be kind of an afterthought. I think that the John Wick of it, Kim, is like clever in no small part because again the director was very involved with making John Wick, right? Like I think that this movie David Leitch is like an interesting filmmaker. I think at this point, again, like Deadpool 2 did interesting things with that character and was very, very successful. I think like The Fall Guy was very, very good this year. I think that he's actually got an aesthetic that takes the Fast and Furious movies in a very different direction that I don't kind of hate a lot of it. And like, there's parts of it that I can kind of quibble with it. A lot of it is with the Dwayne Johnson of it all. But like this movie was much more watchable than I think I remembered it being. I think I was more down on it in memory than I am actually when I'm watching it, in which case it is a very fun, silly romp.
No, I think it's very fun and watchable. Like my only frustration with this is that like if we never get another one, it feels less important.
Yeah.
Or if they continue to just ignore the fact that this that they have not mentioned ET on the core franchise, that just like the farther we get from this without ever like acknowledging this exists, without bringing Hattie into the franchise, it's just like, all right, well, like, okay. My only other thought, and I watch these now with subtitles just to see if I can pick up anything new. When Hobbs picks up Hattie when they're fighting in the street, it just subtitles her as brackets growls, which I thought was pretty good. Just growling. All right, we're going to go to This Ain't No 10-Second Race, a.k.a. Boy Do We Have a Podcast for You.
Boy, do we have a podcast for you. Come and check out our show. Yeah, yeah.
This is where we go on Twitter.com. Oh, sorry, X.com, the Everything app.
It's
now powered by Grok.
Oh, they changed it finally?
Well, you can go to Twitter.com and
redirects.
redirects, but yeah, it's been X.com for a while now.
Okay.
We're going to X.com, the Everything app powered by Grok, and we are going to find any tweet from anybody about these movies, the actors, the franchise, whatever, and respond to them as Too Fast, Too Forever. Follow us there. We, last time, when we talked about Fate of the Furious, I found Jen and the Ginger, who said, I'm watching the Fate of the Furious, and somehow I'm having a better time than everyone watching the debate, which, that was so long ago, with the debate no longer even relevant. Nope. We quote tweeted, watching these movies instead of literally anything else is always a good idea. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. It got 3 likes. The 3 likes were from Randy, Aaron, and Matthew Anderson, all of whom follow us, so 0 points for me, unfortunately. Joe, you found Mini-Me at Mini-Me. Not sure anyone puts any thought into this aside from me, but I gotta get off my chest that I don't understand how The Fate of the Furious is generally higher rated than F9 by critics and fans. F8 was exhausting and carelessly messed up the lore by making Statham good, I tell you. And we said, same here. We were big fans of F9 and highly critical of F8 for the longest time, and we talked about this plenty. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. It got 1 like, and that like is from Randy Carter. Unfortunately, Joe, no points.
No points.
Walt, you found file number 0000001 at Trace Leche off 22. Hand over mouth emoji, hand over mouth emoji, hand over mouth emoji, hand over mouth emoji. No way Fate of the Furious hit Prime so soon after we mentioned it. Thank you, Glob, for this power that I will continue to use only for stupid or trivial gain. And we said we urge you to use this power responsibly by asking for Fast 11 to happen anytime ever. And you should check us out. We love this stuff too. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. Got 1 like, also from Randy. Unfortunately, none. And then, Kim, you found Cunty Cancer at Adore Lay. Fuck all that other shit. You about to watch this whole Fast and Furious saga with me. And we said, fuck yeah, we will. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. Got 1 like. That like was also from Randy Carter, so unfortunately, no points all around. But thank you for the love, Randy. All right. Kim, you were the first one to send me your tweet. Please hit us with your tweet and how you would like us to respond.
All right. So this is a quote tweet for a post that just says, first logo for The Mandalorian and Grogu in theaters, May 2026. And that's Laddie responded, Hot Fuzz, Cop Out, Hobbs and Shaw, Two Guns, The Other Guys, Let's Be Cops, The Mandalorian and Grogu.
Little Hobbs and Shaw reference in there, too.
Little Hobbs and Shaw.
I mean, this also goes to your thing about this is just an 80s movie. This is just like a buddy cop duo. How do you want to respond to That's Lottie?
This is a long response, but I believe it. Ready? All right. Too hot, too fuzz. Two cop, two out. Two Hobbs, two Shaw. Two guns. Two other two guys. Two cops. And 2 Mandalorian, 2 Grogu.
Wait, 2 let's to be 2 cops or 2 let's be 2 cops?
Let's
or
do
2,
all
just 2 let's 2
So
cops.
let's to be 2 cops. There we go.
Okay.
That makes a lot of sense to me. I think that's important.
It's an excellent response tweet. You should get somebody should enjoy that.
Hopefully someone at least enjoys the two guns.
2
Exactly.
Mandalorian, 2 Grogu. Pretty good.
Hey,
Pretty,
yeah, that one tracks.
pretty good. All right, Walt, please hit us with yours.
Mine is also a quote tweet. The original tweet is someone recommend a good rom-com so I can rub my feet together under the blanket and giggle. And the quote tweet is Fast and Furious, Hobbs and Shaw. So, yeah, our favorite rom-com.
Beautiful.
Yeah. And I was like, hey, I think that we should just respond to that in the conventional way, which is just like, hey, that's also our favorite rom-com too. And if you would like more of, then we do the thing. So,
Yeah. I think we found some bangers of tweets, by the way.
hey,
Okay.
it is like, again, I think that the lowest one was, I think, Tokyo Drift, because that had a lot of randos in it. But I think that people these later films are on a lot of people's radar, and I think they
They are.
love it in many ways.
Joe, hit us with yours.
Mine's from Yuvaraj at Yuva_404. It's quote tweeting. Guy Lucho asks, "What is your favorite action film of all times?" His list is Hobbs and Shaw, John Wick 3, Mad Max Fury Road, and Mission Impossible 7.
Hell yeah.
And I just want to say, Hobbs and Shaw on top where it deserves to be. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. If somebody was like, what's your favorite action film of all time? I don't think that I would come out with Hobbs and Shaw off the riff.
Honestly, if this guy said Fast 5, John Wick 1, Fury Road, Mission Impossible Fallout, I'd be like, these are like the 4 best action movies. Like, it's quoting The Raid, too, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But like, so it's, but those would be 4. But like, he's so close on 2.
I know.
Also,
I know.
Just objectively wrong.
But Hobbs and Shaw on top, sure, yeah.
I found this tweet a while ago. I did not. We're basically hitting the same thing 3 times, where it's just somebody quote tweeting and doing a list.
Okay.
So this is also from 4 years ago. So on May 4th, 2020, so right in the heart of COVID.
Beautiful.
At Collider Frosty.
Awesome time mentally for everyone.
Steven Weintraub was like, well, yeah, May 4th is just like people being like,
oh, that's when
maybe this
isn't
isn't going to
end.
stop.
Yeah, that's when people
Nobody's
realize, like,
okay
oh
on
no,
May
it's
2020.
not going to blow over. Like, 30
So
days.
Steven Weintraub
inspire some shit.
at Collider Frosty said, anyone want to take a guess? At Universal Picks has announced the following release dates for untitled Universal event films. And they're Fridays in January 2020, or Fridays in 2022, in January, February, June, July, and November, right? So a lot of people are just like, here's what I'm guessing, whatever, right? Randy Thomas Jr. at X Ender Wigan X guessed Fast 10 Your Seatbelts, parentheses, entirely in cars, 2 Hobbs, 2 Shaw, parentheses, Brixton, Joy, and Seam, Furious 11-7, parentheses, time travel back to Furious 7,
Okay.
Hobbs and Shaw 24 Hours of Le Mans, parentheses, E.T. on Leader revealed as Satan, and then, you know, the
Beautiful.
ghost face emoji. Fast and Furious 12, Hell's Bells, parentheses, Hobbs and Shaw back with team to defeat Etion in Hell. And I'm going to say to
That's
Randy
incredible.
Thomas, it's sad none of this actually happened. Let's get you in a Furious 11-7 to go back in time and make sure it does. Boy, do we have a podcast for you.
Perfect.
Good stuff, guys. This is a.
I said we were on a good run. I could feel it. It was brewing. You guys hit some good ones. I think that everybody did a good job.
Yeah. It's hard to get some of the tweets sometimes, but that was a good setup.
I'm always just like, whenever each of you sends the tweet, I'm like, please, just not the one that I found.
I've done
But
it
like,
so many
getting
Mine
one
was
from,
mine was also 6 hours ago, so I was
mine
very
from 4.5
confident.
years ago, I was just like,
Yeah.
I'm good. But thank you so much, guys, for joining
As
us
always,
once
boys.
again. We'll be back next week with F9, but until then, what do you want people to find you, read about, post about, whatever? Well, your book keeps going on sale. Like, it keeps, like I said, a price threshold on Camel. Your book keeps like dipping below $20.
Not
So I
bad.
get alerted every time. I'm just like, there you go. So it's on sale. If you've not bought yet, You Are What You Watch.
Rock on.
Go buy it. But what do you want? What have you done since the last time we chatted? What do you want people to find about you? Sherwood News, Numlock News. Go for it.
Yeah, those are both fun. Yeah, if you go to sherwood.news, that's the website that I run. And then numlock.com is the newsletter that folks can definitely check out. And yeah, those are pretty much the most reliable ways to get a hold of me. Definitely, it's kind of a quiet summer, and I'm kind of looking forward to the fall where things start to pick up a little bit. But yeah, no, pretty fine on my end.
Kim, what about you?
I have a story out from a little bit ago about how Nike is betting on Olympic spending to revive its sales. Nike is too hot right now. There's been layoffs. Sales are down. They're going to be down for the next year. And they spent a whole ton of money on the Summer Olympics over in Paris. It looks like, they had plenty of athletes win and got some hype there, but there's not a whole lot of new products out right now. So we'll see how much this helps. That can be found over on Bloomberg.com.
Very, very cool. Like I said,
cool. Always the coolest.
next week we'll be back with these same 2 Hobbs and Shaw guests for F9, where we learn that Dom, spoiler, has a brother that we did not know about. So the streak
For
of
9
surprise
movies.
siblings continues next week with F9. Also, as a preview, in September, Joe will be coming to my house. We'll be watching the Randy Carter supercut of all the movies in chronological order. And so the one that really gets diced up like this is F9. So I'm excited to see this one in theatrical order and then see it all like in chronological order, because like we're gonna see all these flashbacks.
This one's gonna get rowdy. Yeah, this one gets cut a bunch. Yeah.
So
he sent us the list,
yeah.
guys, of like what his edits will be, and there's like what'd you say, 30 of them. That's like we need to move this chunk to here and like this chunk to here and like cut the. It's awesome.
And
so
when we will
the
do an
outline
episode
looks
talking
crazy.
about that, and we'll talk to him about it. But one thing he did not include Hobbs and Shaw, only or largely because he doesn't know when it would take place. Like, this movie is sort of outside of time and space and beyond the franchise in a way that, like, is it before? Is it after? No.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear they have to explain to people what a deadly virus is, so it must take place before 2020.
Like in the 1910s.
Here's why it might be bad if this goes
in the
out.
1200s. For all things Too Fast, Too Forever, go to cageclub.me, facebook.com/TooFast2Forever, or at TooFast2Forever on all the socials. Email us, family@cageclub.me. We'll read in a couple weeks. Check out our Patreon page at TooFast2Forever.com. We just had a bonus episode out about Patriot games, Jack Ryan. Out very soon, Airborne. Joe and I go Airborne, 1993's Airborne, on the Patreon very soon. And check out our store at cageclub.me/shop, and come back next week for F9. I'm Joey Lewandowski.
I'm Joe too.
And that was Kim Bhasin and Walt Hickey, and we will tell you all about it
when we see you again.
Hello and welcome to Too Fast, Too Forever. There's all kinds of family. We chose this one. This is episode 371, F9, lap 14. I'm Joey Lewandowski.
I'm Joe too, and this episode's brought to you by the YouTube channel Magnet Fishing Cult. Join Jug Grouper Nubby and Navi from the Magnet Fishing Cult to fish in lakes and rivers. Shout out to those guys.
Well, shout out to those guys, and welcome to Too Fast, Too Forever. With us tonight, once again, back from last week, 2 episodes in a row. It's rare that someone other than me or Joe has been on 2 episodes in a row, so just, you guys are in elite company tonight. With us once again, our very own Hobbs and Shaw. We have Walt Hickey and Kim Bhasin. Hello.
What is up?
We are always
How
here.
are you two doing this evening?
Delightful. Yeah. No, this is great. We are like, man, getting close to the end of the lap, fellas. I don't know.
Very close.
These films get more dynamic and interesting the more that we go along.
So dynamic.
Yes, truly. Before we dive into this, I have 2 book updates, one about yours, one about another book. So first off, we'll get the other one, the non-Walt one, out of the way first. We had the Full Throttle franchise editors on a lap or 2 ago. I genuinely have no idea when that was, because my brain is mush and time doesn't matter.
Also true.
But their book is on sale for $27 in the U.S. right now at Bloomsbury.com. So if you want the book of academic essays about the Fastiverse, about the Fast Furious franchise, go to Bloomsbury.com. You can get it for $27. It's also on sale in the U.K., so if you're a U.K. listener, it's on sale over there too. But on sale for $27, down from $40 here.
Not bad.
Walt, since you're here, I saved this for you.
Oh.
From our listener, Wes, said this in the Discord, quote, I finally started reading Walt's book. It's so good, I just bought another copy as a birthday gift for a friend, and I'm planning on buying another for my brother-in-law. I want to get it for all of my film friends.
Oh my God. Wes, thank you so much. Dude, I really appreciate that.
Single-handedly driving you up the bestseller charts.
I tell you what, like, it is like the most encouraging thing about this whole process has been when people read it and like word of mouth genuinely occurs. Like, they're just like, oh yeah, like I dug it. And like, that is like, honestly, the only praise that I would ever want. Like blurbs and stuff are fun, but like people who read the book and tell their friends about it is genuinely where most of this stuff gets sold. So yeah, thank you.
It's also like similar, like when like I see download numbers and I see like streams and whatever. Like I know people listen to the show, but when people are like, "Oh, I listen here," it's just like, "Oh, there's people." Like the numbers aren't just numbers.
Real life
also are
human people.
Yeah.
Wow, it's amazing. But anyway, welcome. In a most 80s lap, we are finally Joe, this is the one time I realized I'm finally happy that this is in the 80s. So, okay, my big issue with this movie, guys, and I don't know if you know this, but the math in this franchise is fucked up. The years don't make any sense. But if all of this shit that's in 1989 is 99, everything works out perfectly.
Perfectly.
The fact that we have an extra decade in there makes no sense, and I can't make any sense of that math at all. But considering it's the 80s cult movie lap, this is the one time I'm happy it's the 80s, because we at least are in the 80s. Even though it's not very 80s, I'm glad that it's in the 80s.
I have a little bit of math that I did, Joey, while I was thinking about the 80s and it being in the 80s, okay? So, follow me for a second here. Jacob's Mustang, okay, that he's driving when he races Dom is a 92 Ford Mustang. So, although we see the track, right, then we can assume that Dom is gone
for a couple years. And this is
at least in 92 when we see Mia.
Okay.
And she's like at least 12, right? So that means in 2001 that she's 21 in high school.
Oh my god. No, wait, yeah, this math is so bad.
It's bad.
It was worse. Like 89 makes it really bad. Like if you give them the 2 years there, and then
why did they put
Mia,
a year? Why did they should just put a year on the Chiron?
We asked this as soon as it came across the screen in the movie. We were
I
like,
turned to Joe
what?
and I was just like, this doesn't make any sense. I'm like, this is broken. It doesn't work. It's a decade off.
Yeah. They should never do they should just don't give any. This franchise needs to stop giving details. Because the more that it gives details, I'll one that happened in this one, because obviously I'm paying some more attention to these films when I'm doing this watch, because I want to bring my A game to you folks. Your audience doesn't fuck around like that. They go to this plane crashes in Montecito. And I'm just like, I wonder where that is. And so I look it up and I'm like, oh, cool, it's the tallest mountain in Corsica. I start reading it up and they're like, oh, the junta has taken over parts of it. I was like, oh, that's interesting. They're doing like a little junta thing in Corsica, the Mediterranean island. And then I look it up and it's just like, no, they just made up a country in South America named Montecito. They did a pseudo-Arabia thing. And it's just like, don't name it. Just don't fucking name it. Just say we got to go to the jungle, boys. It's like 10 clicks south of the Amazon. Don't mention shit.
Yeah. Anytime that we think they should explain something, they decide to just not. And then anytime that they do explain stuff, they do it without context that they have established themselves
100%.
Previously.
Aren't they typically vague though? Like just generally things are vague within this franchise. It's just when they don't, you're like, what is that?
This has to be the first fake country that they ever mentioned in the Fast and the Furious, because I would have noticed before now. Every other country and place that they go to is real. Right?
Yeah.
And this is the first time that they're just like, by the way, we're pulling a Sokovia on you. Guess what, motherfuckers? It is time for new random made up bullshit. And I would say.
And then they go to real countries afterwards. They don't continue it.
Yeah. They like to get a connecting flight through Madripoor. And no, it's it's bad. And I'm mad that they did it. I'm mad that they popped this cork in movie 9. We're gonna get to another cork like this later.
Well, they also don't commit an MCU genocide in Sokovia, or they don't position some country as the bad guys in Top Gun, where they're like, well, we want Russian dollars seeing this movie, so we can't say Russia's the enemy, we can't say that North Korea is the enemy.
I will
whatever.
Say they do, Roman kills a lot of those guys, a lot of those military guys, and I would also argue that the Latin American export market is one of the most important for these particular films, so it actually doesn't shock me that they did a pseudo-Arabia.
But they avoided the Russia thing in Fate by having it be separatists, right? We're in Russia at a Russian base and everything, but those aren't. I mean, they're separatists. Okay?
I mean, that's not just make up a fake military that took control of Corsica. That's actually way funnier.
But this movie, it does not really logic and the Fastiverse. It's really about vibes, and then when it's not vibes, it's it should be vibes.
Yeah.
I hate it when it's not about vibes. The whole point of this is the vibes.
Can I tell you guys the fun fact that I found that continues that? Because as I was looking for that, I found out what the title of this film is in Japan. Does anybody know?
Oh my god.
Because we discovered at one point that in England, all the titles aren't fucked. Okay? They're just Fast and Furious 1 through 10. That's just what they call them.
Is it called Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift 2?
It is not.
It should be.
It's not bad.
It is not. It's because in Japan they call them all Wild Speed 1. That's the first thing, and this one is Wild Speed Jet Break.
I mean, I would see that film.
Yeah.
That sounds fucking awesome. It's arguably a cooler title, like by far.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, not arguably. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Jet Break. Before we go further, speaking of facts, we need a train fact. Guys, what's a train fact? Can you give us a train fact, please?
Train fact. Oh, Kim, you gotta take the train fact this week.
What was our last train fact?
I think our last train fact is how much it cost.
$42,000 or $48,000 or whatever.
Yeah.
Let's see.
We only have, so there's 3 more
Mm.
right now. There's this episode, there's the Fast 10 episode, and then there's the tune-up at the end of the lap, like the recap thing that we do. So we have this plus 2 more.
So there should be a bigger reveal here then, right?
Yeah.
That's a nice little big
We're
reveal.
getting near the end.
Yeah. Did you know that you could spend a bunch of money to renovate the inside of a sleeper car?
Okay, renovations.
Mm.
And it's a sleeper car, which we didn't know beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I did not know, but I assumed you could spend a lot of money to renovate the inside of a sleeper car.
Oh, yeah.
I assume you can spend a lot of money to do many things.
Yep.
Yeah.
I do it all the time.
It's just the decision to do it in the first place. That's the
Go
real
Pops.
hump you got to
Know a
get
lot of
over.
shit.
Yep. Okay. So let's talk about the 80s. We talked about the 80s already. There's a lot of things to get to in this, and I think there's a lot of things to talk about in this, specifically as it ties into or does not tie into Fast 10, which we'll talk about in 3 weeks. But what did you guys think of the split timeline? The first time the franchise does that they actually have like there's been flashbacks and stuff, but this is like a conscious attempt to like tell a story in a different timeline, recast our core actors with younger actors. How do you think that all played out in this movie?
I don't like it. Like,
You don't like it.
No.
You just don't like it off the rip.
I
Okay.
just don't like it off jump. Every time it makes that move, like I just sigh a little bit and like, all right, well, we'll watch young Dom do the young thing. I mean, I guess I would watch a whole series about young Dom if it just stayed there in the young Rock way, and it's just young Dom having adventures. But like, no, I just didn't. It broke it up too much in this. It's like a more complicated narrative to tell, and I don't want that out of my Fast movies.
I thought it was great. I don't know. I think it really emphasized a lot of these characters, where they're coming from. I always like when they whip a brother out of some guy's ass. It's amazing. I love seeing Michael Rooker, because I think that they were trying to imply that he was somewhat responsible for it, because he's too famous to be in a flashback and not be responsible for the destruction of the car. Really cool that it was kind of a head fake. I love how, they were able to finally break out the camera filter that they used in all the Mexico scenes in Fast and Furious for this 80s, right? And I think that was just a really I don't know, you just love to see
Mexico in the 80s were the same color.
They're the exact same weird dusty reddish hue in a desert for no apparent reason. Yeah.
I always thought it was more like Scarface. Like I was looking for like that version of 80s, but you're right. Yeah. Does it look like that?
Yeah, it seems like he's just in like what, the rung right below NASCAR, which is where they are really running on absolutely nothing.
I think it's a couple below that.
It seems like a pretty legitimate like racetrack though, or do they all use the same like speedways?
Like the speedways have to do stuff besides the 2 NASCAR races they get a year,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah. They're constantly running races at all these places. But I mean, like, this doesn't feel like a NASCAR track. But there's also like a ton of these speedways that just exist. Like we're just not in that. You're not in that world. Like you've never gone looking for them. But like in the middle of like bumfuck Pennsylvania, there's a whole bunch of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it feels several tiers below. Like whatever. He's not like the like minor league hockey player in Mighty Ducks trying to make the pros, right? Like this is several tiers down.
I guess any level you can have athletes throwing things, but it's far enough down that like it seems like he could get away with it, right? Like he owes money, he can throw a race. It's not like you can really throw a NASCAR race. Maybe you could, probably could.
Yeah, you definitely could. Also, I think like the bookie does not exist who would take any money on this race in any amount.
But
It's a very good point. Who is that
Yeah.
bookie, and who, like, how is he making odds for these races that are just like, this is like how they like don't let you bet on certain things on FanDuel, right? It's like, oh
Exactly.
yeah, like you're just not allowed to gamble on that because we don't know what they're gonna do.
yeah, there's divisions low enough that they're just like, man, if you're betting on this, then either you have a real serious problem, we don't want your money, or you are the coach of that current team. Like,
Yeah, nobody's taking like heavy bets on bottom rung NASCAR.
go on to DraftKings and was like, hey man, what's the action on the worst race that you've ever seen where a guy dies because there's no ambulance anywhere nearby?
I mean, like, I've gone to, like, Monmouth Park where, like, the horses race here in New Jersey, and, like, you can bet on those. Like, maybe there's, like, an in-house sports book. I don't know. Like, it feels like, Joe, if your friend was like, hey, my dad's racing the thing, you want to come? And you go there, you're like, I don't give a shit about this. But, like, wouldn't, like, betting on it, like, make it a little bit more exciting? I mean,
Oh,
89
100%.
So, like, there's got to be some kind of,
110%.
ring set up.
I guess, but at the same time, it's like, but who? Who is
don't know.
that guy?
Are
That's
we
like
are we going to talk about all the flashback stuff right now? Because I do have some
Sure,
thoughts.
we can talk
on
about
the-
whatever you want.
So I got the director's cut because I felt like I wanted to experience the film exactly as was intended. Naturally, this cut was approximately 7 minutes longer than the theatrical cut.
yes, yes.
And mostly just like runs a few scenes a little bit longer. And I think that one of the main differences is that it does run some of the 80s stuff a little bit longer, like where he hugs 80s Letty, where he sees 80s his sister, where like there's stuff that later on that kind of comes. I think they did a pretty good job of casting the 80s versions of the
They
entire
look pretty
cast.
good.
Like, because the other guys that he hangs out with are like the 80s versions of the dudes from the first Fast and Furious film, if I'm not
Yep.
mistaken. And I thought they did a pretty good job on that. I was like, yeah, these guys look like scruffy like nerf herders, like yeah, absolutely. This is very believable.
I think all the tangential cast they do a really good job of. I think the person that plays young Dom is a good actor, and they definitely hired him for his acting abilities. I don't think that he or young Jacob look a lot like Vin Diesel or John Cena. So in that case, I'm like, okay, whatever. Because I think that they did a really good job of, like, young Letty is believable. Young Mia is very believable, that you're just like, oh, she just became Jordana Brewster at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like the auxiliary ones, but the other ones like don't look close enough for me. But I get that that's like really how are you going to find a guy that looks like a young Vin Diesel that also is an actor enough that can do a young Vin Diesel?
I mean, it
in
feels
a
like
movie?
you do one or the other. Right?
Exactly.
You either have somebody who can like act like them or who looks like them, because it's not like whoever is playing young Mia is given a lot to do. Like she's just there to like smile and hug and say hi to her brother, right? Like you just have to look the part.
I completely
as opposed
agree.
To,
I don't. Why did you bring up John Cena though? That's peculiar to me.
Oh,
I watched the film. I didn't see him at all.
Did you see him? Yeah.
I didn't see him at all in the film.
I mean, it was also weird because like he was never mentioned before this movie, and then all of a sudden, like half. I also think it's funny in this movie that Roman's like, "You never told us you had a brother." It's like we don't know anything about your family at all. Like you can't get mad at us. It's not like you're telling us about your mom or your dad or your cousins or whatever. You know what I mean? Like
I think that particular little speech that Roman gives, it's not him. That's us. That's the viewers being like, hey, what the hell? Surprise, brother. What the fuck is this about? That's who he's really speaking for.
Does the addition of Dom's brother, of a brother, not specifically Jacob, not specifically John Cena's portrayal, does the sudden addition of a brother character to our main character work for you in general, in this movie, in this franchise, at this point, 9 movies deep?
I think that the main issue is that it would be completely inconceivable for this to occur if Paul Walker was still with us and Brian was still in these films. Like, I think that a lot of this is them just realizing that without having like an on-screen counterweight, without having someone that he's got like a bit of a rival energy but a bit of a brother energy with, that a lot of this that like Diesel's character is weird, right? Because Diesel's Dom is not daddy, right? Dom is not the daddy of this family, right? He's a member of this family, but he's not like, he doesn't really have anybody within this organization that is like, he's got like, goofy cousins kind of in the form of, Tej and Roman. He's got obviously like, he's got a sister, he's got all this kind of stuff. But like, the real weight that Walker brought to this was as kind of that like rival brother, scrappy kind of counterweight. And it feels like a lot of the franchise has been trying to reconstruct that in one way or another through varying degrees of success
whether it was like the Scott Eastwood character, which I don't really think was particularly effective because they were like, well, maybe he just needs to be next to a guy who's from law enforcement, right? A little bit more straight edge, a little bit more. Maybe that's what he needs. And that didn't go. And then I think that they were like, okay, well, maybe we get somebody who has as big of a personality as he does and maybe kind of counterweight it with that. And yeah, again, like I see kind of why they want to do it because I think it kind of gets to some of the core notions of the franchise. But I do think that it doesn't super work. And maybe if there was more on-screen chemistry with Dwayne Johnson, then that would be a different question of as to who they kind of go with that with. But I do think that so much of this is born out of just like there is still kind of a hole in this franchise, and particularly when it comes to the ability to kind of have a counterweight to Dom at the center of it, you know?
Mm-hmm. Kim, what about you?
Wrong. It's amazing. Okay, listen. Okay, this is my wrestling moment of the film.
Ding, ding, ding.
Okay.
Secret Brother is a legendary wrestling trope. You'll see a character be on there for
Kane and the Undertaker.
And then suddenly Secret Brother. Yeah, Kane and the Undertaker. That's that was 1997 at Bad Blood in Your House. The Dudley Boys were a tag team that were on TV for years and years, and then suddenly Secret Brother, half brother, Spike, the little guy, comes out. And even like modern day wrestling, this still happens in the main story in wrestling right now is the Bloodline with Roman Reigns. And a couple years ago, suddenly the Usos' brother, Solo Sikoa, came out and helped him win a match. Again, out of nowhere. He's their real brother, by the way. But he just shows up, and in the canon of the show, he didn't exist until that moment in time. After just such the Usos had been in WWE for like more than a decade at that point, and suddenly, right, here's their brother. Wonderful. It's the best. I mean, come on. It's just you're taking it too seriously if you don't enjoy the Secret Brother.
I have a question that I realize I haven't asked either of you all lap long. As you're looking for the most wrestling moment, or as Walt, as you're looking for the most D&D moment, are you watching these movies? Are you watching this franchise as though it were a wrestling match, or are you just like, because when we watch other non-Fast and Furious movies, we're like, what's the most Fast and Furious moment or whatever? Like, we still talk about that kind of stuff from time to time. So like, we always watch the movies on this podcast, even not Fast and Furious movies, kind of as Fast and Furious movies. And I'm wondering, is this just so core to who you are? And so, like, I mean, you've both made the point, very established, that this is a D&D campaign. These are just wrestling moments. It's like, It is what it is. So you can watch like this. But I guess I'm wondering, are you watching it like it is that? Or are you just pointing at a moment? Like, how into this and this approach and this, like, way of watching actually are you two?
The thing is, I watch kind of everything like it's wrestling, and
that makes sense.
And this is not an exception, right? Like, because like these tropes come from a certain place, and there's a reason these wrestling stories have endured the test, right? They've been running weekly live shows for 3 decades, right, on TV. Like, that's nuts. And some of these stories are 30-year-long stories that they're just telling. So in the core, I think for Walter, it's like the way he talks about comic books, where like stuff comes in and out, and everything's like super complicated, but these characters retain their story throughout their whole existence, right? So you'll see these characters who've experienced all these things for all these years, and Secret Brother, once it's there to stay.
Yeah.
That's really interesting. And I know Kim definitely views a lot of this stuff through the lens of wrestling. I think that like the reason that I view these movies through the lens of D&D is not because it's the only way that I see things, it's because it is genuinely the exception. One reason that these films kind of got my attention, whether you want to like a way that I kind of developed admiration for them was because they felt really like a break from the sameness. It felt like every single film was trying to be Star Wars, like and like in good ways and bad. I think that like I've alluded to some of it, but like the idea is like there's this idea that generally in the common conversation gets from Joseph Campbell, right? And it's the hero's journey. It's the idea of like, it's the classic tale of like small, normal farm boy from the middle of nowhere kind of sets out onto a journey. He learns a lot of new things in the process. He acquires a mentor. He
will, meet a woman who changes his life, kind of descends into, the unknown, whether it's the netherworld, the underworld, or just kind of the realm of magic, will kind of have an adventure there, refusal of the call, all these kind of notes that we see through mythology and through epic and through stories that kind of come time and time again. Eventually he'll, defeat the evil, defeat the enemy, learn more about himself and his role in the process, and then kind of return home with better understanding.
Yes.
And like, this is everywhere in Western literature, Eastern literature. It is just like it is a form of a story that has existed as long as we literally have stories. And that's what makes it so interesting. And the idea is that you can really kind of tell that thing with anything. That's Toy Story, that's Star Wars, that's the Lord of the Rings, that's most of the things that we kind of really care about, and the biggest franchises that mean something to us are all some form of that. And like, that's fine. But then Star Wars made too much money. And then every single franchise started to just do that, right? Because Lucas was very open about what where his sources were.
Sure.
People realized that this is the kind of story that they want to see. It's the same reason that whenever, for a long time, when they did, comic book adaptations, they would always do that hero's journey. They would always kill, Martha Wayne at the beginning of Batman so that you can see Batman descend into darkness, come out of it, emerge whole new, and all that kind of stuff, right? Like, it was always origin stories. It was always starting one way and then becoming something else. And I felt that was increasingly getting boring as shit. And like, these things come around and they actively reject that, right? Because in the D&D style of storytelling, you don't finish where you started again. You don't go home again with more knowledge. You don't change a little bit and kind of return, right? There isn't that kind of cyclical element to it. It is like you start somewhere and then you end up something very different, someone very different, and honestly doing different things. And then the next time that we see you, you've leveled up, and the next time we see you, you've leveled up, and you keep gaining in new things. But the idea of going backwards is fundamentally anathema to how this is, right? And like, Fast and Furious was truly the first one to kind of do this, right? Like, it's really by the time that we get to Fast 5 that you see them really get into their comfort level with this, where they're just going to keep on giving these guys more skills. They're going to go from car thieves to car racers to, bank heists to spies to astronauts, right? And like, that's cool about it. And it was new. And that is what really drew me to this, because it was the first time that you really saw a filmmaker approach this franchise not from that Campbellian style, but from the Gygaxian style. And I do think that it did start people on that. Like, I think that the MCU does that in every way, right? Like, the early films were very much Joseph Campbell style, Iron Man starts, that kind of stuff, right? But like now, like, it's always just propulsive and moves forward. And so I like that kind of storytelling. I find it very intriguing that this was one of the first franchises, in no small part due to the impact of Vin Diesel, to kind of push us along in that way,
No, that makes a ton of sense.
Like, we've spent so much time comparing this franchise because you kind of have to like Marvel and to everything else, and then you're just like, there's another way you can look at it, be like, no, it's doing something different. Like, it's not doing the same thing, which I don't think that's what people are railing. I think why do you think people hate this franchise? Like, it feels like MCU people seem to hate because there's so much of it.
Yeah.
But there seems to be a different thing. Like, there are a lot, but there's not much more than many other franchises. Is there something? Because like, I think that could be the kind of thing that either draws somebody to it or repels somebody away. But I don't think people are seeing it like that. Because you see online when there's a new trailer, people are just like, another one of these. Like, there seems
still
to be a
making
sentiment
these.
That like this franchise in particular, I'm sure that that's true of like every franchise. Maybe we're just more sensitive to it because like we pay more attention to it for the show. But like, what about this franchise do you think people don't like? Is it just that like, oh no, another car movie, or like, what, is there something different? Because I don't know that I have an answer.
I don't know if I super have an answer either. I think like some of it does come from the people who take that kind of stuff seriously also look down on this for being a car. Like I think that like, its ability to kind of transcend class, I think, is like an element of it where like it is like the hobby that it is glorifying and indulging is not necessarily an intellectual one, and so people will not meet it on any intellectual level. At the same time, it also deals in wrestlers. It also deals it like it is deliberately, I think, kind of relishing in populist entertainment in a way that even the poptimists get kind of skeptical of elevating that too much. And like, I know that we're having like bigger conversations about this, and like, like, I don't think that this is the only franchise out there, and I think that if you meet it on its terms, it's excellent. But I think that a lot of times people are worried as to what the implications of these kind of things are. And like, if every franchise starts looking like this,
like, is that like you do kind of get the situation of like you don't want a thing that is one of a kind to become the only way that things are done, which is I think the main reason that people get frustrated by Marvel, which is that Disney's now making 3 of these films a year, and that means that they used to only make 1 of these films a year, and so the money for the other 2 is getting taken away from other stuff. And so I think that people get a little bit skeptical about glorifying this kind of action-y kind of movie. I think people get hung up on the plot of it in a way that there's action fans out there who really do like the kind of standalone style thing where like they're just not kind of making anymore, right? Like they're not making diehards anymore. Everything's got to be kind of bigger and bigger and bigger. And so I think that people kind of bristle at the scale of this, and they're worried about what it looks like if this thing wins.
And for some reason, like the level of like suspension of disbelief required to watch this kind of show is pretty high. Like and you made that point about the lack of intellectuality here. I mean, people look down on folks for playing D&D and watching wrestling and these kinds of things where it's just like not respected in the sort of way that more dramatic, that's not the right word, but like drama movies would be would be viewed, right? Like so much of this is suspension. You have to suspend your disbelief, but it's also like slapsticky and it is by nature like pretty damn silly, right?
Yes.
In the same way that we're faking like or scripting and faking a wrestling match, like you have to make that leap and decide in your brain, like, oh yeah, we're gonna watch this because it's fun, and people don't necessarily want to do that.
Like, listen, I respect the highs of this franchise a lot, particularly in the action sense. In the later films, there's a lot of fucking flubber in this stuff. Like, there's a lot of, like, weightless chase scenes. Even just, like, there's a lot of action sequences that were clearly made in a laboratory, which is fine, but, like, this is a franchise that used to be extremely kinetic. And, like, if you think back to the Brazil chase, which I still think is one of the most accomplished things that this thing has ever done, and you compare it to the chase in this one where potentially like a tractor trailer is flipping over on itself end to end, and like that like there's elements of it that I think that like it does feel a little bit less actiony in a way, and it does feel a little bit more science fiction-y, that I think starts to kind of you lose some of the action stuff but fail to gain the science fiction crowd, if that makes sense.
That's a good point. Yeah, because it doesn't go science fiction-y enough to be like, we're in space now. Like, actually,
I guess also to that point, like our brains, Joe and my brains are so broken that like it feels too actiony to me, because we've seen these enough that like seeing the action scene doesn't do anything for us anymore. Like we've already done that. Like we want more character moments. So to be like it's not actiony enough, it's just like but like I also understand that like people, the normal fan does not want Suki to return because they're like, who is this? Why is she in the movie?
Yeah.
Right.
And she doesn't need a 15-minute backstory.
What's
for us.
the lore implication?
Yeah.
There was a period like I was watching this movie on my phone and I like put it in my pocket to go grab a drink, and I was just listening to it in my headphones during that time, and there was just no dialogue.
The way the artist intended.
It was just crashing and yelling and grunts for like several minutes.
Now, Kim gave his most wrestling moment. Walt, what is your most D&D moment? We're talking about how this franchise is D&D. Yeah. What is the most D&D moment from this movie?
This one, this is so like last week in Hobbs and Shaw, we talked about backstories that kind of came out of nowhere, sisters that kind of came out of nowhere in that one. I did that knowing that obviously we were going to have the reveal of a brother.
For sure.
Because I do kind of like in these last 2 films that we have, there's some really interesting D&D stuff happening beyond that. And I think the biggest one with this, so like Joseph Campbell style story, hero's journey style story, you kind of go back to the beginning. Like you started as a farm boy, you return to the farm, knowing more than you used to, believing more than you used to, but still being kind of like, a farm boy with knowledge, right? Whereas in the Gygaxian thing, you do increment each time. And that's important because end games are very obvious and clear with Campbellian stories, because you got to go home again, and you realize that you can't go home again, and that's interesting, and there's conflict there, and there's something like kind of neat there and sweet and bittersweet, but that's like you kind of get your ending nice and tied up in a bow for yourself, right? Whereas with a Gygaxian story that this one is, the evoking D&D, like the power scale can get really out of hand. Now, Kim and I played a Dungeons and Dragons campaign during the pandemic, entirely remote. We just started up a thing, and I DM'd it, and essentially it was just really like we power scaled very quickly just because we kind of wanted to get a little tour of Dungeons and Dragons and kind of what it feels like to play lower levels, mid levels, upper levels. And like the thing about D&D at upper levels is that like there's 20 levels that you can probably hit. Takes a while to kind of scale them. You can play a character for like 2 years and still get to like level 10 max. Once you get to like level 14, 15, 16, particularly for magical users, like you really just get too beefy. You get too powerful. It's very hard to come up with a thing that can pose a serious challenge for you that isn't just kind of a one-click kill. It's very hard to kind of design enemies for you that feel both satisfying as well as challenging, as well as not having to tie one hand behind your back. Specifically, like with magic users, like, you know, towards the really top of the game, like you basically become a demigod, and it is very hard to kill you. It is very hard to hurt you. It is very hard to figure out, like, you kind of have to throw people like literally against like archdemons and stuff like that just in order to kind of make a dent. And like that's what's interesting about this phase of these movies, which is that it's very clear that they've hit that, right? There's even that entire conversation that they have kind of lampshading it where like they're like we always survive. Like, isn't that kind of weird? I don't have a scratch on me, that kind of stuff. And like you can play D&D and like face against like things that would have ordinarily killed anything that was just baseline in seconds and not even get a scratch on you just because of the way the game works. And it kind of almost like take some of the fun out of it. I'm in a game now. It's been on Blades in the Dark, and I've hit a character that's just like kind of just really good at all the skills that he needs to be good at in order to succeed, and it gets a little bit less fun. And so then you have to start having conversations about like, all right, what does retirement look like? What does Blaze of Glory look like? What does going down on your own terms or in a fun way kind of look like? Just because it no longer becomes fun to play the game as much as it was when you could live or die on any given hit against any given adversary.
Well, it's just mad that he couldn't do anything about my illusion wizard Grandmaster Radicchio. Okay,
Yes.
Grandmaster Radicchio was out there just
Grandmaster
absolutely
Radicchio is very good. It was a
dominating.
very good wizard. It was a very, very good wizard, and I gave you a good clean death. I gave you 10 out of 10, like really, really good opportunity, Blaze of Glory. You're welcome. And like it is a lot of like it does hit like you don't get that frustration in Star Wars because there will always be somebody bigger. There'll always be an empire more powerful than you. There's always going to be other stuff that they can throw at you. Luke's a good pilot, but he's not the great. Like if you threw him 10,000 to 1, I don't know if he wins it. Like whereas like in this kind of situation, like these guys are almost too good, and so a lot of the struggles that they have at this point in the franchise is kind of like, well, who is the bad guy that could possibly hit these guys anymore? And why would they even want to fight them? And how do they kind of close this element of their journey out? Because it's kind of tough to imagine how they can move up, you know? So that is my D&D moment, which is some of the friction that we're feeling at this point of the franchise that I think is kind of a normal outcome for a lot of Gygaxian stories.
And that's also like the directly why they have to save the world and everything, because like anything less is like a waste of their powers, basically.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's just like completely outgunning anybody, and it just kind of feels a little bit like, you know, they have the farm, they have the family, like you should just be able to kind of go out into the distance or that, like, you know, they've got to kind of figure out a clean end for this because it just gets tough to realistically set up what the possible satisfying end games are the further that they get into this, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's why we always say, like, they have to eventually burn this down and start over again, right?
Yeah.
Like a full reboot, like not the, like, you know, fast forward reboot.
Well, because there's also, like, to that point, there is, like, you know, Dom threatens or tries to kill himself in this to save the family, right? And Roman talks about invincibility. Like, there's two different ends of the spectrum when they, like, sort of don't commit to either. Like, just further being like, we need a hard reset.
I think that they introduced the good idea that they really get at this, and I didn't even notice it the first time, and I think I only realized it this time because I was thinking on the D&D terms of it, which is that, like, there's that moment where it's a flashback to the 70s, I guess, right? Whatever's before the 80s. And, like, they're fixing cars, and he's like, well, listen, this charger will live forever if you do it. And, like, family is immortal. Like, any one of, like, you know, like, the implication being, like, listen, we might go at some point, but the thing that you build that is immortal is the family, right? And that is what I think, a possible way that they're going to tie this all together, which is just, like, yeah, they've hit a point where their power scales are very nuts. where they've gone from being they're fucking astronauts now, right? And we'll talk about that in a bit, I'm sure. But like, it's really tough to figure out what's next, and like. The joke is always like time travel, right? But like, I don't know, man. Like, they are kind of hitting it. They're really chafing with what they can accomplish here, and I think that a good end is at this point one of the only things that we can kind of hope for them.
The MCU literally did that at the end of it. Time travel.
I know it wasn't my favorite. I think it might have ruined the whole thing.
I mean, that's like the one big thing that they have not done yet that they feel like they might do, could do, are going to do. They went to space in this movie.
They went to space. Did you guys like when they went to space? We can talk about them going to space if you want.
I think it's tongue in cheek. I think that the idea of them putting it in there to be like, you fuckers wanted space, here's your space. I think that idea of it is really, really fun. In actuality, did they need to go to space? Does it contribute anything to the movie? Not really. But just like laughing at the fans, I think is a good place to be.
I think it is cinema. I think it is one of the best things I've ever seen. I think like the space launch scene where I think it is actually genuinely very good. It is also one of the first times that I ever actually felt risk, because I felt like one of them pulling a Space Cowboys was in the mix there for a bit, and obviously they do drive through a satellite to destroy it, and I kind of love it.
I had the space car down as a 80s moment. Because it's MacGyver. Like, they MacGyvered together a literal spacecraft.
My big 80s moment was just like the idea of space. It feels like in the 80s we were all just obsessed with space. Like, I have like all these space Legos from the 80s and stuff. So like, I think just anything dealing with outer space, especially that peak 80s.
My 80s moment was a shitload of Yugoslavian money in a weird bunker. That's very, very 80s.
Joe, what was your pick?
I was like, well, they were in the 80s, but I think actually the racetrack itself, especially when they revisit it back and it's just like dead and sitting there, I think the racetrack looks like something out of the 80s. Like grass overgrown, shit like that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question for the crew. I'm actually just very interested. What would you rather take to the ISS, a Pontiac Fiero or a Boeing Starliner?
Oh, well, Pontiac Fiero is... I think, correct me if I'm wrong, 1 for 1.
1 for 1,
success
rate. It's 100%. It was 100% of the time.
As far as we know. 1 for 1.
Oh, God.
And I know that past success is not indicative of, like, future...
No, of course.
You know what I mean? But, like...
Past failure certainly is, though.
I know. I'm going to go with the Fiero, I think.
Gotta go Fiero. American engineering.
Yeah. Is that Japanese engineering or is that American?
Oh, must be. Yeah, Pontiac. Well, Pontiac's.
No, I mean like because they were from Tokyo Drift, right? So like.
Right. The engineers themselves. Yeah.
Well, wait, is it also they're in Europe, right? So is that a European Space Agency? I don't know. It's an international effort to get to this orbit, 100%. And I respect it. I love that.
Of course.
The 2-second car. Yeah. There's something I noticed, again, watching these movies with subtitles, that there is Project Ares, right, which is the sort of vague, nebulous computer thing there, and Tej is like, Ares is the god of war. But in the subtitles, they spell it like the astrological sign, Aries.
Right.
And then on the line where Tej says Ares is the god of war, it's spelled Ares, but then somebody's like, yeah, Aries, and they once again revert to Aries. So, like, that's not good, but like Aries is the ram. Maybe we could do something with that. I don't know, but I was just like,
that's really funny.
Nobody looked at this. Nobody was just like, that's not the same. Like, you heard the guy say, like, you correct the subtitles.
Say, there are no horoscope girlies who worked on this film.
Not a single one.
Not a single one.
No horoscope girlies, I don't think, since whoever wrote Lance Barnaby from school.
Yeah,
that was definitely someone who was big into... But since then,
Yeah.
What do you guys think of the, once again, retconning Han, adding in what happened after Han, finding out that Giselle was one of Mr. Nobody's agents, now that there is a sister named Elle who is in this world but did not return, will not return for Fast 10. What do you make of all the, once again, retconning and the whole Han of it all, and how much cooler would it have been if we did not know that Han was in this movie from all the trailers?
Yeah, I think it just lost a lot of its punch as a result of the trailer stuff. The idea, though, that, like, I don't know, again, if they're explaining, they're losing. Every time that this franchise tries to explain something, I think that they could have just, like, instead of having the whole elaborate scene, if they had just had the one scene of Mr. Nobody watching the crash and then Han watching him watch the crash and then nothing else to elaborate what happened, it just gets everything they want to convey done far quicker while also allowing people just to fill in the blanks, you know?
I have a similar flip just on that note. After we see 10, are we to assume that Dante was perhaps responsible for taking down Mr. Nobody?
Maybe.
Is that what they're trying to imply? Because they're like, somebody got onto the plane and, like, freed Cypher, but then, like, we see that they don't know each other.
Yeah.
There's, like, some of these things that I'm like, that one is, like, what, like, if they would have been like, oh, is that the guy that took down Mr. Nobody's plane? And then they'd be like, yeah, that was me. Like, that would have solved, like, the whole gap that we have here.
Is that the kind of thing that they just don't make the decision on? They keep it vague like that so they can decide later?
Yeah, but they do that with a lot of stuff.
And then a lot of things just get left.
Mr. Nobody specifically, and Cypher specifically, they felt like they had huge plans in line for, and then they just completely punted on both of them.
Have I told you guys about, there was, like, this sideways video essay about Rey's theme from The Force Awakens? Have I ran? Okay. So there's this video by this guy Sideways. It's very, very good. Sometimes you have to Google around for it because he does music video essays, and music is a hard thing to write about on YouTube for the obvious reasons. And, like, he was just like, John Williams is a genius because if you look at at Rey's theme from Star Wars: The Force Awakens, he specifically wrote it in a way that it interpolates with the Obi-Wan theme, with the Palpatine theme, with the Anakin theme, and I believe with one of the other themes, like the Padme theme. That way that, depending on who they decided Rey's parentage was, they could actually fold it in musically with the existing theme that happened. So if she was Obi-Wan's niece, they could have found a way to make it work musically in Film 8, Film 9, whatever it was. Same thing with Palpatine, same thing with all that kind of stuff. And it just feels like this franchise is always trying to do that, where they're always just kind of putting stuff out there being like, yeah, we'll figure it out next time, or yeah, no, here's a mystery that we'll pick up next time, and they never pick up the right mysteries. They always just throw in a new sibling and then say, like, they were here the whole time, on to the next one.
We did get Mr. Nobody's help me Obi-Wan Kenobi moment. That was dope.
That's essentially that exact same thing, yeah. You're absolutely right.
I do feel like, though, like, what the franchise is doing in that regard, Walt, is, like, what we do is, like, we make... Like, also, Kim, I want to know who the voice of Etion is from this movie. Like, we just guess everything so that when it actually... something happens, someone's just like, you guessed that. And we're just like, did we? Because we guessed everything.
It's Jack Toretto.
Ooh.
Daddy Toretto back? Oh,
Daddy Toretto.
I thought it was very, very, very funny that Nathalie Emmanuel cannot drive. I think that's, like, honestly just a really good bit that after she's been in these films for, like, what, 4 or 5 films now, the revelation that Ramsey does not know how to drive, very, very good.
We should have saved the fact that I can't drive until this moment right now.
Yeah, but you haven't been in, like, 4 films of a driving-based franchise.
No, but I have talked about nearly 10 of these films.
You would think, though, like, if your social circle went from being mostly computer friends that you talk to on Discord to gearheads that you hang out and drive around with, wouldn't you, like, at least kick around the idea of, like, maybe I should take some driving lessons?
Right.
Like,
They give her driving. They give her, like, the Sean special, like, where he's at the docks or whatever, right? You know what I mean? That she, like, gets to, like, when they're in the, like, the jungle, they're like, here, Ramsey, do you want to take that Jeep around? And she's like, sure. And, like, just does little circles and stuff for a while.
It's just like teaching her how to make a K-turn.
Yeah.
She's really good with the magnet, though.
She's good with the magnet.
Pop quiz. I will Venmo either of you $10 if you can answer the question, who is Kara? Cardi B is Lisa, Kara's younger sister. Who is Kara?
Cardi B is...
Cardi B plays Lisa.
Hey, she's wonderful in this flick. I don't know, like, you know.
Great drop in.
Incredible.
Perfect, like, cameo. Anyway.
But she also teased that beforehand, and that wasn't... I wish it was really random.
Same, yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know. Let her rip.
Kara, as everyone remembers, because they're just like, oh, Kara's younger sister made good. And she's like, hold on, who's Kara? Like, we didn't even remember. Then somebody reminded, like, I think maybe Wes reminded us, like, Kara is the girl in Han's car in the opening scene to Fast and Furious. Cara has a slightly bigger role in Los Bandoleros, the Vin Diesel directed film between 3 and 4.
She's the woman with Han, yeah.
Cardi B is great. I'm glad that she's in this. I'm glad that they're tying her in, but like to compare her to be like to literally name drop.
And for all the things again that they like don't tie up or do choose to continue the continuity for, why do you pick that one?
I feel like I have intricate family trees for everyone except the main characters. Like the siblings of the Shaws and their mom, Dame Helen Mirren, who, by the way, you clearly had a hand in shaping the script if you can write the line for Helen Mirren to look at you and say, "You're my favorite American." Like,
also like Queenie Jewel Thief, except like Ocean's 11. I'd watch that.
Hey, Dame Helen Mirren is great. Like she can act in literally anything as anything. 10 out of 10. May I bring something up?
You got it.
What did you guys think of the first conversation that Mia and Letty have in the entire franchise?
Is it literally the first conversation?
So, yes. I did this because I watched that scene and I was like, that's interesting. Oh, fellas, hold the fucking phone because I'm going to go through this. I was like, that feels like it's the first time they've ever talked. And so I was like, well, I have to look into it. So the way that I decided to look into it was I went to BechdelTest.com to find all the times that two women talk in the Fast and Furious franchise to each other.
Yes.
I'm going to go through those together. For folks who are aware.
It can't be too long of a list.
Hey,
we will allow you this.
These things start to pass increasingly, and we're going to get to why they do it in a second. The Bechdel test, for those who are unaware, a film has to have two named women in it who talk to each other, who talk about something besides a man. Partial pass is one of those, all that kind of stuff. It's very basic.
So do we start on, like, film 5?
Okay, so the Fast and the Furious does not pass the Bechdel test. There's a moment where Letty walks into the Toretto store, looks at Mia Toretto, and I believe says, "How you living, girl?" No response, and then keeps walking. So they do not talk.
Tried. She
She attempts to initiate a conversation that is not about a man, and it does not work. So the film fails. Too Fast, Too Furious. No.
Well, there's only like one woman in that entire movie, basically.
Yep, and it mostly bikini clad, whatever. The Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift. No. Somebody's like, I'm pretty sure the only time that women interacted in this movie is a split shot of two women making out in a hallway.
Which happens in the first 3 movies. In each of the first 3 movies, 2 women make out. So just putting that out there.
Fast and Furious, 2009. Somebody writes, there are 3 significant female characters, but we never see them talk to each other.
Also,
makes sense, yeah.
Only at one point,
character Giselle is not named.
Only at one point do Jordana Brewster's and Gal Gadot's characters speak together, and that is that. Now in 5,
well, also I just want to go back to like the 2 named characters. She does not have a name in that movie.
She doesn't have a name in that movie?
No.
No. No. All right, so Fast 5 passes. The first time that people thought it might pass is when Vince's wife talks to Mia about the pregnancy, but then the fact that it is Vince's wife and not a named character does not work. It is questionable if it is not about a man, but nevertheless, that film ends up passing one way or another. But again, not because Letty and Mia talk to each other, so they have not spoken yet. We are now at film 6 in this franchise, and they have not spoken yet.
Okay.
Fast and Furious 6. This film does pass the Bechdel test. Gina Carano and Michelle Rodriguez vamp at each other during their quote-unquote cat fight.
Okay, yeah, but then it's just them catfighting. Yeah,
that is it. That is all. That is what happens.
It's the entire film. Okay.
That is correct. Yes. And so Elena and Letty talk about how wonderful Elena is to give up Toretto once Letty is found alive. But again, you'll notice that Mia and Letty have not spoken to each other yet in the 6th film of the franchise.
No.
In the 7th film of the franchise, Michelle Rodriguez and Ronda Rousey talk to each other about fighting, and Michelle Rodriguez. Yep.
Yeah, that's the wrong. What is she says something really, really stupid to her
about being bored.
What is this, these fights, these parties bore me. That was the whole that's that part. Okay.
Yep. That's and so Michelle Rodriguez and Nathalie Emmanuel talk to each other about hacking the drone that is chasing them, and those are the 2 conversations in Furious 7. Again, I will point out, Mia has not talked to Letty yet.
Okay.
Well, what if the drone is a boy? Does that still count? If the drone is gendered?
Yeah, I think it is. We then get to Fate of the Furious. Here's why Fate of the Furious passes the Bechdel test. During the chase scene in Russia, Ramsey and Letty are in a car together, and when they are in a tight spot, tell me we're going to be okay. And then Letty says, "We got this." And this is the only example in the film. And so at this point, 8 films into the franchise, Letty has not spoken to Mia at all.
Also, women have spoken to each other like one word.
Couple times.
Maybe a couple times.
Couple times. It's not great. Fast and Furious presents Hobbs and Shaw. This film does not pass the Bechdel test. 2 women did not talk to each other. Fast 9, the Fast Saga. Finally, it's like they're talking in Tokyo for one scene. And I was just shocked because I literally was just like, I feel like this is the first time that these 2 characters have said anything to each other ever. And so, like, it's worse than I thought. They have been in 9 movies together. This is the first time that they say a single word back and forth.
Does it make it better or worse than they are basically talking about things that we were never told actually happened?
Sure.
Like we are learning a lot about them, but it's not about the characters that we know. It's just like, that was a crazy thing we did.
Yeah. I don't hate it. Again, like, I wish that there were more of it. I just think it's like, it's deeply funny, like, when sometimes you'll watch, like, you know, oh, you kind of forget that these guys actually didn't overlap all that much and that kind of stuff. And obviously, like, there were moments when, you know, Elena came in almost to kind of replace Letty in some regards, but like they have more back and forth than Mia and Letty do. It's very, very strange. And I also don't think that they talk in fast acts. So this might be the only time that our 2 female leads have any conversation.
That's just terrifying.
It's wild.
We knew it, but we didn't know it to that that level of actual fact.
Well, speaking of women in this movie, what do you think of Cypher with a new haircut in a glass box and kind of given stuff to do, but also kind of not given anything to do?
How many days of shooting do you think she had?
One.
No,
2?
A couple.
I say
2
less than
or
a
3?
week. A week
For
is
sure,
a
less
max.
than a week. Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and she's only on with like Bargain Bin Skarsgård.
It's always in that warehouse
right?
too, right? Because
Yeah.
like in 10, I don't want to talk too much about 10 now, but like in 10, there's at least multiple locations. Like she's at the Toretto house and she's at the warehouse or the Skyrise or whatever. Like here,
She's in a
entirely
cockpit in a
warehouse.
box. End of list.
Yeah.
I like the continuity because for once the bad guy is still the bad guy. Everyone else has face turned to this point or just been killed.
That's fair. That's a good point. Yeah. Cypher is still bad and continues to be bad. That's a good point. They're eventually going to get Cypher on their team, though. We know that, right? Like, that's
Right.
ultimately what's going to happen.
That's what's happening currently, yeah.
Well, she's kind of on the team already.
That's what I mean. But, like here, I'm going to save you, blah, blah, blah. This is my part of the mission. Like, it's coming.
Enemies become friends a lot in this franchise.
They definitely do.
Well, we also, going into this movie, Joe and I were like, so will it be this movie or the next movie when Jacob becomes family? Because, like, he's going to become family. Like, he's going to become a good guy.
As soon as they
but,
said
like,
that there's a missing brother, it's John Cena. We're like, is he going to be family by the end of this movie?
we did not expect 90 minutes into this movie to be like, oh, no, he's firmly a good guy.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to let it ride 1 or 2. Like at least like into the beginning of 10 was going to be like, okay, like he's back. How do you guys feel about the ending here that Brian pulls up that never pays out in 10?
I have told Michael, my husband, about how sometimes these films end with just a car pulling up and it's Brian, and he is incredulous that this has been allowed to happen.
I kind of loved it this time. I normally would agree with him, and this time I'm just like, it's pretty good.
But we don't get the payout. Like the whole thing was the setup.
I don't want the payout. I don't want to see CGI Brian.
I think if you put like a boot on the ground coming out of the car and then like, hey, in the background, that's better than this.
He wears like Chucks, right? Just one Chuck Taylor.
That's all you need.
Dirt.
But for them to do this at the end of 9 so that everybody's like, cool, 10, we come back, Brian's there, and then they just don't have Brian again.
Yeah, it's weird where they're just like his main character trait in the subsequent like 3-4 movies of this is just like, yeah, he's just late. I don't know what to tell you. Like
Babysitter and late.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, secret brother for Brian. Let's do that.
What did we say? We said at one point like Cypher has to be related to Brian, right?
Well, we said Cypher. We also said Brie Larson's character in the next movie, but
she's not. She's
but
Mr.
she's
Nobody's.
also
Mr. Nobody's daughter. Yeah.
Okay, speaking of family, there is a thing. There's not much of conversation here. I just think it's funny that like there's a conversation in this movie with Dom and Mia. So in the director's cut, in the extended version, there is the scene where Dom basically tells Mia we're going away. In the theatrical version, that scene is not there. We just don't see what happens to her,
and she just shows up in the thing, which I think actually plays a lot better. But
interesting.
But in this scene where the extended scene where he's talking to Mia, he says something along the lines of like, being a dad has changed the way I think about things. And it's like, yeah, he was not a dad in the last movie, but he's a dad now. But ostensibly, he's had 4 years in between movies to be a dad and change the way. It's just like, we just happen to hear him talking about being a dad for the first time in this movie. But I'm like, no. Like, it's not like you're doing things differently now. He's like, being a dad's like changed. It's just like, no, you've been a dad. Like, you're whatever's changed has already changed. But so it's kind of funny little sort of movie shorthand of like peering into the character's life that we've not checked in with 4 years, but like would have already come to terms with a lot of this stuff years ago if this was real life.
It's very have you ever seen the Dewey Cox movie with John C. Reilly?
Walk Hard?
I have not, but I
Walk
know
Hard.
about
Walk Hard's
yeah.
amazing because a lot of times, like, it's a like standard musician biopic is what it's making fun of, and oftentimes they'll do like parts of the career transition to being like, I'm in my contemplative era now. I'm past the point where I'm writing pop hits. I want to write important stuff, and like they'll just like say it directly out loud and just be like, I'm older and wiser now, so obviously I regret some of the things I've done, and so it just feels a little bit like this, where it's just like, I'm a dad now, and that's why I'm not going to take risks.
Yeah, see, you want to give the audience, they give us so much, and then also just make you make giant logical jumps in other places. And
but also, while you're saying he's a dad now, I'm not going to take risks. I'm a dad now. I'm also going to die for my son.
Does Letty save him? We see does Letty save him, or does the idea of Letty save him?
Good question.
Because he's doing the light at the end of the tunnel thing. He hears Letty. You would assume that no matter what, if he was dying and light at the end of the tunnel, he would hear Letty. And how does he hear her underwater? Because he's underwater. This is like the worst. This is the most egregious one for me this time. Is like just like we're like, okay, Dom rips down the entire water thing, okay, by himself. He falls in. At no point does anybody watching this film think that Dom is going to die in that situation. Not at all. Not even a tiny bit. And then he's just like, okay, I'm back and there, I'm awake. Letty's sitting there, and they're like, cool, you're alive, thanks. And they just keep going.
Yeah, I think that the script is slightly underbaked. I think that I think that the script for this film started out as a like a cork board that was like space on end of
secret brother,
and then secret brother in the middle, and then flashback question mark at the beginning, and then they were just like, just make it happen. Everything between is jazz. Like,
what's going through my brain through all this, we mentioned this briefly last time, is that we are about to watch in the coming weeks all 10 movies in chronological order. And I feel like most of that is relatively easy other than the Han stuff, except this movie really mucks it all up. And so I was sort of watching this to see, like, how is Randy going to edit this in a way that makes sense? There's also, like, flashbacks within flashbacks. There's also, like, in current day, Han is telling the story about Mr. Nobody. So I'm assuming if it's truly chronological, that will be told without the actual visual showings of what happened, because we've already seen that when it happened. And I'm just like, this seems so complicated, and I want to see it, and I'm glad that I didn't have to make it, because I wouldn't have the patience for it, but I will watch it. So that's how, like, a lot of this movie was spent, me being like, what?
I'm excited for you guys. I think that's gonna be a new way to watch it,
I think it's gonna be really strange, like, in a good way.
Yeah, I don't think that these films were designed to be watched that way, in a way that I think it'll be very interesting to force it to be watched that way.
And, like, anyway, y'all can finagle a different way to watch these movies. I think that was very helpful for your mental health.
I know. That's why I'm watching with subtitles. I'm just like, I need something different. I need to, like, mix it up. I might like, in an upcoming lap, like, watch these in Spanish and just see how it goes, because...
Okay, I mean... There was that YouTube video that was going around that was just like, everybody's like, oh, Star Wars is if you watch it like a silent movie, it's great. And they were like, that's actually not right. What you need to do is you need to watch it. You need to watch the Japanese audio with the black and white image and then US subtitles so that it looks like a Kurosawa movie, which is what he's going. And then that's how you watch Star Wars. And so you guys should just watch these movies in black and white in Japanese, because the dialogue is not the best. And then with the subtitles for English, and then tell me how it is, because I think it could actually be really good.
Okay.
Oops, all dubbed. I like that lap. And then we cut in Godzilla movies in between.
Hell
right?
yeah.
Like, I know that, like, I'm probably seeing things that I've never seen before, especially for the newer movies, which we have not seen as many as the earlier. Like, at a certain point, most of the new stuff I'm noticing is going to be stuff that we've already talked about. I just forgot that we talked about, right? So, like, we gotta get weird with it.
Yeah. I'll send you the YouTube video. It's great.
Why is every prison in this universe unable to hold the people in the prison?
There's a lot of prison breaks in these. There is. Way more than I ever imagined happen in real life.
Just so many more. Prisoners are generally not transportable, right? Every single time you transport anybody. How did Deckard get out of the black side? Like, there's, Dom's been arrested a few times. Dwayne, and like, there was a whole 10-minute scene.
Yeah.
Of prison breaking. Like, I mean, they got to get better.
And these are like max security prisons too. These aren't like, like local county jail, like, what is it? Like,
it's not like they're
Barney
Fife,
Yeah.
I will also say that prison security is so bad in these movies that a viable option, which works, is to put Brian in prison and let him get information and then extract him.
Yeah.
Right.
Just saying. Joe, do you have any notes, any other thoughts about this movie this time around?
I have one more note, and that's at one point when they're doing like the magnet chase where Ramsey's driving, they pass what looks like a cafe called Los Iguanas, which is pretty cool considering there is an iguana as one of the only animals in these films.
Huh.
So, yeah.
It's true. In the beginning of 4.
Yep.
With Kara.
With Kara. There you go. Tie it all back.
Kim, other thoughts about F9?
Watching this right after Hobbs and Shaw had me wondering who would be, which trio would be better in battle against each other, the Shaws or the Torettos.
Ooh.
Just the three siblings. Deckard, Owen, and Hattie.
Yeah.
Yeah, against Mia, she's gotta really try to pull some more weight here with Dom and Jacob.
But I think that Mia shows she is capable, just not given anything to do. Like, in this one, she's driving. She's a competent driver. She's fine with that. Like, Hattie is badass, though. She, fights the Rock.
She's quite good.
Yeah, she fights the Rock.
Fast, right? I don't know.
Yeah, I think... I can't bet against the Torettos, but at the same time, on paper, the Shaws look pretty good. They look like a pretty strong team.
Yeah.
This is a match I would watch.
They would jump out to a heavy lead, and then somehow...
The ref doesn't look.
Well, I don't think the Torettos cheat. I think they just summon their inner will or whatever, and they win.
I think the ref gets spun around at one point. The Rock throws a chair out from under the ring, and that's what happens.
To who, though? Who's he throwing the chair to? His buddy Dom or his new best friend?
That's the thing.
Deckard
He
Shaw.
turns right in the middle of the tag team.
I don't know. Walt, any other notes, thoughts about this?
Not really. I think, again, there's parts of these movies that feel like they're kind of falling apart now. There's still a lot that I feel like it's fun to watch. I don't know. I hope I didn't sound too down on it, because I actually did. I enjoy watching these things. I think that they're pretty fun. I think that, not even on a you can just turn your brain off way. I think that it just generally these films are pretty fun to watch, and so I hope I didn't sound too down on it, because I
not
just
at all
kind of pulling at these things because I think that they're interesting, and again, there's really nobody else doing franchises like this. Even the ones who are you have the MCU, which is definitely doing the comic book style of you have 60 years of Spider-Man, right? And so what does that look like? And so I think with these, they're very much treading on new ground in a way that I think is still pretty exciting, because I think that there's a lot of franchises where I kind of know what they're going to do next, and I kind of know what they're going to try to tackle next, and I kind of know the scale that they're going to try to do it next. Whereas I think with these, I really just don't know what they're going to do next, and I think that in terms of a franchise is like all you could really ever ask for.
I think it's very well said.
I'm excited to talk to you guys next time, just because I want to hear like where your ideas of where they're going next is.
Hell yeah, because we're doing like one more of like let's talk about Fast X, and then one more after that of just being like whole thoughts.
Correct. Yep.
That'll be fun. Okay, I'll continue to prep some stuff on that.
What do you guys think of the name F9? That's my last question about this. Then we get to play the game. But like, what
F9?
as a name,
the Fast Saga was official title in certain countries, but not in America. It was either F9 or the Fast Saga or both. Because when Joey and I went to go see it, we're like, "What the fuck is the title of this movie?" Because our ticket, the banner at the theater, and what Vin had said in the pressers were 3 separate titles.
Got it.
Yeah.
I think Walt, is it better or worse than Hobbs and Shaw?
I think it's better than Hobbs and Shaw. I do think that it doesn't necessarily live up to the promise of it, because when you press F9, you update the document, and I feel like it doesn't necessarily pull it off. I own a company called Numlock. I'm allowed to make keyboard jokes. Fuck off, Joey.
It was good. It was good. It was great.
F9 calculates the highlighted portion. I'm trying to figure out what F9 typically does. It's not a key that I often use. Doesn't have a standard use in Google and Windows.
It's just not. It's not really great. It's just like, again, like the function keys are just like so ambitious, because they're just like, clearly every computer will have at most 12 functions in the future. We won't know what all of them are, but it's 1988 and we're introducing the concept of Windows. Let's just give them all the options and we'll fill them in later. Like
The F9 thing, that it makes me think about wrestling. I just over and over again, because there's a famous finishing move in wrestling that Brock Lesnar has called the F5, and that Wardlow in AEW has called the F10. It's just a style of move now. So the F9 is just, put them on your shoulders, spin 'em around, drop 'em on the ground.
Even better than the F5, yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, let us play this Ain't No 10-second race, aka Boy Do We Have a Podcast for You.
Boy, do we have a podcast for you. Come and check out our show. Yeah.
This is where we go on X.com, the everything app powered by Grok, and we find a tweet about the Fast and the Furious, and we respond to them. And guys, I want to say, Joe let me know that night or maybe the next morning, big points last time, for maybe the first time all lap.
wow.
Especially, Joe got at least something, a little bit of something, but one of you also got big stuff too, so we'll get there right now. But I know both of you have sent me your tweets, but before we get to those, let us first look at last movies, last episodes picks, just 1 week ago. I found Randy Thomas Jr., who was taking guesses at the upcoming Universal release dates, which were from May 2020. We said it's a tragedy none of this happened. Let's get you in Furious 11-7, send you back in time to make sure it all does. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. Randy Thomas Jr. did not respond at all. Randy Carter, our listener, and also the one who is doing the chronological edit, responded twice. So I get no points, but at least our Randy, found that interesting. So swing and a miss there. Joe, you found Yuva Raj at Yuva_404, quote tweeting, "What is your favorite action film of all time? Hobbs and Shaw, John Wick 3, Mad Max Fury Road, MI7. We said Hobbs and Shaw on top where it deserves to be. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. And Joe, Yuva Raj, like the tweet. You get a point.
Thank you. Finally, it's been a while, so I'm glad to be back on the board. Thank you.
You are now up to 83 for reference. I am at 66.5. Walt, you are at 1, and Kim, you are at 0.
Oof.
Walt, you found, this is now heart emoji, moon emoji, star emoji, butterfly emoji, Marta at Yubalana on Twitter. Quote tweeting, "Someone recommend a good rom-com so I can rub my feet together into the blanket and giggle." And Marta said Fast and Furious, Hobbs and Shaw. And we said, that's our favorite rom-com too. Boy, do we have a podcast for you, which also it rhymes, which is very nice.
Hell yeah.
Marta, we got 2 likes, not from her, but Marta responded saying, "That's really good to know," and adding a gif of Dom's car from the first movie doing like the wheelie thing. So, Walt, you get 5 points.
Wow.
You went from 1 to 6 in a hurry.
Giant
I mean,
leap.
not really in a hurry. Like, it took like months, but
Yeah.
like...
As you can see,
big
this is the long game. We're in this for
Hell
the long
yeah.
haul.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, I feel so good about this.
It was a good one. Yeah, as soon as I saw it, I said to Joey, I was like, Walt on the board.
And then, Kim, you found Discussing Film, talked about first logo for The Mandalorian and Grogu, and that's Laddie said Hot Fuzz, Cop Out, Hobbs and Shaw, Two Guns, the other guys, Let's Be Cops, The Mandalorian, and Grogu. And we said This is one of my favorite ones, and I will just say no one interacted with it. Two hot, two fuzz, two cop, two out, two Hobbs, two Shaw, two guns, two other two guys, two Let's, two B, two Gops, two Mandalorian, two Grogu. What a podcast for you. And not even any of our listeners, our dear sweet listeners, liked it. I would like it if I could.
Hey,
I must remain
long
impartial.
game. The comeback's going to be
Long
epic.
Yeah.
All right. Kim, Walt, I think Walt sent the first. So, Walt, can you please hit us with your tweet for this episode and how you would like to respond?
I would like to ask, can I change mine because I found a better one?
For sure.
Of course.
As long as you do not change to one of ours. But yes, you are absolutely able to.
Out of curiosity,
So
is one of yours from Reaction Rocket?
Oh, wait.
Maybe?
You can't do Reaction Rocket because Reaction Rocket's one of our listeners.
Ah, shit. Okay, well, that's fine. Hey, Reaction Rocket, you had a good tweet. It's similar to the one that I'm doing. The tweet that I sent is from @VLZ0. It is a picture. It is, quote, retweeting, discussing film. And it is Christopher Nolan is a fan of the Fast and Furious franchise. He watches every single movie of every single type of genre. You never hear him shit talk other people's movies, says Emily Blunt. And that's a source from a THR article. We all know about this, obviously. The actual tweet that I am sending here is it is a picture of Christopher Nolan in an IMAX cinema with his hand upon his chin in contemplative fashion, being like, and then the tweet itself is Christopher Nolan watching Tej and Roman go to space in F9.
It's very good,
and it's great. And I would like our response to be, we are also cinephiles. We hope that we can count Mr. Nolan as a listener, but boy, have we got a podcast for you.
Didn't Christopher Nolan did come out and say, like, I really like Fast and the Furious movies at some point, right?
Also,
Wasn't
I'm
that
going to
true,
follow
Joey?
Reaction Rocket. That guy seems great.
We found him through this game, and
Really?
he has become a diehard listener.
Rock
He's
on.
very active on Twitter about Fast and Furious. Love it. Kim, hit us with yours from Khaleesi.
My tweet is from Khaleesi @Alexa Targaryen. Watching Fast and Furious 9, and what do you mean they're in fucking space? How'd they go from racing the cars to launching out into space? And then two crying emojis. And please respond to Alexa Targaryen here that all lowercase letters, they're in fucking space, and then 3 exclamation points, and 2 of the same crying emoji.
Game, you're really making a play to beat my 6. I see your game, and I must respect it.
Joe, hit us with yours, please.
Mine's from Home is Where You Make It @Oh That's Kev. This is from June. Bro, folks really hacked a top company and requesting $300 million? I just can't grasp this. This is like Cypher from Fast and the Furious. I just want to be like, yeah. I mean, like maybe they have a nuclear football or something. I don't know.
Kind of like you just saying yeah.
Yeah, shrug. Okay, can we just do that? Yeah, boy, we have a podcast for you. Sorry.
That's great.
I like that somebody was out there being like, damn, there's a hacker threatening a company just like Cypher. You know, like that's the first hacker, like the first famous hacker that came to your mind. That's awesome.
All right, mine is from Miyuko @Miyuko_Junsei, and it is a Screen Rant link about how John Cena might be returning to the franchise, who knows. And Miyuko says, what? And then the thinking cloud emoji. John Cena's #Jacob Toretto died, but he may be cheating death emoji since #FastX. The Fast saga is resurrecting him for the 11th and final installment, #Fast11. Then he puts the copy, or they put the headline for the article, John Cena's Fast and Furious 11 returns looks even more unlikely after one major update. And look, this is not the tweet that I would normally respond to, but I'm trying to go for Joe's engagement game, and I'm going to say, we'd love to have Jacob back in the franchise. Would you? Boy, the podcast for you. And just like, because if they just say yes.
Question at the end is
5
possibly
points.
helpful. That's points.
Usually
I've tried
not,
it before.
but possibly helpful.
Doesn't seem to work.
What about, like, I didn't see him in Fast 10. What are you talking about?
Oh.
We've done that before, and that as well as that goes over on the podcast, Twitter does not react well to that. It's a thinker. Thank you both once again for joining us to talk about F9 only one of these movies left until, the inevitable other movies that you guys, of course, will join us for. But only one more movie left in this franchise. We're winding down, but we still got time.
I'm very excited.
Did he die? What is this?
No, I'm still here. My power dipped, so my camera.
Okay, cool.
flipped.
That's
So
fine.
here.
Sorry.
Yes, I know that this is an audio medium for listeners. Joey's screen just went into basically a 1980s television
Color
screen.
bars. It's the most 80s moment, baby.
Yeah, I don't know. Hey, this is again, we are having a ton of fun here. It is a very good thing that you guys do, and it's kind of it's been a really good journey so far. I'm looking forward to our finale and then our epilogue. It'll be very fun.
What would you like to plug, Mr. Walt?
Let's see. I am the executive editor of Sherwood News. If you like business news, you should check out Sherwood News. It is at sherwood.news. I have a book. It's called You Are What You Watch. Cool people from the Patreon really like it, and you should be more like them and do that, and also buy it for your friends and family. The audiobook, I can probably say this now because I found that it's available for pre-order already, apparently, is available for pre-order already.
Are you reading it?
No, I am not. I leave things to the professionals.
Okay.
I love, obviously, listen, I've been on this podcast for many episodes. I do enjoy talking. I think audiobooks are a very specific medium, and I really appreciate good ones. And I think that I am fun to listen to, but audiobooks need to be at the right syncopation and right pace. Otherwise, people tend to really have a rough time. So the guy who played the Yu-Gi-Oh villain Marek is voicing it, and I'm very excited about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
Marek is. Hold on. Wait. We got it. What?
Yeah.
Marek is voicing it.
Yeah. He sent in a tape for it, and I was like, this guy sounds great, and I looked him up because I was like, this guy sounds a little familiar, and played a Yu-Gi-Oh villain, and I was like, yep, nope, that's the person, that's the guy.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I want to say counterpoint. I found out in this past week that Werner Herzog narrates his own memoir, so if he can read an audiobook,
I will say,
I think you also can.
I love Werner Herzog, and he has a distinctive voice, and I do have that audiobook. It's very good. I love I have a lot of David Mitchell has a book that he did himself. It works 100%, and I think it'd be fun. I do think that for this one, I was like, I'm gonna call on a pro to do it. And so that's out in September. I think on the 23rd. Either way, if you have Audible, time to cash in those credits. It's a good one. It's an extremely visual book, but you do get a PDF of all the charts, I believe. And I don't know, folks should check out the book. It's a good time. And then I'm at Numlock normally, so it's numlock.com.
Very, very cool. Kim, what would you like to plug? What would you like to promote? What new stuff? What luxurious things are you getting paid to explore?
The Bloomberg Power Players Summit is coming up, and I am interviewing two wonderful gentlemen. One is Roman Reigns, WWE's #1 box office attraction and perennial
Super
WrestleMania main eventer. I'm reading this off of the promo for the summit. These are the titles they asked us to put on here. And the other one is Paul Heyman, WWE Hall of Famer, and the legendary wise man to Roman Reigns.
That's so cool. You get to meet some wrestling buds. That's fun.
So get hype about that.
I'm hype
about it when done.
Super, super cool.
Check that out.
Roman Reigns of the Fast and Furious.
Yeah, of the Fast
Roman
and
Reigns
Furious
of Hobbs and Shaw.
Joe, our next episode is Ewoks, The Battle for Endor. Speaking of Star Wars.
Yes, true. That is true. I keep forgetting, but yes.
A movie I have not seen, and when Andor came out, I was like, hold on, Endor and Andor are different things? Had to figure that out, but yes, different things. Ewoks, The Battle for Endor next week. Between now and then, though, our patrons will get a bonus episode of Airborne from 1993. Great movie. Good episode. Go check that out. Airborne from 93. Next week, for everybody, Ewoks, Battle for Endor. But for all things Too Fast, Too Forever, go to cageclub.me, facebook.com/TooFastTooForever, or at TooFastTooForever on all the socials. Email us, family@cageclub.me, and check out our Patreon page at TooFastTooForever.com. Go buy some books. Go check out some articles. You know where to go. And check out our store at cageclub.me/shop. I am Joey Lewandowski.
I'm Joe, too.
And that was Walt Hickey and Kim Bhasin, and we will tell you all about it
when we see you again.
Hello and welcome to Too Fast, Too Forever. Welcome to family. We chose this one. This episode 374, Fast 10, Lap 14. I'm Joey Lewandowski.
I'm Joe too, and this episode's brought to you by Cult. Discover the Cult world. The Cult collection creates stylistic synergy since 1987. Check them out for all your boots and footwear needs. That's cultofficial.com.
I'm surprised that there's no Cult X, but shout out to cult.com and welcome to Too Fast, Too Forever with us tonight as all lap long. Walt Hickey and Kim Bhasin. Hello, gentlemen. Welcome back.
What is up?
What's going on?
With us also tonight, very special occasion, the once a lap Fast and Furious guest back with us for his penultimate Fast and Furious movie, and we have some information we were just sharing off microphone or off recording before. The host of High School Summer Party, Mr. Brian Rodriguez. Hello, Brian.
Finally, I'm back on. It's been
Around like
crazy.
a month ago, man.
I am the redheaded stepchild of the regular feed of this podcast.
What does that
That's
mean?
true. You put me
You make
behind
us
the
watch
paywall.
porno movies all the time.
It's not all
it's
porn.
your choice.
No, first of all, only one I would say
Caligula,
but that's also a mainstream film at the time. I never made you watch porn.
What we found out a couple months ago, or a month or two ago, is you somehow did Furious 7 twice on the show, and no one noticed. We didn't notice, you didn't notice, the listeners didn't notice. So you could have been done by now, but alas, Furious 7 twice.
It's just proof that I'm not on enough, right? Like, if that was an episode that was, fresh in people's minds, it would make a little bit more sense. But
The only episodes of yours that I remember are you on Tokyo Drift because you did the 3-episode crossover, and you on Fast 5 because you were embarrassing Kyle about the au pairs.
All pairs. I remember that one.
Every other thing you've said on this entire podcast, I do not remember. It's in one ear, not the other.
just proof, listeners out there, how I get treated on this podcast. If you like listening to the sound of my voice, please hit these guys up. The fifth person who recommends me as permanent guest host to this podcast, Joey and Joe, will sign a
copy of Too Fast, Too Furious.
HD DVD copy of the original Fast and Furious film.
HD DVD copy.
Okay, I want to know. So I think we did not talk about, in terms of the train facts, the most important thing of business. I think I would like to get one more on the tune-up, and we do that in a few weeks. But Can you please hit us with, I guess, now our penultimate train fact? There's one more to come after this.
Okay,
also, for the record, the first two movies are available on HD DVD. You can buy them both on eBay for a total of $14, which I might do. I don't have an HD DVD player, but
it's kind of sick to
own
have.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys act like you cover this material wall to wall, and you haven't seen it on HD DVD.
I don't even have the player. I know.
You gotta get the player, gotta watch it, notice the differences. Supposedly it's better than Blu-ray, that's what I've heard, but I don't know for a fact.
Well, porn shows...
Yeah, porn disagrees.
Porn shows Blu-ray.
Sorry.
All right, Walt, Kim, can you please hit us with one train fact?
The train is blue.
The train
is blue.
It's blue and marigold.
And marigold. Blowing our spot for next week.
We're just gonna say marigold.
Yeah, it's marigold.
It is blue. It's blue marigold.
It's blue marigold.
Uh-huh.
It's like a blue, but then the accent color is marigold.
Dude, I mean, come on.
It is fetching.
Fetching.
Okay.
Important update. Tokyo Drift is also on HD DVD.
We laugh because when we would have Joey describe cars to us and guess them, like one of the first things he ever did was start using the colors. And I'm like, yeah, that fucking helps. Thanks. Cool.
Sometimes it does.
Sometimes
You never
it
said
does.
fetching?
No, never fetching though. No.
Well, welcome back to the show, guys. We are here in the interim where it's been years since this movie came out, maybe years since we get another one. We are in the limbo of maybe everyone we know and love dying a grisly death. When this movie ends, either in the theater or this most recent time, Walt, Kim, what do you guys think of where we stop? Mid-action sequence, mid-action sequence, mid-action sequence, post-credit sequence, post-credit sequence.
I think it's amazing. I think it's like, honestly, it takes like a lot of, you have to have a lot of confidence in yourself to do that. And whether earned or not, I think that they have a lot of confidence in themselves to do that.
Do they or does Vin?
Like in theaters, I remember being like absolutely enthralled with the
opening scene of this movie. Like the first shots the moment I saw the first shots of the movie and it made obvious the direction where this was going to begin with, I was like, yep, all the way in. We're all the way in. So whatever happens here is going to happen and I'm going to enjoy it.
Yeah.
So yeah, but by the end, that cliffhanger, to Walt's point, the confidence is in it of itself worthy of so much respect that we,
like the instincts to end it there are the instincts that this franchise needs to be following all the time. Like that's kind of what I think about that.
If the if the line is set at 0.5, how many deaths are we going to see based on the end peril? Are you taking the over or are you taking the under? Because we have a plane full of 4, theoretically crashing and exploding. We've got Dom and Baby B.
Are pilots not people to you, just out of curiosity? Is that...
We don't know if Ramsey's driving it with her cell phone or something.
There's a lot of precedent for that, isn't there?
Yes.
There is. So do you think, of all the people we see who might be dead at the end of this movie, if the line is set at 0.5, you're taking the over-under on deaths?
Under. 0. No.
Under, yeah.
-1. They're going to bring back someone.
Yeah. Let's go.
Well, Giselle's back at the end.
They're bringing someone back.
That's a good point.
Brian, what do you think? Do you think anybody here is going to die at the end?
No.
The other follow-up question here, Reaction Rocket, our listener, wanted to know, will the next movie pick up immediately or will there be a time jump?
Immediately.
I think it would have picked up immediately if they were able to make it immediately, but now I think there'll be a time jump.
With the new financial reports that they're like cutting back and going more old school, you think that is the cause of them not starting immediately?
I think they're going to do a time jump backwards because they're going to show what was happening in the 5 minutes before in the plane, and to show you that the explosion wasn't the plane. It was a bomb a missile or some shit that they sent forward, and then the plane's going to do a flip, and it's like you're all wrong. Forward, immediate arrest, none of those things.
How many times have they done the immediate? This is what's happening in the next movie.
4 into 5.
4 to 5.
4 to 5 for sure. Yeah.
Which also is the best one. Like that's also a really good transition between films.
He gets broken out of the bus. Right?
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
I think that's also the most successful. It launches you into the next phase of the franchise.
As a reminder to the patrons, because this will be out on the main feed after the event happens, but we're watching the Randy cut, the chronological cut of all the movies, and that's one of the things I'm most excited for, to see how Randy cuts 4 into 5. He said it's seamless, because it's just like, it's literally like the same scene. Yeah, I don't think none of the other ones go, because they're all just like all over the place a little bit.
And I think the first 5 minutes of any Fast and Furious movie are the least effective ones usually, because it's usually just like character resetting that we already know. Whereas, I mean, like finally, like Dom Toretto, like, modern day Superman. Like, how do you need to set this guy up?
Well, so here's the question: does Rocky do it better? Because the first 25 minutes of every Rocky movie is just the previous Rocky movie's final fight.
and coincidentally, sometimes that's also like the last 20 minutes of a Rocky film.
Mm-hmm.
Recapping,
especially if you're Rocky Balboa.
Yeah. Oh man.
All right, let's kick things off with the most 80s moment. This is the last 80s moment you guys are going to pick this entire lap. I have a couple that are pretty 80s to me, but let's start with Kim. Kim, if you had to pick the most 80s thing about this movie, what are you picking?
Let me get this out the way first. The most 90s thing about this movie is the phrase "none your business."
Not the internet cafe?
No,
that's 2000s.
None your
that's
business,
yeah.
right? But for 80s, I'm gonna go turncoat spy.
Ooh,
Aims. Extreme 80s trope in virtually any 80s movie with a spy in it. One of them is a turncoat.
True. Good point.
Walt,
what's your pick?
I gotta tell you, this movie wasn't really wearing a lot of its 80s.
True.
It's not.
The only one that I kind of had was the Vatican being a desirable or interesting place to try to save. I think that a lot of the things that went down in the 90s, 2000s, and 2010s that we learned about what was happening in the 60s, 70s, and 80s no longer made that the case.
The art, at least. We have to try to save the art. But
sure, we got to save the art. Noted patron of the arts, Dom Toretto.
Brian, what about you? Most 80s moment in this movie?
I have no idea. I felt zero 80s while watching this film, but now I'm sort of picturing a Fast and Furious art heist film. And
I would like that.
But yeah, this film did not feel very 80s. I'm sorry.
It's a child of its era.
I think that in the scene where Roman has the jacket full of money and he's like, this isn't Spanx, this is Banks, that office, everything about that office is 80s. It was just like,
okay.
Oh yeah.
like that whole interior of everything. It was like orange and brown and old office-y shits, and that was the most 80s I got.
It's my pick. It's not a vintage one, but Cypher's driving a DeLorean in this movie.
That makes sense,
is
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
pretty
Fair.
80s. But the most
Duh.
80s thing to me is just Jacob's car, and more specifically Jacob's mixtapes. Like having cassette tapes in a car to propel your drive. Pretty 80s.
Cassette tapes in a car. Yeah, in the dash. Yep. There you go.
Also, one thing I noticed about this movie is that Mia calls him Jakey. Jakey. At least that's how the... when they have like a tearful goodbye, she says, bye, Jakey. And I was like, okay.
I think another 80s thing about this movie potentially is being a little bit too fucked up for its rating. Like, this is a PG-13 movie, and like there's some, like, Jason Momoa does some strange things to several dead gentlemen that I think would ordinarily...
What do you guys think of that scene? That scene is crazy.
I think that scene's... I think I went into this being like, oh yeah, I remember that Jason Momoa performance being a little bit too big. And I really loved everything about Jason Momoa's performance in this movie. I think it's like really perfect. I think it's scenery chewing. I think he does a magnificent job. I don't think that he's too big at all. I think that he's like great in this. I think that scene was a bit much, but in the same way that like Temple of Doom is a bit much, where like, yeah, I wouldn't have gone that far, but it really does kind of set the tone.
Maybe it's because it's like top of mind right now, but like the Deadpooliness was pretty.
Yes.
It was all.
Yeah. And like, I don't think it's like terrible. I can tell why people were shocked, because I don't think that this franchise has had that kind of tonal shift as abruptly as that. But I do think that, I don't know, I think Momoa did a great job in this movie.
I love Momoa in this movie. Every time I watch it, I'm like, yeah, he kills it.
But that scene, though, I remember, Joe and Brian, you guys might remember, when we were leaving the theater after seeing this, we're all like, oh, that's good. Like, we're talking about our favorite scenes. Like, we're like halfway through the mall leaving. We're like, what about that scene where he's like posing with the dead bodies? We're like, oh, right. Like, that was like a one we're just like, did we all see that? Do you think, I mean, I guess he has to, and I don't want to like jump to the head because I feel like this is maybe more a thing for the end, but like, does Dante come back? Does Momoa come back? It feels like he kind of has to, but also like they haven't really followed Cypher up in a way to like make her like a really follow-up villain. Like, did he burn too bright to be used again? Or do you think he's going to come back for the future of the franchise, for the end of the franchise?
I think he's a big enough name. Like, for the end of this kind of franchise, you do need to have like bit of the, like, you need to have baddies kind of like consolidation of evil, right? It can't just be like, you've been fighting a lot of like, they've had a lot of like pretty good antagonists lately, and like in order to kind of make it count, I don't think that you want to take them off the board, particularly if Fast 11's gonna be the final one. So I think that he's like definitely a B villain at the very least.
I mean, it's obviously whoever's running Etion, right? Like it's
who's your pick from this movie, by the way?
Can I continue to just say it's Johnny Tran? Like, what's the
Yeah.
Still Johnny Tran. Still now to this day. From this movie, I would. This is tough. Everyone's too obvious in this one. Like the bad guys are hackers and things like that. Johnny Tran.
Could Dante come back? And in most franchises, no. But could Dante come back as a good guy? Is it possible?
Like everyone else?
Could he be redeemed?
He killed, what they say, like 9 people in Rome?
I don't know, man. I think that's a tough one.
That's a tough one.
That would be one of their
Who's
hardest.
truly
pull-offs.
redeemable, Walt?
Yeah.
What if there's a time jump and you just get Dante back and he's like, wow, guys, that was silly. Sorry I got so crazy. And it's just like, that's what it, and it's like, yeah, like, let's go fight them. And like, he's just with them now.
It feels like, I, as a person who's been a connoisseur of some Batman in his time, this feels very much like the best scenario for this is like, inpatient treatment, right? Like the Joker is not going to be rehabilitated and Batman's best friend. He's going to get the care that he needs at Arkham minimum security prison.
Fair.
But then I could just see that's how it starts, right? And then like he gives him a tip to find the next big bad guy, and then we learn that he was doing it really all for his daughter who has cancer, and he was looking for the serum to save her. And then we're like, oh, okay, that's why he killed. And then suddenly he's on the team. 5 movies later, he's just sort of a background character as they go into space. And again, and that's how this franchise rocks, though. Like, so they just like they're big, and they float into the background a bit, and they're part of the ensemble.
It would work. I can see it.
Has any other character been like outright executed in the way that this guy's dad was by Dwayne?
Do you mean like in film ever? Because I do think that it is kind of fun how that happens.
On the topic of like heel turns or like bad guys becoming good guys, or I guess like face turns, would you say is Cypher a good guy in this, or is she not? Like, or is she still like in chaotic neutral?
I think she's a good guy now.
I think she's a good guy by the end. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, I agree. I think we're seeing the face turn in this movie. That's sort of what I thought about, right? Like, again, a lot of the bads here become, not a lot, but there are some who become good. Again, literally, I don't know how, I don't understand the Han thing, but, like, Han was murdered by someone who's theoretically a part of this team now, right? Like,
I would say that I think that this franchise makes a very interesting distinction between, like, I think that this movie, these franchises is very interested in like labor, right? Like, I think that all the people who have flipped from one way to another were set up as kingpins within their own movies, but then were revealed in subsequent films to be just workers, right? They're independent contractors working on behalf of Etion. They're not true believers, right? Like, one reason that Idris would not have flipped, right, and would not have gone, is that he was basically a big company man, right? He was in charge of a lot of the operation, an executive within Etion and that kind of thing. And as a result, he would not have abandoned his principles because his principles were the advancement of that. Whereas everyone else in that film, Hobbs and Shaw, is like in it for the upgrades, right? Like, they are an employee who's trying to get upgrades and things like that. And I think that like what these movies pull off is that every time that they turn an enemy into a friend, it's because they pull back the camera and they realize that, oh, this person was a rival. Oh, this person was employed by a company that wants me destroyed, but they kind of realize the error of their ways. And now all of a sudden the Shaws are on our side, right? And like, it is that kind of honor among thieves thing where obviously thieves will brush up against other thieves at a certain point. But if you back out and you kind of realize what you're in it for, the thing with like Cypher is like, they kind of, they wiped out her team very early in this film. And I think that what they have to figure out is just like, okay, like, what is she here for, right? Like, is she like a significant power within Etion, or is she just working for him as well, right?
Does whatever that answer be make up for the fact that she still murdered Dom's baby mama?
I think that people don't stay dead in these movies long enough to figure that out.
Did she?
Well, actually, just speaking of execution style, she was executed. Elena was executed. I mean, we didn't see it, but she was. Point blank gunshot.
Right. By Tormund.
Go back to the theory, though. If we don't see it with our eyes, Dom doesn't see it, they're not dead.
Wait, have we told you there's a theory? I don't remember whose theory this was. Maybe it was Chrissy Shackelford's, that every death in the franchise, if Dom does not see it, it does not happen.
Yeah, I think that's fair. That's a classic comic book rule. Like,
but he saw that one.
He did see that one.
Mm-hmm.
But we didn't see it.
We didn't see it.
And as the protagonist of reality, I don't know if that's true. Yeah, so
there's also this is not my wrestling moment of this film, but there is a wrestling trope here of the bad guy like pretending to face turn, and then suddenly low blow. Oh no, okay, never mind. Still bad. Turns out still bad.
Easy. Yeah, I like that. The idea that like they realize that they will adopt any puppy that gives them good like dewy eyes, and then immediately using that against them.
Yeah.
Finally, someone figures that out.
Yeah, the gullible good guys, right? Maybe Michelle Rodriguez, maybe Letty is eventually like, oh yeah, well, it turns out she is my friend. Oh no, low blow. Oh,
yeah, I don't know who the actor is, but Bargain Bin Pat McAfee, I think, was really good in this movie.
I've never heard him described like that, but it's so dead on.
Wait, who's so Bargain Bin Pat McAfee?
You know exactly who I'm talking about.
The blonde guy.
Dante's the one who takes over Mr. Nobody's organization. And then shoots him with a rocket launcher.
Ames,
yeah.
Yeah, that's Jack Reacher.
Sure.
It is definitely Jack Reacher.
Okay, well, he put on a little bit of muscle since then.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, that's a good comparison. I was just thinking sleeveless. Like all I could picture was sleeveless and not like the rest of his body. I'm like, I remember everybody in this movie but Dom wearing sleeves. Joe, does Pat McAfee love these movies?
They do like Fast and the Furious. Well, I don't think he can't watch movies because he has ADHD real bad. So he's watched like 6 movies in like the past like 20 years, and like, but they love them. Like when a new Fast and the Furious comes out, like the show goes nuts.
But like as Kim proved, this is some of our finest shirt or sleeveless entertainment.
100%. I absolutely agree. And they like tell him stuff like this, but usually he's just like, yeah, I don't know. I tried to put it on and then I fell asleep or something.
Can I go off camera quickly to watch the clip where he talks about this film and then report back to you?
Sure.
All right, I'll be back.
Kim, you teased it before. What is your most wrestling moment of the movie?
So I wanted to make it really, really, really simple and tactile for this one.
Okay.
It is the attitude adjustment, which is John Cena's wrestling finishing maneuver, which he uses in this film in the house, in the Toretto house fight against the goons, where he saves everybody.
He uses his finisher. I didn't catch that because I don't.
He does his wrestling, his real wrestling finisher,
His real wrestling.
his real wrestling, finisher, and he puts him on his shoulders, he flips him up and over his head and through the floor, I suppose, and on down to the floor beneath them. And so here's the thing: wrestlers typically don't like to do their actual wrestling moves in film. And I think that's because they're trying to like separate themselves from their characters.
Sure,
like they
makes
want
sense.
their acting persona.
They're deeply ashamed of
Right.
everything that they've done in the past.
So like, if you watch, have you seen Doom? It's one of the first Dwayne the Rock.
I have not. I have been
no,
scared to watch that.
he's still the Rock at that point.
It's okay, just the Rock. So that's not the first because that's probably Scorpion King.
It is Scorpion King.
Yeah.
So
So,
then
but
it's Rundown, and then like 2 or 3 later, it's Doom.
in Doom, there's a big final fight where he fights the bad guy, or the good guy. He's the bad guy, and the Rock performs his patented finishing maneuver, the Rock Bottom, and you very rarely see it ever again in film because he's not the Rock anymore. He's Dwayne Johnson. Batista. I don't think I've ever seen the Batista bomb, which is his finisher in all the Dave Batista films.
So it's less of a trademark thing and more of like a separation of church and state. Like that's the persona over here and I'm over here or something.
So every time I see one of these in a movie, I'm like a little bit surprised. Roman Reigns does it in Hobbs and Shaw. He does his spear in Hobbs and Shaw.
Roman Reigns isn't an actor
because he's still Roman Reigns. And yeah, is he?
Can I fact check this?
Yeah,
100%.
I'm like your producer
he's
today.
still Roman Reigns. Yeah, but like whenever you see one of these moves in a movie, like it's a notable thing, I think. So AA. It used to be called the FU, by the way, but now it's the attitude adjustment.
I see.
Okay.
Screen Rant article: the 7 times Dwayne the Rock Johnson used real wrestling moves in movies and TV. Let's run through it.
Well, Screen Rant, the finest of AI generated content out there. Let's go for it.
Rock bottom in Star Trek Voyager. Did not know that happened.
That can't be. Anyway.
Doomsday device in Fast and Furious 6.
Okay.
What does that mean? Oh.
The Doomsday device is. Oh my God! Why do I know
You
this?
guys. Right.
You put someone on your shoulders and someone else then clotheslines you.
You guys
Legion of Doom move.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I remember this one. He did the rock bottom in the rundown.
Yeah.
But that's also
still
second
early enough. Yeah.
Semi rock bottom in Walking Tall. Apparently, I don't remember that one.
Still early.
Very early.
Rock.
I do remember this one. He does a spine buster in Hobbs and Shaw.
That's excellent.
Rock bottom in Furious 7.
It's in the Statham fight.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Okay. And the number one is bullshit, of course. It's just they count the people's eyebrow in various films. It's not really a
hey, Screen Rant, fuck that.
I have a Google alert set up for the Fast and Furious, and I get one every night at like 10 o'clock at night or whatever. 4 out of 7 days a week or more. The top article now is a Screen Rant. It's just like, these 7 characters must return to the franchise. It's like, okay. Like they're just like generating slop.
Wow. Oh, quickly on the McAfee thing, all the clips do not involve Pat McAfee actually in them when Fast and Furious comes up. It's just like the
That's what I said. Yeah,
boys,
yeah. They get all
talking.
hyped
So
for it, but it's not him.
yeah, and it's honestly like a waste of time watching them. No offense to them, but they're just like one of them was like, "Oh, when did the franchise go too far?" And literally everyone there is like, "I've seen 2 and 5," and one guy's like, "I've seen, I think one of them." Right? Like
Yeah.
this is higher level Discord than that.
Walt, what is your most D&D moment of the movie?
We're still in very much like a D&D like phase, like because again, like these later things are very much, I think, both informed by and a bit weighed down by how much of these are pulling from the tropes of really just like Gygaxian storytelling, right? Where you accumulate skill after skill after skill in like a session after session after session. And, I think a lot of the past couple times that we've been on, it's been a lot of talk about like how D&D struggles a little bit towards the end game when it comes to, it's tough to kind of like work as demigods in a basic world that isn't always built for that kind of stuff. It can actually make the play a bit more boring. You have inconsistencies between how magic users, for instance, and non-magic users are able to do stuff. It's just like this is really where like this deep into a franchise shows some of the difficulties of that. And I actually didn't want to talk too much more about that because I feel like we talked a lot about that so far. The thing that I actually wanted to highlight was so I think the way that they are so there comes a time in every D&D journey where you increasingly begin to want to make a new character, and I would argue that Dom and his son are potentially attempting to make a new character that would be of interest to a next generation of Fast and Furious fans. So I think that Brian Toretto is interesting, because there's a phenomenon that happens when you play a lot of D&D, is that like you do kind of tee up the next character, and then you and the DM have an unspoken tussle over how much of your shit you're allowed to give that character. And so like a lot of like, because obviously like if I were to like retire as an adventurer and then make a new one and be like, oh yes, but you can have my ring of invincibility, it's +10 to all attacks, and like that causes severe game breaking problems, and navigating that tension is an element of D&D. And so like I think that they're always just like, the kid's gonna be a better wrench than we are by the time that he's 12. It's just like, I see what the fuck you're doing, Vin Diesel. I see how you're trying to set up this kid. This kid's a level 2, and you are trying to give him the dexterity of +4 to all engine checks, and it's
he's already driving in this movie. Like they're already like, this kid's gonna be like the best at everything.
And so, like, they're already setting up, because, like, the fun of, like, starting with a new character is, like, you do have that kind of dissonance between your talents and what you want your talents to be and what the world needs of them. And that's the tension that makes a lot of these movies go, right? If you're not invincible, it's interesting, and right? Whereas, like, you see them kind of setting up as be like, yeah, but the kid's, like, he's almost drifting, by the way. Like, the thing that is very hard to do. Perhaps he's going to be the Drift Prince, who knows? And it's just, like, essentially the interesting thing about like Gygaxian art versus Campbellian art, right, which is the stuff like the hero's journey stuff, is that the hero's journey always, it's very easy to reboot, because you can just take the person who was the hero and then you turn them into like the wise man or advisor. Star Wars did this twice, right? They turned, the Obi-Wan is ostensibly the heroic figure of the prequel films. He becomes the heroic advisor in the original Star Wars films, and then after that, Luke becomes the heroic advisor in the sequel films, right? It's very easy to kind of plug and play a hero's journey style cyclic story into a reboot era, whereas it is actually rather hard to do it in a Gygaxian sense. And so that is my pick of the week, which is that like the D&D thing is that these things really do resist being cleanly rebooted, and it's very obvious that Dom is trying to smuggle as much loot as possible before whatever fall he takes in Fast 11.
Do you think he survives Fast 11?
I think he's no, I don't think he does. I think that it's a good clean end. I think that like, we'll talk a little bit. I want to say some of my like predictions for the future week when we wrap up, because I think that this movie, I actually like meeting it on its terms of ending when it does. But I will say, like, I think that, so much of these films have kind of been setting up that, like, family's the thing that outlives you. And like that was a big theme in Fast 9, right? That was a big theme in Fast 10. Like the entire idea of like, when he's thinking about his father and thinking about his relationship with his own father and that kind of stuff, it's just like immortality is not achieved through whatever ends Etion wants to offer you. It is achieved through family. And I think that is incomprehensible to be the core theme of the late stage of this franchise and still have Dom pull out,
Yeah, for sure. One thing, Joe, I don't know if we've talked about before on here. One thing I really liked about this movie, I know we've talked about her, but Daniela Melchior as Elena's little sister Isabel, her like whole thing feels very like early Fast and Furious, where she's like all attitude. Like instead of character traits, she just has attitude. And I'm like, this feels like a throwback to a simpler
Letty.
time.
Yeah, she's just like she's the re-Lettying of the Letty. And now that Walt was bringing up that like Dom's trying to smuggle stuff, like is Daniela Melchior just gonna be the new Letty? You know what I mean? Like, do we have to like start her at level 2 with just attitude, and she has to work her way up now? Because it seems like now that like once you put this into perspective like that, then yes, these are the characters that we are building to hand off to.
But Joe, how do you choose the ones you save?
The hottest one.
Very
That's
truthful
what he does
answer from Joe.
That's what they do in the Fast and the Furious.
Well, he basically says, I know you're Elena's little sister. I can't not save you, even though the other choice is fan favorite Diogo, right? Like, I got to let fan favorite Diogo die so I can save my baby mama's little sister, the aunt to my son.
Truth. Family first.
Family.
You're seeing like some of these threads come out. Obviously, Brie Larson as the heir to nobody. Han has been taking care of that girl for a little while. Like, you're seeing them kind of percolate the idea of like, this isn't just a family, it's an intergenerational family, right?
Also, shout out to Anna Sawai for winning Best Actress in a Limited Series Emmy. She,
yeah.
Elle,
Oh, that's
Han's
cool.
adopted little sister.
I didn't know that.
Major
I did not put that together. Yeah, actually.
Yep.
She's never coming back to this franchise.
No.
Are the Torettos the shittiest neighbors in the world? They've gotten their house blown up. Multiple times people have come shooting through it. They have parties at night. And then, to think about it, they've rebuilt the house. So there's been construction for who knows how long next door to you.
It depends on whether they invite you to the barbecue.
Interesting.
Doesn't seem like they do, though.
No.
Right?
No,
It's
but like,
closed
they
off.
wouldn't put that in the fill. Like maybe just in their downtime, they're like, "Hey, bro, you want to come over?
Take a plate over or something afterwards.
Take a
type
plate
situation.
over. We got some roast chicken and mac and cheese and steaks. Maybe some lobster.
We got an
Does
RC
that cover up? Would you want to live next to them, exploding their house and then rebuilding it like every 2 years?
If they can
They're
cook.
so lucky they're not part of an HOA or something. They would still not, they would not be there, right? Like, I've had never thought about that, but no, they're terrible neighbors. To be fair, I've never had my apartment blow up, but I probably yet, okay,
So far.
but I probably it would be considered a terrible neighbor too. Like, I don't invite my neighbors over for chicken dinners and stuff, so at the very least, they're not good neighbors.
Kim, didn't the apartment next to you blow up once?
No, yeah.
Were they good neighbors?
They were not.
Okay.
Well, because it did blow. I mean, it blew up. They left a canister of something next to their heater, next to their radiator, and it exploded and set the whole apartment on fire, and the whole building was on fire. And the fire department came, and they did the whole thing where you break a window with an axe and go inside. Like, it was dramatic, and but it was literally my direct next door neighbor in the apartment building.
So would a plate of chicken have fixed this?
Yeah, but that was like their fault, though.
So I also think
it's not Dom's fault that that someone sent him a bomb package on his front porch.
Here's the thing. Number one, kind of is. Number two, he got his house shot up in the first film of this series.
Yes.
And so, like, here's my theory. I'm actually going to bridge two theories. Aetion is an insurance company that wants these guys dead because the cost of insuring that fucking house has gone through the roof. There's an accountant somewhere in Des Moines who's just like, we got to get rid of these guys. We're going to make way more money if we just rub them out. Then call in Cypher, call in the National Guard.
Mr. Nobody's part of the adjustment team. He has to like babysit them to make sure they don't break too much shit. Yeah.
He has to give them very silly missions abroad.
How much is that? How much is that house even worth? It's like a 3-bedroom.
Maybe it's not about what it's worth; it's about what's insured for. Okay, and like at the end of the day, if that house is worth more as rubble than it is standing, Aetion is an insurance company.
So I had a question I was going to ask earlier, and this is maybe answering it in a way. There's the room in which low rent Pat McAfee meets Brie Larson, meets Tess for the first time. There's like a walkway to the middle. It's basically like Charles Xavier's like room where he does like the thinking, but like it's all just screens around.
Cerebro.
What do you guys think that room is usually used for? Now I'm thinking it's maybe like where they survey, insurance damage and like do it there. But like that seems like so custom built for this one scene. But I'm trying to think like practically, like that's a big room to have in whatever building.
It's a Zoom room.
During the school year, it's a planetarium for the kids that they bring around.
That's a good
on a field trip, and then by night they use it to try to kill Dom.
Right, it's the Sphere in Las Vegas.
It's the Sphere. James Dolan
built this thing.
You didn't see it. They cut the scene. It was the one scene that they ever had to cut. But they say like, "Hey, listen, McAfee, Brie Larson, you got to get the fuck out of here. The band needs to warm up. Fish is going on in 15."
They've been moving toward this aesthetic for movies and movies and movies. Right, that's what they're going for. All the screens are blue. Like when there's a hacker screen, it's always like blue.
Yeah,
just cool.
The whole point of that scene is to give the people who maintain the Wikia a ton of headaches over giving exact dates to events that do not need exact dates.
Well, speaking of hackers in this movie, what do you guys think of Pete Davidson?
Oh, I forgot.
I also forgot.
I did not care for that element of the film.
Rachel had the same exact reaction. She I'm watching it and she's like, "Oh fuck, I forgot Pete Davidson's in this." Like that was like the first thing she said.
I like Han and the cupcake. Or the muffin.
How do you feel about the hallucination hinting in this film? Like we've never seen them like do drugs before. You know what I mean, or something like that.
Straight edge. The reason that we haven't seen them do drugs before is because the primary means of competition in this film is driving fucking cars. So there's a lot of things that you can show on a screen in America, and like drugged driving is not one of them quite yet.
So what's the weirdest part of that scene? Han getting high, Pete Davidson's involvement at all, or Roman doing the LeBron powder thing for no reason other than
LeBron
just
which we have a story about. Which we have a story about.
What's the story?
Now I hear it.
So we like when we saw this, we were like, "What the fuck is Tyrese doing? Why did he do like a LeBron powder spray for no reason?" And then like we eventually like found an interview with Leterrier, and he's like, "Yeah, Tyrese just said, hold on, I got something cool to do,' and just did it." He was like, I don't really know why.
The collaborative art of filmmaking.
Yeah, he's like he was really one to do that, so he did it. He let him do it. That was it.
That's so funny.
Like I think part of us originally was like, it's probably just Tyrese being Tyrese, and we're like, there's no way that could possibly be the answer. But Occam's razor, like, yes, it's the answer. Like if Tyrese is in the scene, that's probably why.
There's a lot of stuff like this in this movie. And, like, again, I don't mean this as a negative because some of the stuff I liked, but, like, when they're playing, like, the stinger from Black Swan as the leitmotif on the bridge, and I'm just like, very interesting, like, ballet. And, like, clearly, I think Momoa, like, alludes to a ballet or something at some point, but I was like, they should be doing more of this. Like, we've talked a couple times over the course of this franchise about, like, one of my biggest issues with this is that they don't avail themselves of the opportunity to, like, have a really, like, there's no, like, orchestral soundtrack to this kind of thing. There are no leitmotifs to this kind of thing. And obviously, as they try to build this into, like, a saga, like, one thing that they are really kind of operating with their hand tied behind their back is the music, where they don't have different kind of orchestral themes that kind of can navigate the emotions of the people, on screen, even if they themselves won't acknowledge it. And like, I think that some of the moments get a little bit, like some of the big meaningful moments don't have as much oomph behind them as a result. But like when they were just like did that strange needle drop of Black Swan, I was like, hell yeah, man, that's dope. Like that's a really good way to like that. I would watch a movie score to this. Like,
by the way, Joe, I'm sad that in our Randy cut that's going to play at 3:00 in the morning when none of us will be awake, because Margaret would have strong feelings about it. Like she loves Swan Lake, and I don't think she would appreciate that being in that scene.
We
but maybe
just need to nap and wake up, and so we're ready for it at 3 a.m.
0% chance she's going to be awake at 3:00 in the morning. I can tell you that much. But yeah, no, that is weird. We're like, huh, okay, yeah. that whole scene on the bridge with like Tess appearing and Isabel being there, and just as like it all feels Marvel-y in a way, right? Where it's like
Deadpool-y. You said Deadpool-y earlier. It feels very Deadpool-y to me.
But also in the Marvel thing, like Dante, there's a line in here where he says, collateral damage, he's talking to Dom, collateral damage, chaos, death, this is your legacy. And that's a very kind of like pushback against the Avengers. Like, you did, like, Sokovia, and like, you caused irreparable harm to this world. Is the Toretto legacy damage and death and chaos? Or is the legacy something else? To the world, not to us as family, but to the world.
I had this thought when Vin Diesel provides us the beautiful line, I only care about protecting the people that I love. And that had me thinking, is this all just an escalation from a few mistakes that happened in the first movie, where now he's just always trying to protect the people that he loves as things get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse over time? Like the problems in the first movie, he's trying to steal stuff, trying to provide for his family, right? Trying to provide for all the friends that he's made, the people he grew up with, his sister, and then he gets into trouble with the law. And over the course of the next several movies, it just gets worse and worse and worse. For like, Brian gets in trouble in Florida. I was like, oh, I gotta help him. And then my Han in Tokyo, was like, oh yeah, we gotta help him later. Like whatever it is, like we just gotta go help my friends. And their problems just get bigger and bigger and bigger over time until now he has to essentially try to save the whole world, and then people become collateral damage in that process.
I do think the bomb going off in Rome is arguably, like, if you were like to assess this as an insurer would, that is the biggest disaster that happens as a result of this thing, right? Like
although they make a very clear point and say no one died in the explosion. Like, so at least there's no human collateral.
Yeah, but like that's like that the buildings aren't meant to do that. I don't know. But like if this dam explodes, right? Like let's be clear, like the Hoover Dam took billions of dollars and like hundreds of thousands, if not millions of man hours to build. Like
I've seen that Modern Marvels episode. You're right.
If a dam is destroyed, that is like a pretty big problem, right? And like I think that like if you go through the history of it, like Brazil, downtown Rio, a little bit wreckage. That's probably the biggest damage that they get into. They destroy a plane in 6. But like I think that in general, besides like a few plane crashes, they're actually kind of doing fine.
They never explain the Russian separatists in Fate of the Furious. They never explain whether they're like good or bad. We assume that they're bad.
They're like Wagner Group. Ignore them. But like, I think that like F9, the finale of that involves like what, like a plane crash? Space. Yeah. That's bad habits. Well, actually, fucking up a satellite is very expensive. That's probably the biggest damage that they did. And again, if there's a Kuleshov effect of is that the one where it's like, well, all the space junk will then exponentially cause more space junk? Like that could actually cause some actual problems. But in general, I don't think that Dante has a leg to stand on here. I don't think that they are actually that destructive, all things considered. The LA confrontation in 6 isn't great, but also they're not the ones with a minigun and a helicopter.
Mm-hmm.
You guys totally should get someone from the insurance industry and do a whole lap with them. That's what the people want to hear. And every film, just assess the damage.
Riveting insurance salesman, all those guys.
But you mentioned the Avengers, and those movies actually, for the most part, or at a certain point, did a really good job of showing how the world was affected by the happenings of what was going on in those films, right? What do you think is the world's awareness of what is happening in this franchise, right? Like, again, in the Avengers, everyone knows that a third of the population has disappeared, or countries are literally brought to the sky and being pulled apart, or there's alien invasions, right? Like, there's an awareness of this. Like, could this be happening now in reality to us and us have no idea? Or is there some sort of awareness that all this is going on in the world, like for the regular Joe Smoes or Joe Twos of the world?
They were on the news.
Yeah, they make the news.
4 to 5, yeah.
Yeah.
That is true.
So like I think internationally they're aware that they were on the Interpol's most wanted list.
Yeah,
So,
but
like,
okay, name me right now who are the top 5 people on Interpol's most wanted list.
I'll tell you
Elon
what.
Musk.
Number one is the guy who did all the fucking cars in New York that exploded in Seven, right? The one who took control of every car in New York City and crashed them. There would be a Wikipedia page about that event, right?
But
There would
is it
be
like,
a red
hey,
link
you
to
know,
Dom Toretto in it.
A
Dom
regular day
Toretto
in
has a
New York?
Wikipedia page in the Fast and Furious universe. I'm saying it.
That's a big statement. That's a big statement.
International criminal Dom Toretto.
Or hero.
Complicated legacy.
Mm-hmm. Legacy section.
Because I'm really not sure how much this is like a shadow war that could potentially be actually happening in our
Fair
own
point.
reality, or if this is something of like, oh my God, that organization's at it again, or could this be linked to what happened in Brazil, or could this be linked?
Aetion is a publicly traded company, as I have insisted many times.
Wait, so Walt, if there is a wiki page for the zombie cars in Fate of the Furious, do you think that is more or less well known than the Dave Matthews Band dropping 800 pounds of poop on that boat in Chicago?
First of all, excellent question. Natural disasters that happen in cities.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think that would be like a pretty big deal. I think people would talk about that. I think that it's like bigger than the 1977 blackout, which I think everyone knows about. Like, I think it's like it's well known. They refer to it. Like,
would there be a charity walk for it?
There would be a charity drive for it. You know?
Yeah, like
and I
every
think
year.
it would come out of our favorite event, Race Wars.
Yeah, true. They would take up a collection. That's true.
Yeah,
Right. A famous charitable event.
Famous
Race
charitable-
Wars.
Yeah, pretty fair.
The first thing they say in this movie is we're gonna need 12 tanks of laughing gas. Why? It's like one of the first things they say. Why did they need that for the mission? And follow-up question, do you think Diddy had more or less than 12 tanks of laughing gas in his house today?
Well, the over-under for the bottles of baby oil is 1,000.
That's what I mean.
But laughing gas is just NOS, right?
Yeah.
It's nitrous oxide. That's what they put in their
wow.
guns.
It's a good point.
That's what,
But
they can get
but
high
they
off
say
that, but they don't because they use it for cars. No drugs in this movie.
No, unless you eat a muffin.
Unless you're with Pete Davidson, yeah.
Yeah. First drugs in the. But yeah, no, laughing gas is just NOS. If I recall my.
You're right.
I'm pretty sure. Are those lasers that heal Letty real?
Of course they are. Didn't you see the lasers that Etion had?
Oh, good point. Yes, we've established it. Yeah, this isn't even a smart question, Joey.
Medicine is very advanced in the Fastiverse.
Lasers cure people all the time in real life.
True.
They're just not. They don't look cool.
This is a very good point. Brian's right.
I think that we're not talking enough about one of the most important elements in this movie, which is one of my favorite elements in this movie, and Kim, I know it's one of yours, which is that this film has 4 Best Actress winners in it.
Oh, I have a
yeah.
Okay.
There are 4 Best Actress.
Everybody listen to me. Listen to me. Rita Moreno, okay? Can we talk about this absolute superstar in this
Great
movie,
grandma.
okay? Obviously, she is known for her exemplary work in the seminal Hollywood films like 1961's West Side Story, right? She won an Academy Award for Best Actress in a supporting role.
Okay, well, yeah. That's on me.
For her work as Anita. And, of course, her immense performance in the groundbreaking landmark 2023 film 80 for Brady.
God damn it.
Okay, Rita Moreno.
It's the one thing you like more than fucking wrestling.
It is.
For Brady.
80 for Brady is better than all the Fast and Furious movies and better than professional wrestling. It is one of the all-time pieces of art.
Just get on with the Rita Moreno.
Ever. That's it. That's all I got. That was the.
I like that finally in this episode, Kim broke Walt. Like, they've been friends for probably seemingly decades, but it's this where he's just like, I can't hear about 80 for Brady one more time.
I can't hear about it one more fucking time. I can't. I just wanted to remark that, again, Charlize, Brie, Helen Mirren, and Rita Moreno all in the same movie, and it is Fast X. I do like Vin Diesel. This is the part where I look at
Vin
his
Diesel
unmarried
appreciates a
status and
woman.
I'm like, is he one of us? But at the same time, I admire him giving a lot of work to some very, very talented actresses.
Vin Diesel also in this movie portrays a character who flips a car with one arm. And
Yeah.
poor leverage. And poor leverage is the more important thing.
I think that this movie is also like I considered it for the D&D thing, but like this script goes very hard in a lot of places. Like it's like a cult with cars. Thank you for saying it. Nobody else would. It's like the days when one man behind a wheel of a car can make a difference are over. Love that. I'm glad that we explored those themes in Top Gun too.
Top
but
Gun
like,
Maverick, let's go.
And then like I'm not gonna and like the idea of like never accept death when suffering is owed. That is a 17-year-old Dungeons and Dragons DM ass line. That's great. That's a really good villain defining line. And then you made one mistake. You never took my car. That goes hard as hell. And then I think my favorite thing, like I really really like this, and it's one reason I really like Momoa performance is it goes like looks like Uncle Muscle won't make it to the next barbecue. I mean, it's very honorable. Like it's like a really good line reading for right after he kills John Cena, who is definitely not dead.
Definitely not dead.
There is absolutely no way that John Cena is.
0% chance. Either way, I just appreciated how much this script leaned into everything that makes this franchise good.
I will also say, in terms of like callbacks and making this franchise good and defining characteristics, I don't think we've ever talked about, which seems remarkable because I feel like everything we talk about on these shows we've talked about 10 times before. But Dom catches Letty flying through the air in Fast and Furious 6 on a bridge. And in this movie, he catches Baby B flying through the air on a bridge. Like, it feels like you become a Toretto officially when Dom catches you while you're flying through the air on a bridge in an action scene.
Again, Fast 11, somebody's going to have to catch him on a bridge and they're going to miss. And that's the way that he goes
that's when
out.
there's one set of footprints.
Yeah, exactly.
Who else gets sent through the window? Because we got like Ramsey, right? In
Ramsey. In 7. Mm-hmm.
7.
Right.
And then there's the Hobbs and Shaw window scene.
We've talked a little bit about how this franchise requires most of its actions to take place in a car. And they have kind of run out of things that one can do with a vehicle. And so as a result, they do have to kind of go back to some of these. Like, there's only a couple ways to enter a vehicle. Most of them are called doors. The other less popular ones are windows. Occasionally, you got to send someone through a window, right?
Skylights.
Oh, hey. We got to get them on the phone.
Kim, any final thoughts about Fast 10?
I'm still stuck on how amazing Rita Moreno is.
She's quite good.
So good.
Do you think she'll be back in the finale, or is she just like, this is the favor? You got me for this one day?
What could she possibly owe? Like, what did Vin Diesel possibly do for Rita Moreno that this is a favor?
I think he's super charismatic to older women. I think that's the same reason why like Helen Mirren loves him, and I think this is like he talks to them and is just like super like just like, oh my god, I love all your work, and they're like, oh shit, this giant muscly dude like is really a film nerd and loves.
He's a film
my
buff.
acting.
I do like that about him.
And I think that's what it is. I think he just is like, hey, you want to play a role in my movie? And they're like, what would I do? And he's like, look, I was imagining you as my mom, like my grandma, And they're like, oh god, that's a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
Joe, do you expect the rest of the cast of 80 for Brady to be there in 10? Because we got Jane Fonda, we got Sally Field, we got Lily Tomlin. Like they could. There's roles here for them.
Look, if Sally Field comes back, I mean, Burt Reynolds died, right? So we can't really recreate those movies, but that's a way in.
That's very true. Mm-hmm. Good point.
Joe, 80 for Brady, one of the few movies we didn't cover yet on our Coastal Grand Bros podcast, but we'll get there. As a Latin American, this, and I know you guys don't like this take because I've said it before, this pissed me off so royally. I love Rita Moreno, but are we retconning that the Toretto family is a Latin family? No, look, there's plenty of great Latin actors, Latin moments, but Vin Diesel's not a Latin actor. John Cena is the least Latin person. Whatever. John Cena is the least Latin person I've ever seen.
Well, no, they write that off by Cypher saying, I never detected a Nordic strain. That there's one throwaway line that's like, this is why.
In 9, yeah, in the last one, yeah.
I get it. Like, look at me. It's a wide gene pool. That part makes sense, but it just feels like they cherry pick the best of the world's ethnicities and decide to be them when they want to be them. And that frustrates me a tad. And now I'm going to say the opposite about this film. I'm going to betray everything I just said. Cole Hauser's so hot right now. Give me Carter Verone. Despite not being a Latin person, playing a Latin person. I miss Carter Verone.
And a villain.
And a villain. I miss Carter Verone. I don't know why. The cigar cutter thing. The just Miami nastiness. So I was disappointed not to see him here. And I'm always disappointed that we get more Fast and Furious films that do not have Bilkins in them. I thought he would finally come back for 10. That big heroic Bilkins moment. So I'm hoping for 11. I think the fans want it.
I did. One of Walter's things from the earlier movies was how much he loved the whole cop scenario in the first two films.
Yeah, like they were leaning very hard into that in a way that does not at all register later on. Because it goes from being like a very 80s kind of style, like that kind of cop movie, to international super spies led by Brie Larson. And that it's a gradual shift, I grant you, but it is nevertheless a shift.
You want some regular cops in there, right? Yeah, some good police.
Watching The Wire.
Yeah, I haven't watched The Wire.
Damn it.
Yeah. Sometimes you watch The Wire.
So is Michael. He loves it. It's really good.
You gotta see what the good police are doing.
You gotta see what they're doing. McNulty's a personal hero of mine.
Of course he is. McNulty is definitely a personal hero.
Do you guys like the journalism season of that or no?
Catholic whiskey.
Yes.
Journalism scene of The Wire, thumbs up, thumbs down.
Season.
Mid.
5?
Yeah.
No.
Come Pretty bad.
The journalism stuff's the best part of that season, though. The newsroom stuff. Going back a second to Jane Fonda, do you know that Jane Fonda's mother's name is Frances Ford Seymour?
I did not know that.
Another Frances Ford, but she spells with an E, not an I. Joe, any other thoughts about Fast 10?
Did we know that Queenie's first name was Madeline? Because I saw that this time.
Where do you see that? Where is that?
When Ramsey's like, oh, and I got something to show you, and like shows Queenie on the board, it says Madeline Shaw.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, I didn't know if we knew that or not. And apparently you sound surprised, so maybe we didn't.
We might have. I don't remember it now, though.
Yeah.
Walt, final thoughts?
Is this the first time that Gasolina has been played in the Fast franchise?
Good question.
I like that song, and I think I would have noticed if it happened before then. And if it is the case that this is the first time, I'm shocked, because that is a really spot-on song for this thing.
Especially considering all of Los Bandoleros is about gasoline.
Right.
I agree, and we were so confused how Despacito never made it into the Fast and the Furious.
Oh, that's got to be a right thing. Note. You just got to wait him out a little bit longer.
It feels like that song was like made for these movies.
But yeah, good movie. Honestly, I also think that it's Cena's strongest performance in this franchise. I thought he was really good in this.
Gasolina apparently is credited in Tokyo Drift. I don't remember it.
I don't remember it either. Maybe it was just like on the soundtrack.
Joe, we'll watch on Saturday. We'll find out.
We'll report back.
That's going to be late, though. That's going to be late into the thing, after
6.
After 6.
Yeah, you guys have a fun Saturday ahead of you.
It's going to be a long Saturday.
It's a very long Saturday.
My only other note is that in this movie, Queenie compares Dom to gladiators. She's like, gladiators didn't have families because they all knew they were going to die. She's like, you are a gladiator, but you have a family. I'm just wondering, Gladiator 2 coming out. Would Gladiator 2 make more money if Vin Diesel was in it?
Yeah, I mean, we want to see the fucking Hannibal movie. I really want to see that.
Yeah.
I think I have I've been kind of mad that he hasn't buckled down to actually make it, because I think that movie would be really, really sick. And obviously he's at the age where he would have to be Hamilcar and not Hannibal, but I do think that that vision is a really good one. That movie would make a lot of money. I don't know. I think that yes, a sword and sandal Vin Diesel flick involving the Roman Empire, yes, but they're the baddies.
I went to Carthage last year in Tunisia.
Oh, I've heard it's very Delenda these days.
And all I could think about was, where's the Hannibal movie, guys?
Yeah.
Come on.
Morocco has so many fucking tax credits. Tunisia has so many tax credits. The fact that this movie hasn't happened simply from a budget optimization standpoint is offensive to me as a film journalist.
You need to turn Numlock News and Sherwood News into the MakeHannibalHappen.com.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you should,
I don't
but
know
maybe
if
you
this is the
could.
date we recorded this, but there's an item about Carthage in it tomorrow. I know that's a very Hey, I know, but I swear it is. There's my newsletter is very silly.
It's very good though. Also, are you still? But when this comes out on Tuesday, will the sale still be going on or no?
Probably. I think I forgot to turn it off, and I think I'm just going to leave it on for a little while. But yeah, no, there's definitely, if people want to subscribe to become a paid subscriber, it's just discounted. So yeah,
Year for $35.
Can I ask a question to the
Yes.
to the group here? Carthage,
Yes.
overrated?
Whoa, no,
They lost,
they're underrated if anything.
but they super lost.
Yeah, but
My
like
overrated
so-
hot take. Perhaps the Romans have just pumped up the image of Carthage, only to pump themselves up as defeating them.
Oh, that's a really good idea. Except for the fact that it's replicated in Greek texts. You fool. They obviously refer to the Phoenicians in many different areas, not only in Roman literature, but as well as in the Athenian types. So yeah, we know for a fact that Carthage was a great city.
This
thing
is
is
the
what we're-
content that your listeners want to hear on a more regular basis.
So we need an insurance adjuster for one, and then a Carthaginian.
Carthaginian expert. Yes.
I
get a
just want,
historian.
like, you know,
Oh, I don't know. Do we know anybody who visited? Fucking Odysseus? Odysseus visited?
was Odysseus real though? I don't know.
We're gonna get-
Another thing we can debate as we pivot more to historical debates here. Every question, just like, you know, Hannibal, overrated, Charlemagne, underrated.
We're going to do a mock draft of Roman generals.
You're
Oh my
gonna
God.
see in the next Fast and Furious movie, if someone rides an elephant, this conversation's getting real intense.
Oh, shoot. Yeah. They've gone to space, but they have not
Like how-
crossed the Alps.
How much? Who's crossed the Pyrenees on an elephant?
Joe, is an
Hannibal.
elephant a vehicle?
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course. You have tickled my fancy with the mock draft of Roman generals. That would be
Hey,
so
I will
fun.
come back on your podcast anytime. I promise to watch the right movie the first time.
How often do you think about Roman generals? All right, there's one more thing to do. It's called This Ain't No 10-Second Race, a.k.a. Boy Do We Have a Podcast for You.
Boy, do we have a podcast for you. Come and check out our show. Yeah, yeah.
So this is where we go on twitter.com, a.k.a. the Bird app. X.com, the everything app. I'm not on autopilot, but I'm just so used to it. But I got to respect Mr. Tweet. We're going to go on X.com, the everything app. Find a tweet from someone tweeting about these movies and respond to them as us while you guys find. I know I have Waltz already. I'm going to go through last episode's tweets, which was F9. We have 4 tweets here. See if we got any points. I don't remember if we got any points. So this is going to be new.
I
to me,
think
too.
somebody did.
All right, I found Miyuko at Miyuko_Junsei. What? At John Cena's hashtag Jacob Toretto died, but he may be cheating death emoji since hashtag FastX. At the Fast Saga is resurrecting him for the 11th and final installment, hashtag Fast11. John Cena's Fast and Furious 11 return looks even more unlikely after one major update. We said we'd love to have John Cena back, or Jacob back. Do you want him back? Boy, do we have a podcast for you. It got a like. But from Randy Carter, does not count, unfortunately. Nope. 0 for 1. Joe, you found Home is Where You Make It at Oh That's Kev. Bro, folks really hacked the top company and was requesting $300 million? I can't grasp this. Like, is this Cypher from Fast and Furious? And we said, yeah, shrug emoji. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. It got 1 like, but I believe it's probably also from Randy. It is, unfortunately, swing and a miss there.
Damn.
Walt, you found Wyatt at VLZXERO, Christopher Nolan watching Teja Roman go to space in F9, and a picture of him in the theater going, ooh. We also love these films, we said. We hope that Christopher Nolan is a listener. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. Got a like. Again, Randy. Thank you, Randy, for the support. But none there. And then, Kim, you found Khaleesi at Alexa Targaryen watching Fast and Furious 9, and what do you mean they're in fucking space? How'd they go from racing in cars to launching out into space? And we said, they're in fucking space. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. Got a like, again, from Randy, so unfortunately, 0 for 4. No. Walt, you sent yours in first. Can you please hit us with your tweet, please, and thank you.
Great. It is a quote tweet, so I'm going to read the nested tweet first and then get to the tweet. Is that amenable? Lovely.
Yeah.
So the original tweet, the tweet that is being quote tweeted is, if Tim Burton doesn't do a Beetlejuice 3 and call it Threedlejuice, then the world might as well be over. Compelling notion. The tweet that is quoting that I would like to respond to is, I had a similar suggestion for Fast and Furious 10. It should have been called Fast 10 Your Seatbelts, not Fast X.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that we should just say, couldn't agree more. If you think so, we have a podcast for you.
Cam, you also sent yours in. Please hit us with your tweet. It has a nice GIF on it.
Oh yeah, this is Elvis Pawsley at
Ooh.
Typhoon Tyler, who says watching Fast X for the first time, not great, but better than F9. But goddamn, Jason Momoa is amazing.
Hell yeah.
This is his best character since Game of Thrones. He had so much fun with this, and you can really tell with a GIF of him saying, "I'm Dante." Oh, Dante.
So good.
Beautiful. I'm so
And,
glad it's in the GIF repertoire.
I would like to reply, Drogo versus Dante. Who wins?
That engagement bait, you
It's a good thing. It's perfect.
You fucker. The fact that you've only just figured this out on the 10th one and I don't have time to respond. Damn you.
I've tried it.
Walt, I'll remind you, this is actually the 11th one. We have,
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Wow, that's good work. Checkmate.
Joe, hit us with yours, please.
Mine's from Meph Stevenson at Mariah Stevenson. She says, Friday night movie, Fast X, Vin Diesel, Jason Momoa, and Jason Statham. Yum. A good escape movie from all the crap going on in the world. And I want to say, you know what, Mariah? That's why we watch these every week on loop forever. Boy, do we have a podcast for you.
Brian, please.
Well, I always do one for myself and one for charity.
That's fine.
Of course.
Yeah.
I also have one for charity tonight, too.
Oh, good. This is the one for myself. This is by Black Lion King 73. My ninth grade history teacher told me that Carthage was never a real threat to Rome and Hannibal was overrated. I made 500 copies of an article about his military prowess from the encyclopedia and taped them to his car. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. I don't know what to say with that. I just need to highlight this, guys.
We were just talking about this. Boy, do we have a podcast for you.
It's also from 3 years ago, but okay.
That's fine.
So is that for charity or is that for you?
That's for me. That's for me. Do your charity because I'm looking for my charity. I'm almost on something.
Okay. This is the one I'm going to play for because I think this is going to be the easier one. It's from Logan at Quinn's Vessel. Hashtag now watching Fast X, parentheses 2023. I'm just going to say, what'd you think?
Okay. There you go.
Just very simple. Just don't overcomplicate it. Keep it simple. End.
Engagement bait.
Yes.
Yeah. Perfect. Now that we're over, I want to tell Walt my honey hole that I found because he can't use it. I would just search biggest Fast and Furious fan and just reply to them, and they would go nuts.
Damn it!
It was a great honey hole.
That's a good one.
Yeah, they're like, I'm the biggest Fast and Furious fan. I'd be like, really? So are we? And they'd be like, thanks. And that was it, every time.
That's how we found Reaction Rocket, because he's like, I only like Fast and Furious and Sprite. And Joe's like, I found someone
that can relate, yeah.
Reaction Rocket's great. Reaction Rocket, I've been following you for a few weeks. So it's a delight. You're a wonderful.
His
It's
theories are
dedicated to the
incredible,
craft
right?
of pumping these up. Mm-hmm.
This is significant effort. I mostly just went on to X and then searched for Fast and Furious approximately
Also
4
fine.
to 5 minutes before the actual selection.
Totally fine. You probably have more points than a lot of people.
No, I have 0.
Okay, the one I'm going to go to for charity is from Galaxy of Misery. I think their name is Alexi, because it's Galaxy of Misery at Wannabe Cyborg. I wish Fast 10 had been better, if only because I still think about the way Jason Momoa put his whole Mamusi into that performance.
You guys crushed tonight.
Amazing. 10 out of 10.
That's a great
our
one.
Twitter feed is going to be very confusing to our fans until they hear this episode.
No, it's not. It's going to be extremely.
You're right. Yeah, they're going to be like, oh, yeah, this went way off the rails. What happened?
Yep.
But the Carthage one is going to throw them for a loop for a second, Ryan. I appreciate that greatly.
Really?
Can I do my charity one?
Right.
Yeah. I'm just saying, incredible analysis. Hard to agree about the Mamusi. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. Brian, what's your one for charity?
Okay. Are you guys familiar with teen and child actor Devon Sawa?
Can't
You
say
mean
it.
Jojo Sawa?
From
No, that's
Casper.
Jojo Siwa. Yes, from Casper,
sorry.
of course.
Okay, fair.
So Devon Sawa says 80 for Brady, but I can't get Idle Hands 2 off the ground. Little shady diss there. We covered Idle Hands on High School Slumber Party.
More like shady for Brady.
That's the follow up. That's the tweet. More like shady for Brady. Am I right, Devon?
Perfect.
Am I right?
Charity's good.
And then I'm going to say Body of a Podcast for you, but I'm going to link to High School Slumber Party.
Sure.
Speaking of High School Slumber Party, Brian, give our listeners the good news. When's that coming back?
Whew, we'll see. When my child turns 18 and I can sleep again.
So that's soon, huh?
No, we'll see. We're getting there. September is a busy month, but yeah, it's been a wild ride.
Brian, pitch the voting. Come on, here's your chance.
I'm not
you have
pitching
an audience
I'm
now.
not pitching the baby voting. I gave that one day.
You pitched it to me. Pitch it
And
to
you,
them.
I can't believe you voted for my baby for Jessica Alba's Baby of the Year. I appreciate that.
I know now 4 babies in this competition. We know 4
Hopefully-
babies in the same competition.
Well, look,
for Baby of the Year.
there are many brackets. There are 20 brackets around the country, believe it or not.
That's too many. That's NCAA has what, 4? We start with 4, right?
I think Penelope's currently 3rd in her bracket. You got to be first by Thursday. That's totally okay. That's okay. She'll win in life, I hope, rather than next
You
Thursday.
don't
My
want to
wife
peak
tells
early.
me.
You know?
Yeah,
Truth.
exactly. Right. So I'm not gonna promote that. Who knows when this episode comes out anyway? But
Tuesday.
yeah, we'll see. But I will promote, back catalog, High School Slumber Party. More on the front catalog, though. Uncle Francis's Wine Cellar, as Megalopolis comes out soon. Our
got my
Francis
ticket.
Ford Coppola podcast. I am currently editing. We have so much backed episodes on that, on like instant Megalopolis reaction that didn't come out, that I'm having to weave it as a narrative of like Megalopolis, the journey. So it's just going to be clips of us like realizing things about the movie, and then we'll get into the film. So it's I don't have my ticket yet, but I'm assuming that I can just roll up to any theater and go. I don't think it's going to be something where I'll be fighting over tickets for this film, but I can't wait. I know Mike Manzi can't wait. I mean, I hope he can go. He's a hotshot tattoo artist now.
Oof.
When we return for that show, we have a lot of splaining to do. Our lives have diverted in such interesting ways, but it's not going to be as interesting as Megalopolis. So check that out as well. And then check out all the great Patreon episodes that I'm on for this podcast. As mentioned, if you are a new patron, these guys will mail you an HD DVD of your choosing from the franchise. So do
I'm about to
that.
spend $30 to buy 3 HD DVDs I can't even play just because I'm a collector of abandoned media.
Mention code Carthage and get an HD DVD from these guys. If you mention that and become a patron, they're going to make your day. So thanks, guys, for having me on. Appreciate it.
I recommend the Bling Ring episode of High School Slumber Party of Uncle Francis Wine Cellar.
That's the
Very
best
good
episode.
Very good
Best episode of Uncle Francis Wine Cellar.
Sorry. Do not forget to check out the back catalog of Coastal Grand Bros, Joe and I's show where we get drunk and watch.
You interrupted me for that?
It's important. It pays the bills. I got to send a kid to college.
Kim, what would you like to plug? This episode is out in 1 week on Tuesday.
Yeah, so I'm a reporter at Bloomberg Businessweek magazine, and I have a story out called "The Man Who Made Nike Uncool." It's the past 5 years at Nike and all the boardroom and executive drama going on inside this company. Instead of transforming the sneaker giant into a high-tech powerhouse, CEO John Donahoe pissed off partners and disappointed fans. So
Wow.
please go to Bloomberg.com and check that out.
I share your stories all the time, Kim. I do. I really do. Whenever you write a new one, I'm like, this is fucking cool, and I send it to my friends. So
Is it the plot line for Air 2?
Ooh,
you would like that.
I would like that.
You would like that.
Walt, in your newsletter tomorrow, are we going to get an update on the in bold 995 confirmed fraud of our beloved Movie Pass?
Yes, you actually. I wrote that before this.
Hell yeah. Walt, what would you like to plug?
I would like to plug. I recently read an article on the internet called "The Man Who Made Nike Uncool." The past 5 years at Nike, and basically, instead of transforming the sneaker giant into a high-tech powerhouse, John Donahoe pissed off partners, disappointed fans. You can find that at Bloomberg Business Week.
Oh, wow. I heard about that.
Yeah, I heard about it through Numlock News, a newsletter that you should subscribe to. But
For all your latest Carthage news.
You gotta get some Carthage.
yeah,
Nike and Carthage.
Nike and Carthage.
Your whole newsletter, just Nike and Carthage. Nike and Carthage. Imagine how good it would have been in some modern Nike sneakers.
That's the thing. The Vaporflies, I think, make the runners too good. And
Right? Yeah, no, the Alpha Flies, like the marathon runner ones. Yeah. Hannibal just straight through the Pyrenees.
The marathon runner at marathon wouldn't have fucking died after 26 miles if they had the Alpha Flies.
That's what the Romans did.
I don't think that was a Roman battle.
Greek.
That was a Greek battle.
That was a Greek battle.
Historically, who had the best crossing of the Pyrenees?
Yes.
You think it's Carthage? Wow. Okay.
I mean, it's got to be. It's like Napoleon. Don't want to
Napoleon's a
consider
pretty big
anything
one.
between 1938 and 1941.
Probably any plane that goes over France now.
Yes.
Oh, come on. That's a cheap one. But I mean,
It is
that's a really
Qatar
good debate.
Airways 877. That's the current winner. So-
Our next episode is Willow, our final movie, this lap from the 80s cult movie lap, Willow from 1988, doing that next week. I also want to give a shout out to Josh and Michael for picking that movie and sponsoring the entire lap, and all of our patrons, Cassie Wilson, Nick Burris, Alex Ellen, and Justin Kleiman. Our guest tonight, Brian Rodriguez of High School Slumber Party, Wes Hampton, Jerry Robinson, Dan the Duke, Hayden, Renato DiDonato, Michael McGann, Layden Middleton, Lindsay Lewandowski, Nate Milton of the Kings of Sport, Jason Rainey, Tom Price, Mike Gallagher, Josh Buckley of Whole Lot of Wolves, Michael Moser, Christian Larson, Tara Newman, Aaron Willows, and Natalie Absolute, Randy Carter, Josh Goularm, and Jessica Collins, a.k.a. Montez. Thank you all for supporting us at the $5 a month level or above. We got more bonus episodes coming up this month on the Patreon. All of Brian's smutty picks behind the paywall forever only available at toofast2forever.com to our patrons. Even $1 a month gets you in the door. Thank you all for listening. Thank you once again to Walt, Kim, and Brian for joining us tonight. And for all things Too Fast, Too Forever, go to cageclub.me, facebook.com/toofast2forever, or at toofast2forever on all the socials. Email us, family@cageclub.me. We'll read on the next Life in Fastlane episode. Check out our Patreon page at toofast2forever.com and our store at cageclub.me/shop. And come back next week, as I mentioned, for Willow. I'm Joey Lewandowski.
I'm Joe too.
That was Walt, Hickey, Kim Bhasin, and Brian Rodriguez, and we will tell you all about it
when we see you again.
The Duke of Wellington, underrated crossing of the Pyrenees.
All right, we're back here with Walt and Kim, our all-lap long guests. Hello and welcome back. Sorry to say for the last time for a while, but welcome back.
Not forever.
Not forever. Not forever.
Not forever.
We'll be back.
Unless we're not invited.
Unless we're not invited back. But yeah, no.
You signed a contract with us
Yeah.
that every time one of these new movies comes out, you have to join us.
We
So
will be there, yeah.
I know.
Absolutely.
We signed it. We signed it.
Yes.
So we have to.
Honestly, this has been very fun. This has been really fun. I'm very, very, very happy that we
You
did this.
say that, and I still don't believe you every time you say
I
it.
really we talk about this constantly. Like, it's just like it is really just like I will also say from our point of view, best way to podcast. Like just like parachute in, have a good time, like come in, like it's just like really fun for us. And like
all the
good.
work.
Yeah.
We're just here.
We're just here, and it's just like I also think that like taking a very specific point of view early on was like a really good. Like if you guys do this again with like other potential like lap long guests, like definitely like viewing these films from a perspective is like I thought was really fun because I like you were able to kind of tease more out of it from it. But yeah, man, like this was great. Like really. I'm going to make a page on my website to aggregate all of these because I have had such a good time, like, and consider this a body of work. Like,
any chance I get to talk about things through the lens of pro wrestling, I'm down. Let's go.
Absolutely.
Let's do this thing.
Yeah.
Also, of
what
course,
we
you
are
are
for.
invited to our screening, well, not our screenings, but when we go see the movie at the Palisades Mall at West Nyack.
Yes.
Inconvenient for everybody, but also equally inconvenient for everybody if you want to go there.
That is my ancestral mall. That is the mall. Yeah, it was.
It's a big mall.
Kara
nice
too.
mall.
She said that's where she used to go in high school.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Deeply haunted. very haunted. Can't emphasize it enough.
Do you have any inkling of what is haunting the mall?
Yes, they definitely. There was a lot of graves where they built the mall, and
no.
famously,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
Anyway,
Actually, like that's not a joke. That wasn't a Walt joke. That
Well,
was
no,
a
the
real
AMC
thing.
near my house, in the backyard, there is a little graveyard that they have built a parking lot around and elevated the graveyard because they didn't want to like smush over it. But like at the AMC in New Brunswick, New Jersey, there is a literal graveyard in the back, and it's on like Atlas Obscura, like it's on like all those like esoteric, like what it's just like. No, this is like maybe also haunted.
Hey man, this is just like we live in the East Coast has this problem where like there's just like a bunch of stuff that happened here before we started coming up with the idea of movie theaters, and we gotta put them to your things that occurred.
They call the national parks America's best idea, but I say movie theaters are truly America's best idea.
Genuinely up there, honestly, like as a piece of just like technology, completely up there.
So before we get to your rankings, which we're going to get to at the end, I want to ask you both. I mean, obviously, you've said over and over again, it's so generous that you had such a good time here, but is there anything you learned in this lap that you either about the movies or about yourselves that you didn't know?
Yeah, I mean, I will dive in and just be like, I think that I came to appreciate the action a bit more. I think that the action in a lot of these is actually really proficient. These are very proficiently made. Like I think that the stunt work is really, really good. I think the CGI is very good. I kind of like found myself actively enjoying a lot of the major action set pieces and appreciating them for really like. You can tell when it gets a little tired, and then they're just like, okay, fuck it, let's make a new magic trick. Let's strap a safety in the car, right? They'll continue to kind of push themselves on that front, I think, to their benefit, and I think that is definitely something that was somewhat incidental to obviously what I was like on the mission to kind of follow, but did come to very much enjoy that these are really proficiently made action flicks,
Kim?
I really like the looking at this through the various frameworks that we did. Obviously, wrestling for me. But like the D&D stuff that Walter did for this entire lap was just, I mean, it's fascinating because you can really see it and like dissect these movies in a different way that I don't think anyone's ever done that before.
Yeah,
which is strange because you've done this 14 times. But like,
nope, we've never done it.
If y'all have never done it, no one's done it. But and those things were just so it was a really cool exercise. To do throughout this process.
It also just like kind of forced us to meet it. I think we really tried, which isn't always very easy to do for critics or people who are engaging with a piece of media. Like I think that we really did try to meet it where it was and appreciate it for what it was trying to accomplish, and like give it a little bit of grace that I think that it can be very easy to kind of pull away from franchise media in a way. I think that this kind of comparative thing is like, people assume sometimes that like movies are made by morons, and like that's not always the case. Like they don't always succeed at what they're trying to do, but I think that like wrestling and D&D and even like other things in that kind of liminal space of like soap operas and just like comic books and art that isn't intended to end, right? Like art that is intended to tell a generation, decades long story and continue to experiment and evolve with it. I think that like that is like kind of underappreciated in the medium of cinema, just because cinema isn't really built for that. It's built for 2-hour experiences, right? And like I kind of appreciated what it was trying to do. And we'll talk a little bit like I have some broader thoughts on like my takeaways from the D&D element of it. But like I do think that like trying to meet this where it is as a work that has actual bona fide ambition behind it and creative ambition and like really does come from a creative place that other franchises don't, I think was a fun exercise. Yeah.
Now, with that said, before we pivot off that, do you have a most D&D moment of the entire franchise so far?
I really do think this franchise isn't afraid to let the people fuck up. Like there are moments in this where they say like, okay, here's how I'm going to solve the problem. And then they try to solve the problem and the car starts breaking down or they start to fight somebody, but that person's stronger than they are. And I think that this franchise will have people consider a course of action and then try different skills to solve it over the course of it. And like that's not to say that other franchises don't, but like other franchises have oftentimes like, savvy people who are good at their jobs, right? Your James Bond, right? Like is going to succeed because of how clever and smart he is and how he's just like the top kind of guy. Whereas in this franchise, these guys really they always find a way to position themselves as low status people working up against higher status, more powerful, more engaged, more ruthless, more cutthroat people. And, that just ability to continue to make you root for them, even as they scale up the power ranking, is just D&D, right? Like, I mean, like, so much of movies is just like, how do you demonstrate that your guys, like the lower status on the back foot, not most likely to win, even after all that you've accomplished. And I think that just like the calculated escalation that this franchise has taken, where it's consistently and appropriately raises the stakes in each film so that it just exceeds the powers that they accomplished in the previous one, is just very classic D&D. Like that power scale is just like no other franchise has really mastered it,
No other franchise really has had the opportunity to like do a thing like this.
Suss it out in 10 movies across, yeah.
Like people can complain all they want about these, but like this has had more literal runway and figurative runway than most other franchises. Like there's a lot of sandbox to play in here, which is plenty of time for everything.
I don't know if I want to get too much into a rant, but I think I will. Which
colon the Walt Hickey story.
Okay, I have like thought a little bit about this, and like, I think that a fun thing about viewing this from the D&D perspective is that I think that it is also placing it. I think that I came away with from this exercise with a better understanding of what I think this franchise understands that it is. Obviously, a lot of the storytelling styles is pulled from Gary Gygax, pulled from D&D, pulled from that kind of stuff. But like D&D was pulled from other stuff too, right? Like Gygax at the end of the first edition of D&D listed all the authors that he had read a lot, right? You had a lot of Robert E. Howard, the Conan the Barbarian author, right? Which is like a very epic saga in like a Bronze Age kind of environment where you have these almost like kind of like pre-Abrahamic local god kind of things going on. There was like the Harold Shea stories from like Elspark de Camp and Fletcher Pratt. And those were very much like an interdimensional traveler, experiences different mythological universes and plays around with them. H.P. Lovecraft was a very, very big inspiration, a guy who like saw mythology and then wanted to see what we could kind of drive at it with modernity and all that kind of stuff. And then like a lot of it actually shouts out like A. Merritt, who is a big inspiration for Lovecraft as well. But really much like his big thing was like the Ship of Ishtar, which was a 1924 book, which is essentially like an archaeologist is sent careening through time to mediate a dispute between the gods Ishtar and Nergal, right? And like, so it's less direct from Gygax, but when you start getting into some of the elaboration of like what went into the Forgotten Realms, which was a separately kind of designed element that got glommed into D&D, it's a ton of Tolkien, right? Like you have the Ranger class, which is definitely riffing on Aragon. You have halflings, which used to be called hobbits, but then they had to change it and all that kind of stuff. And like Tolkien, if you look at what all those guys, like the guys who inspired D&D were following, it is like Tolkien specifically was like the Norse legends, right? And like those era of mythology and that kind of stuff. And like the reason that I'm bringing all of this up is that like just as I think that Vin Diesel is standing on the shoulders of Gary Gygax when he's designing this kind of thing, I think that we're standing on a lot of shoulders that were like creating modernist riffs on legends and myths that we would call sagas. And like I think that like one reason that the Fast Saga is, I think, very interesting to me is that like I think that when they started calling it the Fast Saga, we should take it at their word, right? Because like sagas are a very specific type of of story that like we know like you have a lot of like the Norse legendarium and the Norse mythology and all that kind of stuff, but like the original sagas, the Icelandic sagas, were stories of great families. And so I do actually think that they're being very deliberate when like there's a lot more going on here potentially. And like as I was like going through some of it, I think if we start viewing it on those terms, then a lot of the things that we get caught up as like plot holes make a lot of sense, right? Where like, in sagas and in legend, right? Like if Loki flips gender between two different stories, that's just normal. That's Loki bullshit, right? If like Balder is killed in one but then shows up later, that's fine too, right? And like I think that like when we don't care if he becomes a horse in one episode and then comes back later and that kind of stuff. And like there's ambiguities in who's who, there's ambiguities in how they're related to each other. Like there's these kind of like trickster elements of all that kind of stuff is very much like what these are going on, right? Like I was going through just like the Norse stuff, right? And is there any kind of similarity between like the sagas of like the Norse legends, right? And what like the Fast Saga is. And like, yeah, there's a lot. Like Odin has countless sons, an ever-growing family, right? And like it's always inconsistently sized, but nevertheless it kind of comes and goes. Like when Odin slays Ymir to seize the raw material that creates the world, how different, I ask you, is that from when they seize Hector Reyes' millions, right? It's a Nightshade device constructed by Owen Shaw, all that different from Gungnir, the ultimate weapon that always finds purchase, right? The God's Eye is Odin One Eye, right? Like clearly, a god is a direct association with Odin, right? The snowflake virus that will end the world. How is that any different than the inevitability of the Thimblewinter, right? Project Ares named for the ram. Thor has ram. Like the alliance of the Torettos and the Shaws. Is that any different than the war between the Aesir and the Vanir, concluding with those families eventually combining into one? Right, and Woden's title of Wodans, which means Lord of the Frenzy or Leader of the Possessed, how different, I ask you, is that than Drift King? Yeah, all right. And Brian's Beach in the Dominican Republic with frosty coronas and never-ending street races, that is the promised Valhalla, where we shall drink and battle in the company of the victorious dead. All right, so I think my takeaway from this shit is, number one, I need a stronger medication, and number two, my assessment that it is Dungeons and Dragons is actually naive, right? It is only surface level. This shit goes way deeper than that, and that the Fast Saga is a saga. How?
I like that you were like, should I? I don't know if I should say this, and then you just bust out like a college level thesis, like analysis. I also wish, in hearing that, the thing I wish the most was I was in the room where I'm sure Vin Diesel pitches, let's call it a saga, because it feels like the Fast Saga has to be like a compromise. Like it should be the Toretto saga. But
Sure.
like that's bad branding for like people who don't know. Like people see F9, they're like, I don't know what that is. But F9, the Fast Saga is like, oh, that's Fast and Furious. But like the Toretto, they might not know. But it's the Toretto saga. It's his story. It's their story. It's the family story.
It's the family story, and again, like I think that viewing it as like with the same logic that you view folklore is actually good, because like again, like we have had how many characters come back from the dead, but like in like folklore, like how many times does Anansi kill Leopard, right? And how many times does like like do you have the knowledge in one space in the world and then it breaks as part of a coyote story? And then how is that different than the God's Eye thing, right? Like Gilgamesh and Enkidu, some of the earliest possible like folklore and legends that we have, right? Like they used to be foes, they fought in the very, very beginning, but then they became brothers. One of them dies rather early on, right? Like there's continuity errors in the Epic of Gilgamesh, but we don't wince and we don't get weird about it because we view it as what it is, which is like a folklore kind of story, like a folk hero kind of thing. It's just like I think that we should kind of view it where they want it to be viewed, and the fact that they called it a saga this far in is like, yeah, I think that that's where it's at. I think that we should view this as a very epic story, right? And I think that that's kind of what they want. They want to be viewed as the organizations, like who cares what Etion is, right? What cares is that mysterious people will offer you gifts of iron if you offer your name, and how is that any different than the legends of Europe and the fair folk and all that, right?
You're making me want to play Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Ooh,
yeah, baby.
That sounds like a fun activity for right after that.
Yeah,
I feel like I learned this time that, on like Walt's point, is that like we often give Vin all the credit for the story, but at the same time like point out all of the missteps or like things that they've forgotten and things like that. In this perspective that you're giving generally like this now, it's made me respect Vin's storytelling choices much, much more than maybe I did before.
Yeah,
like they seem more intentional, they seem much more thought out and complex than us being like, why did that person come back, or like why did they go away and just disappear? Like, yeah, like it's part of it, but at the same time it's like, oh no, there's intentionality behind a lot of this.
like the devotion to continuity is a novelty of modern storytelling, right? Like people, first of all, that's not how like world works, right? People enter and leave people's lives all the time. If you look at like the earliest legends that we have, some of the persistent stories that we have, there are ambiguous reasons for stuff. There's things that aren't explained. Friends become enemies pretty quickly. Enemies can become friends pretty quickly. It's basically in service to the feeling that you have right now and the story that needs to be told right now. And I think that like this kind of on the fly style of Gygaxian storytelling that Vin Diesel embraces, like, yeah, you are going to have bigger questions. You are going to have things that don't make sense. But like, it doesn't matter if it makes sense in the long term. You're supposed to be how you feel right right now and what that inspires in you. And I think that like viewing these movies on those terms, I think is a much better experience than trying to figure out exactly what happened to who and why, you know?
It feels like a good segue into wrestling because that's something that's been, a wrestling storyline is a forever thing, right? Like what becomes canon stays canon.
There's a Wikipedia page.
Yes, the John Cena's Wikipedia page is a book, right? Because it's everything he's ever done ever.
Yeah.
And like that goes back to the 50s and 60s, like all the way back there, all these characters that have been weaved together, they still reference people who haven't wrestled and who are dead like in real life, but their characters are still there. All their deeds have been recorded, and the people they interacted with, they left their mark on the other characters and their children. There are second, third, fourth generation wrestlers out there whose stories
Cody Rhodes,
their parents, like the current champion Cody Rhodes. Like these are, it's a wild way of storytelling, and these are things that again you suspend that level of disbelief in at some points when it doesn't make sense because it's the right thing in the time, right?
Yeah,
like there's retcon stuff, there's things that change, there's things that change. 5 minutes before a match happens, someone decides, oh, wait, we're not going to go this direction. We're going to fully change the outcome of this match and the winner and the effect on the characters, right? That this happens constantly. And like the thing with wrestling, for them they've simplified that mode of storytelling by having every climax be a fight.
Right.
So in the same way that like Game of Thrones characters will scheme and scheme and scheme for a whole season worth of episodes, it'll finally end with the Battle of the Bastards or whatever the thing is. But there's these competing parties that are scheming and just talking shit and just going back and forth and harassing each other's families or burning their houses down. These are all things that happen. And then in the end, the only way in professional wrestling to settle a score is where, Walt?
No holds barred in the ring.
No holds barred. Hell in a cell. Steel cage. Whatever the big final
pay-per-view fight is.
Yeah, there's literally no other way to settle this score aside from two people beating the hell out of each other.
Yeah. In a quarter-mile street race.
That is the crutch that wrestling uses. It doesn't have to settle anything in any other way. It's always settled that way. But that's I feel like that's a requirement in something like this. It's so complicated with stories that last decades that like you have those beats and you use those beats and you see those beats happen in TV shows and movies and everywhere else where like there's a climactic battle, right? That's the point at the end of the movie, which is at the end of every one of these Fast and Furious movies, there's a 20-minute or more giant battle sequence to settle things, and finally you move on to the next one. That's where wrestling resides. It's in that formulaic realm.
So with all of that said, what is the most wrestling moment in the entire franchise?
The most wrestling moment of the entire franchise to me is when you really I really felt like, oh, is this wrestling? Because everything's wrestling, but this really seems like wrestling right now. It's in Fast 5. So 5.
Ooh, okay. Okay. Mm-hmm.
It is the creation of what people in wrestling call a stable, where you finally set like the teams and the battle lines and the main characters develop relationships in a way that we hadn't seen up till then. When you get the full cohesive, here are the people who are about to commit this heist, and they hug and they say, hey, we've interacted in the past, but now we are officially joining together to create the Toretto stable or family and to do this thing. And then from there on, everything is seen through that's the structure.
That's the us. They figure out the
that's
us.
The us.
And whatever the them might be doesn't matter.
People join the us. People
the family.
Them. But that is the stable. That's Degeneration X or the NWO or the Bloodline right now. Whatever the big stable is, like that's that. Yes, they are crotch chopping their way across the world, just saving lives. But when that stable is made, that's when this really, really becomes wrestling.
Yeah.
So we talked about it a little bit in the Fast 10 episode, but I would love to hear where you guys think. I think it's probably safest to assume we will get one more movie. Who knows if that's going to happen? I mean, we're in a very weird state now in terms of like what the future holds. But assuming we get one more movie to wrap up the story, where do you think it goes? Do you think it's satisfying? Will you be satisfied? Will the audience be satisfied? Where does Fast 11 take us, the film family?
I think it is like, I'll talk about comic books because, one reason that like, I think that we've gravitated around a lot of these things is that like, to your point, Kim, like wrestling, D&D, comic books, Fast and Furious, like these stories are like, they're designed to persist, right? And like, I kind of think that like, that is one of the only ways to tell stories about families. Like, obviously the Skywalker saga was kind of created in post. And like the issue with the Skywalker saga is that like, it's the same plot lines over the course of 3 different trilogies across 9 different movies. And like it's a slow, gradual evolution, whereas like that isn't how families work. Families are complicated. People enter them for weird reasons. There isn't that kind of level of simplicity that it's kind of a cyclic ring cycle, right? Mm-hmm. And like I think that the inevitability of this is like, you're never going to have the last issue of Spider-Man. You're never going to have the last issue of Detective Comics. You're never going to have this is just by sheer momentum alone. Even if Dom's story ends, which I surmise that it will, if not in 11, then in 12 or whatever they end up having to do to kind of wrap this up, like that, this era is going to end. And as they've kind of really been planting a lot of, possibilities, I think that at a certain level, to Kim's point, like when you were describing like how wrestling always works and how these movies always works, I was actually like I thought of a Howard Ashman idea, and Howard Ashman was the composer and writer of lots of the Disney Renaissance songs, and basically that entire era of like Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, and that kind of stuff. And he was a big musical theater guy, and like. He introduces this idea of like how do musicals work, and musicals work where like you talk and you talk and you talk and you talk, but then when you start feeling so strongly, you start singing, and then you sing and you sing and you sing and you sing, but then when you start feeling so strongly that you can't express it in song anymore, you dance, and that is inevitably how that trajectory works in a good musical, right? Where like you just get so full of feeling that you're provoked into other stuff. And in wrestling, you talk and you talk and you talk and you talk until you have to fight, and then you fight and you fight and you fight and fight until you have to no holds barred, Hell in a Cell, end of the line, whatever you got to do, right? And in Fast and the Furious, you talk and you talk and you talk and you talk, and then you race and you race and you race, and then you fight and you fight and you fight, and like that is a good winning formula, and you can do that not just with Dom Toretto, you can do that with the folks around him, you can do that with the kids under him, you can advance the timeline a few years and figure that out. And so like this format feels like they cracked something that is not going anywhere. And whether they need to take a little time to creatively reshuffle it, that's fine. But like, we're going to be getting another like 10 of these.
And what's going to keep the fans happy is not tying up the entire plot of Fast and Furious.
Yeah,
because this is so eternal, right? What they want is each individual character's storyline to end in some kind of satisfactory manner, like tie off the people you want tied off, as if they're retiring, right?
The way that they ended. Furious 7 with Brian, magnificent. They could do that. Like they can do that again, and like I think that they will.
Do we get Brian in the next? Will he come back for the last iteration of these films? Will we get a form of Brian beyond he's babysitting?
I think I forget if we're recording the Fast X on this episode back to back, and I forget if we referred to the new Top Gun movie Maverick.
In this very briefly.
Yeah, it's like they'll do the Val Kilmer thing. They'll figure out a way to make it very like it'll be a sentimental moment, not a big damn hero moment, but it'll be they'll mention it. It might be a voice thing only, that kind of thing. But I think they'll do something. But I think that they'll keep it very, very reined in.
I think it has.
Is there one character you want to see back?
Johnny Train.
I don't know.
Suki.
I think they got to bring this thing in. They're worryingly close to the Miranese knot that George R.R. Martin got stuck in, where they have so many fucking things going on.
Did you say Miranese knot?
You heard what I said. The internet knows that I'm right. Okay. Anyway, this is a thing.
Yeah, I know he's stuck in Marine. I got it.
Yeah, but that's like, the internet. He said it. Like anyway, but yeah, I think that like they gotta wrap this thing up. They've already kind of teed up a lot of the Next Generation folks. they've got to have a big damn heroes moment, call curtains on a few of them, and then move on, right?
So you think a few die? We have to kill off a couple, right?
Listen, I'll put it this way. I went into an extended metaphor about how clearly Vin Diesel takes a lot of inspiration from Norse mythology, and I think that it has to end in Ragnarok, baby. And at the end of Ragnarok, not a lot of people pull through, and you get a rebirth, you get a renewal of the world, you get a new opportunity. The dragon, the great dragon Jorah Glumlin is slain, right? But a couple of people take a couple pretty big L's, and that's okay because you get renewal and rebirth, right?
What's the dragon's name?
Fuck off.
Kim, what do you want to see in Fast 11?
I want to see, while watching this, it's almost like the audience is challenging them for a bigger action sequence every movie, and they know that, and they take that to heart, and they try to one-up whatever the thing is before, right? At this point, the expectations are just unreasonable, probably. Like, what do you want them to do? Just making these things longer doesn't make them better either, right? The ball scene in Rome is so long.
Yeah.
It is so long.
Yeah, but the finish is good. Like the wrecking ball thing is great.
There's plenty of stuff
There's
in it.
too much shit in the
but
middle.
There's too much shit in the middle. Like, what is? I want to see them real. Like, there needs to be something. They're gonna get the moments in this movie where people in the theater feel good moments where you cheer like it's Endgame or whatever. There's this big heroic moment and everyone cheers. I think we're gonna get that. I don't see any reason that we wouldn't. What we want to see as people who've watched these movies so many times is, again, it's just something new, something really fun where you're like, holy shit, that was crazy. And I don't think Space did that in 9. I don't think anything intended that. I don't think we've seen that.
Will we get time travel? Is that what's left?
That's what we've been
It's
saying.
not like a holy shit thing, though. That is just, oh, look, it is Endgame.
Yeah. I think that they back away from that. I think that they'll figure out other ways to make it good. I think that it'll be a lot of people, like all the people that they've kind of worked with will come back. It's not too hard to shoot a couple people in the cockpit of a car. I'm actually more interested in some of the interpersonal beats rather than how they actually kind of structure the finale. I think for 3 movies they've been teasing is Ramsey gonna get with anybody on the crew, and I think that people, there hasn't really been that kind of moment in this movie. There hasn't been a big romantic finish, as it were. And I do think that they've got to cash in on some of this, obviously due to the post-credit scenes, they've brought back Gal Gadot, right? And so that's a possible really good moment that's coming up, obviously. But they've got to kind of figure out where they're going with some of the personal stuff, because again, the characters are really they're very we've kind of come back to this time and time again where there are different archetypes that they're very much living in, right? Han is very much in the the roguish, suave kind of face of an operation kind of thing. Obviously, you mentioned the big wrestling moment of okay, we need 2 precision drivers.
We always need 2 precision drivers.
And they'll
How
all
do you get
that.
anything done with fewer than 2 precision drivers?
I don't know. I don't even know how I'm going to get home without 2 precision drivers.
We got it.
Well, remember, Kim has the transportation allowance. You can get 2 precision drivers from Bloomberg dollars.
we got it. Don't worry.
But either way, yeah. I mean, I have actually a little bit of confidence for the remainder of the franchise. I think that clearly they have a story that and I think that Vin knows if he can stick the landing, then he'll be good. He'll have succeeded in telling his story.
And he came back to Riddick.
Yeah. Hey, didn't they just start filming on 4?
Uh-huh.
Fury and Friday.
Fury and Fridays. Yeah, we've been doing Fury and Fridays.
I was looking back. For some reason, I don't have rankings from Walt. Walt, you were on an episode a while ago, and I guess either we didn't ask your rankings then, you didn't have rankings then, or I didn't write them down. Yeah. I have rankings for Kim back when there were only 8 movies out, so I'm curious if these hold up or not. But are you both ready to give us your rankings of these movies, either from favorite to least favorite, or least favorite to favorite?
I am ready.
Who wants to go first, and are you going to count down or count up?
I can go first. I will count from best to worst.
Okay. Please hit us with your rankings.
All right. Number 1.
Who does best to worst?
We can do worst to best.
That's the best.
All right. Great.
What are you talking about? Oh, I didn't care for 2. No shit.
We're just gonna invert the norm here.
Okay.
And now we're going worst to worst. Okay. Least favorite to best most
Yes.
most
Thank you.
favorite?
Yeah.
Least
So they're
favorite
all perfect
film
movies.
of the Fast and Furious franchise. Mine is 4.
4's in last place. Okay, 4 was still in last place last time too. Okay.
I was in last place. 9, 10,
Wow. Okay. Even with Momoa. Okay.
even with them 8, 3, 2,
Okay.
6, 5, 7, and the OG number 1.
And Hobbs and Shaw exempted from the list.
Oh yeah, it's exempted.
Mm-hmm. Hey, that's interesting.
You had Fate fall a little bit. You had Furious 7 and Fast 5 flip-flop from 2-3 to 3-2. And Tokyo Drift and Too Fast both moved up 1.
Nice.
So, similar, but we also have the rankings of the new movies, which not great endorsements from Kim.
Understood. It's fair. You need to let them percolate a little bit, maybe. Who knows?
Just give it a marinate.
When we get 10 and more of these, they might be, halfway point.
You gotta put them in the bag, put them in the fridge, see what happens.
Yeah.
Joe, you know what else I realized? That next lap is lap 15, which means you're going to have to give rankings at the end of next lap. Not this lap, but next lap.
That's true.
In about a year, you will have to give rankings.
Sounds perfect.
All right.
I'll have a good one for this lap, though. I need to think of one. I'm thinking up a good rankings.
Oh, yeah, if you guys don't know, Joe has rankings he has real rankings every 5 laps.
Uh-huh.
But he does rankings he might just do most 80s movies from 1 to 10 or whatever. So
Sure.
who knows?
You guys should do a bottle episode where 2 people debate 12 Angry Men style. What is the worst film in the franchise? Or the best I think the best film is, well, you're wrong, but either way.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what's
Go ahead. Get into your
best or
rankings.
worst.
Yeah, I'll get in my rankings. Shit, yeah. 2 is my least favorite.
Okay.
Oh.
But here's the thing. I think it's a pretty good movie.
It's a lot of fun.
I'm saying it's not a bad movie by any stretch. I think it's got ups and downs. 9,
Okay.
4. And now I want to be clear. Everything after this is a pretty good movie. Like a pretty good movie.
Okay.
10, solid flick.
Okay.
Really dug it. Good times. 8, 3.
Okay.
I would put Hobbs and Shaw right above 3.
Really? That's high.
So I'll put it in there.
I think it's pretty good. I think it's got some good energy. I think it's mostly held together by its villain, but either way, some of these are. Okay, now we get to the top 4, right?
The Mount Rushmore.
The Mount Rushmore, as it were, yeah. The Fast and the Furious, number 1. The first film, I think that is the 4th best film.
Okay.
6, 7, and then 5. It's got to be 5.
Of course.
5 is
Of course.
5 is you're watching a butterfly emerge from a fucking cocoon.
Well, we have the same Mount Rushmore. Just
I know.
in different order.
Yeah, but imagine if you met someone who was like, I love Thomas Jefferson more than Abraham Lincoln. You would think that they were fucked up, right?
That's because Rushmore.
Yeah, I know,
was
but that's
the
what I'm
problem
saying. But that's what
in
I'm
this
saying.
situation.
I'm just saying, just because we have the same Mount Rushmore doesn't mean that it's cool that you have the different favor than I do.
You guys put a lot of respect on Seven's name, which happens a lot, but as taper.
There was a stretch where people gave it in chronological order of rankings received. Sure. 7 was 9th, 3rd, 8th, 6th, 4th, 5th, 7th, 3rd, 4th, 8th.
I think it's really gaining in credit just because it's very impressive what it managed to pull off, and also I think the set pieces are very good in it. I feel like it more directly integrates a lot of the characters that were just kind of thrown together in 5. It feels like it really becomes what it wants to become in that movie.
You know how they jump a car from a skyscraper to another skyscraper?
It's pretty sick.
But then they
Honor.
jump a car from the second skyscraper to the third one. Like that. I mean, that is just. Come on.
When I've seen these in theaters with you, Kim, I have oftentimes been very drunk. I think I was phenomenally drunk during
Phenomenally.
and I had an amazing time.
So was I. That's a really weird experience. I think me and all of my friends that went to go see Seven were like very drunk. Like Rachel fell asleep in the theater. Now that you said, I don't know why we all came in like real hot to go see Seven.
I remember in Seven, I like came in with like flask, but also like beverage that I would mix it in. Like
same, we made mixed drinks in the theater. I'm with you.
It was.
Did we see the same movie? Like were we in the same
theater?
Yeah,
Astoria, Queens.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's one very important thing to do before we say goodbye for now. Not goodbye, but it's never goodbye.
So long.
It's just see you later. See you again.
Yeah, see you again.
We need a train fact. We need the last train fact. I guess future, when Fast 11 comes out and you come back, if we all remember, I'm sure we will, we'll get a train fact then. But this is for canonical reasoning, this is the final train fact.
Here's the canonical train fact.
Who's going to tell you?
The ultimate train fact is
there is no train.
We applied and received a $100,000 grant from Airbnb to purchase a rail car, move it to the woods, renovate it into a livable property, and then install an embedded murder mystery within it that I and several other people, including Kim, are writing in a sort of operate your own Sleep No More style experiential situation. In a gorgeously restored 1948 Pullman rail car that sleeps approximately 4 people comfortably, 5 with a little bit of wiggle, in the beautiful Catskill Mountains. And it is our little side project, and it is very silly.
But
that is so cool.
New York City.
Yep.
And yeah, we can keep updating.
We'll let you know when it's like opened up, so that if you have.
Please, I'm gonna book. Yeah, for sure.
Remain ongoing.
Renovations are ongoing.
Close now.
Very close. We'll do a little bit of friends and family for a bit. We'll be in touch, fellas, and then we'll probably end up listing it. I think spring is a good target for when we're really trying to get it out there.
Get the full commercialization of this train car.
But it's a deeply silly side project.
It's going to be beautiful.
It sounds amazing.
Extremely immersive, right? When you step into this rail car, we want you to feel like you're in the late 40s.
I forget what facts we've divulged, but it's like wood paneling on the inside, a really, really nice bar. Like it's neat. So yeah.
I can't wait to see it.
I feel like somehow this is both a surprise and also the only inevitable outcome.
Right? It has to be.
For the entire season.
It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect, though. I'm actually really stoked on it.
Yeah. Hey, sometimes you and your bros buy a train.
It happens.
Well, thank you both so very much. This is going to come out in just about a month.
Cool.
So do you want to guess what you want to plug then?
Yeah, I think I've got some stuff. I've got 4 things. I'll plug 4 things.
It's very exciting.
Number 1, I am the executive editor of a website called Sherwood News.
Yes.
We write about business news. I think we do a very fun job of it. If people are interested in business news, they should follow Sherwood News, which can be found at sherwood.news. Second thing, I have a newsletter called Numlock. It can be found at numlock.com. Numlock, like the key on your keyboard. It's about fun numbers buried in the news. People enjoy it. It's come up a few times on the podcast, actually rather organically. Very, very fun. Third thing is I wrote a book. It's called You Are What You Watch. By the time that this comes out, it'll probably have been out around a year. It'll potentially be out in audiobook. I actually don't know the exact dates of that release, but it's available wherever books are sold. It's full of fun stories and very fun things. If you liked some of the more crackpot conversations about, the plotting of this kind of stuff, I think a lot about movies and I have a lot of good times doing it, and it's very, very visual and fun. You can find that at You Are What You Watch. It's in wherever. And then the last thing is, I know that, you have a lot of supporters following this, but like, if you enjoy this podcast and you do not yet support it, you should consider doing so. If you like things, like, you should find a way to support them in the manner in which they ask you to do so. You guys have a Patreon. I know that you have a lot of really fun people in a Discord as well as online. But even if you can't or want to support financially, just message them sometimes and tell them that you enjoy the podcast. It's always nice.
It's the best thing. It's our favorite thing.
If you enjoy this stuff, tell people about it. And so if you enjoy this podcast in any way, don't hesitate to spread the word about it, because it is a very good thing, and you guys have a really good fan base and listeners. It is very nice hearing from them. So that is my 4 things.
That's very sweet. Thank you so much, Walt.
Walt's always way too sweet to us.
Good luck topping that, Kim. What do you want to plug? Coming out in a month.
Oh yeah, I got one thing. It's just what I do, right? So I'm a reporter at Bloomberg News and Bloomberg Business Week magazine, and a bunch of big features out this year. There's one about Nike, about the man who made Nike uncool. We have one about Michael Rubin and how he took over the trading card industry.
That was dope. That was really
through a bunch of deals with the various sports leagues out there. We have the zombie mall king doesn't want to be a bottom feeder forever. One guy bought up all these different dead mall brands and retailers and has created an empire. Then he bought Sports Illustrated and now wants to be a little bit more a little bit cooler, not just be the zombie mall guy. So yeah, check out those features and more on Bloomberg.com and Bloomberg Business Week.
I like how your beat is usually just like people who are cool and want to monetize that, people who are not cool and want to
be
hang
cool
around with people
and then monetize.
It's just like people who are like, be cool.
What's going on?
They either have a lot of money or a lot of coolness, and they're trying to get more of the other one, and it's very fun.
Everyone's trying. Everyone's trying to get a little piece of that and then monetize it, right?
Yeah.
So, I cover celebrity and athlete business deals. So anything about all your favorite celebrities doing business deals with brands and private equity and venture capital and whatever, and a lot of the sportswear companies as well. Nike, Under Armour, Lululemon, you all buy that stuff. Check out what they're doing.
Kim, you have the coolest job ever. I think that if they made like G.I. Joes that had jobs, I would want mine to have Kim's job.
I would love a G.I. Joe of myself.
Like not a Barbie, but like the boy, like the full
I would also
version.
Think a Kim Barbie would be
a Kim Barbie would be sick too. But I didn't want to start there. But I'm just saying, like, if we had like a nice Kim Barbie, and his job was to just be the coolest reporter ever.
That's the plan.
Well, thank you both once again
so much.